Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA.
Nithyananda, welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are going to perform the 108 asana sequence of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. First, let us make sure we have all the components you need for the yoga practice. Have your yoga mat on the ground. Have your Panchapatra and Udani ready. 1 cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body, as you can see on our acharyas. All the female bodies, you can apply it on your forehead. Wear the kumkum on your third eye the Agnya chakra in between the eyebrows, and wear the Rudraksha mala around your neck. You can keep some weights at the side of the mat if you want to intensify the asana practice. And make sure you have one energized Shri Yantra on your yoga mat. Gaze at the yantra whenever possible. To mirror the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. Let us all now settle down into a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as we open this session with the Satguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times, invoking Paramashiva's presence for this ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now enter into the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchapatam and Udana. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take one Udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with all the tips of the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place your right hand over the left and place both your hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes, and make a conscious resolution. What you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Hold the visualization of what you want to manifest as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavatshi Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थं च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयाण गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीजिन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञानविज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यजापवर्गवर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपनशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञानसंबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञानसंबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरी योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंदपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध बल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om apa upasprisya.
And keep your Panchapatram and Udani aside out of harm's way. Let us now enter into the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. In a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze forward. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Hold the visualization. breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel region and visualize the fire in your navel being kindled, rising up your spine as you exhale and hold your breath. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up, preventing the energy from flowing out at the bottom of your spine. The Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, contracting your muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, as you tuck your chin to the chest, internally contracting your throat muscles to prevent the prana from falling down again. Form all the three bandhas together and form Mahamudra Bandha. Now, internally, chant the japa Soham again and again. Visualize it rotating around your throat in a circular manner, like a prayer wheel. These are the components for the first asana, Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Now, place one foot. Place your feet on top of opposite thighs into Padmasana, the lotus posture. Join the palms of your hands in front of your chest and raise them up above your head in Anjali Mudra with the elbows straight. Engage all the bandhas as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash in Parvatasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Now extend your feet away from the body. Bring the soles of the feet together. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parusha Mudra as you lean forward and down, and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Lean down as low as you can. Open up your back. Breathe deeply into your navel region. Feel the stretch in your back as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji and keep engaging the Mahamudra Bandha in Halipavasana.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगथली संपुटठानो पृष्ठपछेदो भूकरल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो.
Now bring your hands to the front. Keep the soles of the feet together. Cup the palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet. Again, bring your forehead to the ground behind the heels. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake with Mahamudra Bandha engaged in Nagi Pavasana. Hold the stretch for a moment.
पूरवविधि परि आगाने नीचौहौ विकहूणि फणास्यौ लगायि.
Now keep your hands in Dana Mudra. Index and middle fingers together as you hold on to the little and ring fingers with your thumb. Catch a hold of your big toes and extend your legs forward and up. Then cross your legs into Padmasana and lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Rise up. Now stack your knees and your ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows in front and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you mobilize your shoulders, your thoracic spine in Nithyananda.
गोड़ा बावा पाद की आशमाहिली सोज दछ चरण को बारलौता परिगुल्फ समोज वाम पाद को महिलौ बहुरौ गुल्फ जो जान ता परिगोड़ा दछ की आश बारली ठान.
Now place your hands on the ground shoulder width apart and raise your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. Pull your stomach in and up towards your spine in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Strengthen your shoulders and your upper back. Stretch your hamstrings. Don't forget to breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Intensify the fire in your navel region in Gajasana.
न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूयामस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय.
Now raise one heel off the ground in the same position and push the other heel down. Alternate the position of your feet again and again. Stretch your hamstrings and push your shoulders through. Straighten your back. Pull your stomach in and up, and visualize yourself as a bear in Vrikshasana, the bear posture.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of the toes. Stand on the tips of the toes. If you can, rise up all the way onto your big toes. Bring your hands to your chest in Hridaya Mudra, index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Find the balance in your center. Get the strength in your calves. In Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेदधोमुखः अथ वैश्याः वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Now let us move into the first Karana of the sequence, starting off with Arimandi posture. Keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards, and bend your knees. Bring your hands in front of your chest. Now raise one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion and follow along with the respective hand. Repeat the movement on both sides gracefully again and again. We move on to Palalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Raise one knee up towards your chest and pull it close with your hands. Stand straight on the mat. Bring stability into your foot as you engage all three bandhas: the root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualizing yourself caressing a baby in Balalingasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now bring the raised foot behind towards your buttocks. Pull it close with interlocked fingers in Parusha Mudra. Bring the knees close together as you engage Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring stability to your inner space. You can focus on the drishti point, an external point. Remove any shaking of the inner space and body. Fix your gaze at a point and gain stability of the body and mind.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
As you now catch the sole of the foot from the inside, kick the leg back and up and extend the other hand forward in Bindu Mudra with index finger and thumb together. Raise the foot up high and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Step the foot down and interlock your fingers again from the outside in. Raise the other knee to the chest. Repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Visualize yourself holding a baby. Breathe deeply against the raised thigh.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now bring the raised foot to the back. Pull it close to the buttocks with both hands. Engage all the bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in Padapidanasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now hold the sole of the foot. Kick the leg back and up and lean forward with the front hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as the cosmic dancer Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Come to the next katana of the sequence. Again, stand in Arimandi. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest. Step the right foot behind the left. And start swinging the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Place your hand over the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side as well. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization that you are mere bones and shake every bone within your body. Now return to Arimandi posture and cross your arms over top of your head. For the next karana of the sequence, Katichina Karana. Now turn your body to one side, open up your arms above the head, cross them back to the center, follow along with your breath again and again. Now raise your arms up parallel above your head and rise up onto the tips of your toes. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a palm tree. As you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, kindle the fire in your navel region. Internally chant the new japa Shivoham in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the ground if you can. Otherwise, just lean down as low as possible. Bring your head towards the knees and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now bring your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back. Come to a tall plank position. Take this opportunity to gaze at the Shri Yantra on your mat. Now tuck your chin to the chest and lock your throat. And start rotating your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Tarakshvasana.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्श्वासनं भवति.
Hold the plank position. Engage your core. Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Your hands by the side of your shoulders. And then raise your head and your chest by the strength of your lower back. Curl your upper back up. Open your mouth in Bhujangani Mudra, wide open. Inhaling through the hollow of your throat as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधौ भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. देहाग्निर्वर्धते नित्यं सर्वरोगविनाशनं जागर्ति भुजगी देवी भुजंगासन साधनात्.
Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine and holding the breath on and off in the various energy centers along your spine. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Now step one foot in between your two hands. Simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot in between the hands. Alternate the position jump intensely as you visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Remain in this position and rise up. Keep one foot at the back with the toes facing sideways and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel above your head. Intensely engage your legs and your core. Pull your stomach inwards and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Fix your gaze at your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra with 8 arms in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot to the front and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle as you turn the back toes facing outwards and bring your arms up above your head. Gaze to your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Feel the intense stability this posture brings to your hip. Stand strong and stable in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now stand up straight. Take one foot and pull it up towards the inner opposite thigh with the heel close to your perineum. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up straight above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a tree. Fix your gaze at an external point for balance in Vrikshasana, the tree posture.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot up towards the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with heavy wings on your back. Stand strong and stable in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवत् जङ्घापादसन्धिदेशे जानुव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितः.
Now step the foot down. Raise the other foot up. Bring your hands together in Anjali Mudra. Raise your arms up above your head. Elbows straight. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana. Stand stable like a tree. Feel the roots growing from the standing foot.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now step one foot back. Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you repeat Garudasana on the other side.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवत् जङ्घापादसन्धिदेशे जानुव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितः.
Now step one foot back and keep the other foot at the front. Keep the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground, lean forward and down. Bring one hand to the foot and the other hand up to the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana, the triangle posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Exchange the position of your feet. With the arms parallel, lean forward and down. Raise the other arm up to the sky. Repeat Trikonasana, the triangle posture on the other side. Feel the deep stretch in your lats and in your hips. Try to rotate your shoulders so they are completely aligned and pointing up to the sky.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Step your feet together. Keep the heels touching, toes pointing outwards in Arihanta. With your knees bent, raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands to the chest, palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel to the ground and raise the other heel up again and again as you exchange the position of your hands in front of your chest. Now lower your body down into Angushtasana. Tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं न्येयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Now extend one leg forward and bring your hands to the side. Keep the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, with the fingertips barely touching the ground. Be stable in this position as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now catch a hold of the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra with index and middle finger. Catch the back heel with the other hand and balance in this posture. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now rise back up. Step the front foot in. Extend the other foot forward. Keep the hands at the side, palms facing forward. Support your balance with the fingertips as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. Again, visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana. Feel the stretch in your calf. Build the balance to hold the back heel with the other hand.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now rise up and step both feet in. Separate your knees as you place your hands on top of the knees with the palms facing up. Now lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms. Hold the balance. Calm your inner space and visualize Swamiji in Brahma Julankushasana.
दो बूफड़ा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक दल्या की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Now drop your knees down to the ground. Sit on raised heels and fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
दो बूफड़ा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक दल्या की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Now shift your gaze upwards towards your third eye. Maintain this posture and visualize Swamiji's form in your inner space in Bhadragurakasana.
दोवो पकतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे.
As you raise your knees off the mat, keep the soles of the feet together. Join your thumbs and little fingers and open up your palms into Padma Mudra, resembling a lotus flower. Raise your arms up above your head and gaze through the gap between the palms. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Suryasana, the sun posture.
एड़ी दोवो गुदा तरियाणे फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने गोड़ा जंग अधर करि रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे.
Now place your knees on the ground. Bring the top of the feet flat and place your hands on the knees. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog and keep your tongue flat against the palate of the mouth in Manduki Mudra. Stop the buzzing sound on the breath. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Don't forget to chant Sadashivoham internally in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
From this kneeling position, now bring your hands behind your back. Hold on to opposite shoulders and keep your elbows close to your head. Open up your upper back. Feel the strength in your shoulders. Gaze up towards your third eye as you keep on visualizing yourself as a frog with your tongue up in Manduki Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Uttana Mandukasana.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तान मंडुकम्.
Now cross your ankles and sit on your heel. Push the upper heel against your perineum as you keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Stretch your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again. Lock the Mula Bandha intensely as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Now join the soles of your feet together behind your back with the toes pointing backwards and sit on the heels. Separate your knees widely and cross your arms behind your back. Catch the big toes in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers together. As you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space returning to Brahmani Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Bhadrasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Now step your feet flat on the ground. Keep the knees raised and lean forward. Bring your arms in and around the legs. Behind your back, reach for the opposite hands behind your back and interlock your fingers if you can in Parasha Mudra. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakapushandi Asana.
प्रथमे बेसक उकडठाने दोवो हाथ पगमीच आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परिल्यावे पिष्टपछे काकसी करावे.
From the squatting posture, place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms, close to your armpits, and raise your hips. Lean forward, lift your legs off the mat and balance on your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Kani Pavasana.
आसन को गुण आशीदुषिता होई तो आछी होई.
Let us now get ready for Kapali Asana, which is the first inverted posture of the sequence. You're suffering from upper back or neck injuries, or high blood pressure, or if you're currently in pregnancy, please consult your doctor before performing any of the inverted postures of today's Nithyananda Yoga sequence. With this out of the way, let us now place the head on the ground. Form a triangle between your head and your hands. Keep your knees on your arms. Align the hips with the shoulders, and then straighten your legs up into a headstand. Fix the gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji. Feel the vibration in the crown of your head as you keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmani Kumbhaka in Kapali Asana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो भूमिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Now gently lower your legs down and come to a squatting position. Keep your hands flat on the ground. Rotate your body to one side. Align the knee with your hip. Align the knee and the hip with your elbows and lean forward onto your arms. Extend your legs out to the side and gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale all the way. Hold your breath again and again in Vijaka Kumbhaka as you perform Parsvamayurasana. Balance on your arms. Bring the strength to your wrists and shoulders.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now set your legs down. Twist your body in the opposite direction. Repeat Parsvamayurasana on the other side. Lean onto your arms. Extend the legs out to the side and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now settle down. Place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Take a moment to gaze at the Shri Yantra on your mat. As you step one foot front in between the two hands. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the two hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुणपीति जायी.
Now step the front foot back and bring the other foot to the front in between the two hands. Feel the stretch in your legs. Open up your hips. Push your hip forward as you engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुणपीति जायी.
Now step the front foot back and bring your forearms on the mat. Raise your hips up high. Slightly walk your feet forward. Open up your shoulders. Try to bring your heels to the mat. Intensely stretch your hamstrings. As you gaze towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुकाम्.
Now raise back onto your arms and rotate your body. Lift one arm up towards the sky. Keep your body completely straight, your core tightly engaged, and gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now rotate your body to the other side. Raise the other arm up. Keep your core engaged as you repeat Vashishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Relax. Now bring your feet to the front. Come to a sitting position with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Lock your chin to the chest. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you internally chant the new japa Mahasada-shivoham in Anjani Asana.
दोबू करकी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे.
Now lean forward and down. Catch a hold of your big toes and prana mudra with index and middle fingers. Lean down as low as you can. Stretch your back. Open your hamstrings and your hips. As you engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas together. Visualize Swamiji in Paschimottanasana.
जानु परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Now rise up. Interlock your fingers around your neck. And again, lean forward and down. Slightly separate your knees and bring your head in between with your elbows outside the knees. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानु परिशिरोण्यसेत् आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनं देहावसानहरणं पश्चिमोत्तानसंज्ञकम्.
Now step one foot in towards your perineum. Lean forward and down. Bring the respective arm in and around the leg and interlock both hands behind your back. Bring your head towards the knee as you visualize yourself as sage Marichi in Marichi Asana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Drop the raised knee to the side as you keep the heel against the perineum. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot. Gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale deeply and then hold your breath, locking all the three bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now extend both your legs. Bring the other foot in towards the perineum with the knee raised. Bring your arm around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you bring your head towards the knee, visualize yourself as sage Marichi in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Drop the raised knee to the side. And again, lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all the bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji. Open up your hip. Straighten your spine. Intensely. In Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now rise up. Bring the soles of your feet together in front. Interlock your fingers around the toes. Pull your heels in towards your perineum. Try to keep your heels down on the ground as much as possible. As you gaze up towards your third eye. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bhadrasana too.
गुल्भौतवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep your hands on the respective knees. And lock your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose. As you visualize Swamiji in Gvalipavasana.
पूरबचरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई जामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Now bring your feet back in towards the perineum. Hold the soles of your feet with all the 10 fingers and lean forward and down. Place your head on the mat. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself. We are projecting the Yoni Mandala in the top right corner of the screen. If you don't know how the Yoni Mandala looks, exhale deeply and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Joni Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्धहात को अंतरराशे लीलाट पकथलियां उपरदाशे.
Rise up and again extend your feet away from the body. Extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down from the waist. Try to keep your back as straight as possible as you bring your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Midaki Pavasana.
पूरव विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Rise up and now bring your feet back in towards your body. Keep your toes together and your heels apart as you scoop your hands below the shins. Bring your elbows to the mat and then bring your chin on the ground with the toes touching your throat. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे 16 मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे.
Now rise up. Bring the heels together and keep your toes apart. Hold on to the feet as you open them up like a book, pressing your elbows down on your thighs, gazing through the nose and visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana.
दोबू पका की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Now rise up. Bring the soles of the feet together completely. Push your knees to the mat as you place your hands on top and gently push down the knees with your hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chadapata Chokasana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट धारे आगाने कय जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोबू गोड़ा परिदाशे.
Now rotate your feet. Raise the heels and bring the toes down to the mat. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Then push your knees to the ground and place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद् भैरवासनम्.
Relax and twist your feet and keep one heel against the perineum as you lift the other foot up against your chest with both hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in the Muladhara chakra. And don't forget to intern the chant japa Mahasadaशिवोहम in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमरो दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now raise the foot over top of the respective shoulder. Place your hands at the side and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now lower your legs down. Bring the other heel against your perineum and lift the opposite foot against your chest. Breathe deeply. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in Rejaka Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमरो दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now lift the raised foot over your shoulder. Keep your hands at the side Extend the opposite leg forward and up, and gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Apanasana on the other side. Hold this posture. Just straighten your legs, point the toes. Be stable in this posture.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now lower your legs and stack the knees in front of your body, keeping the heels at the outside of the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers on the top knee. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the face of a cow in your inner space as you breathe in Sit Karikumbhaka. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth, and as you inhale through your mouth, hiss through the teeth. Exhale through your nose and internally chant the japa Om Nithyanandoham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now catch a hold of the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी.
With your gaze fixed at the nose, lean forward and down and interlock your fingers behind your back. Bring your chin over the knees. Lean down as low as possible. Visualizing Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सेवले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे.
Now rise back up. Place the right foot flat on the mat with the right knee against your chest and keep the left heel against your perineum with the knee on the ground. Place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana too.
डाबो पगमोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारनी चैदे.
From the same posture, now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers around your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिज वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदो फणो है जो जीत छिपा शतीरा शेषो जी.
Relax, untwist your spine and now raise the left foot on the right thigh and raise the right knee. Catch the big toe of the right foot with the right hand in Prana Mudra and hold onto the shin of the right leg with your left hand as you hug your knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now again, stack your knees and keep your heels outside the hips. Intensely stretch your hip rotators. Keep your hands on your knees in Parashu Mudra. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now interlock your fingers around the toes in Prana Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and fix the gaze at the tip of the nose as you repeat Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knee, the nose as close to the ground as you can. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी.
Now rise back up. This time place the left foot flat, the left knee against the chest, right heel against the perineum. Keep your hands on your knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2 on the other side.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सेवले पकतल्यालो आड़वाई सुधा राशे.
As you raise your perineum up onto the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck, twist your elbows outside the raised knee, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टि जो वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदो फणो है जो जीत छिपा शतीरा शेषो जी.
Now raise up. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and hold on to the left shin and the big toe as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now extend your legs forward. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. As you place the left foot on the opposite thigh, raise the right knee. Bring the left elbow around the raised knee, hand by the neck, and the other hand on the ground behind you. Twist your spine, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Matsyendranath, the master and great sage in Matsyendrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your front hand down to the foot and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. Place the other hand on the respective ear as you gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear to the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, the great sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now extend your legs forward. This time, place the right foot onto the left thigh. Raise the left knee, bring the right elbow around the raised knee and the hand by the neck. As you gaze up, visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendrasana 2. In Matsyendrasana on the other side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend the front hand down to the foot, catch a hold of the big toe in Prana Mudra, and place the other hand on the respective ear as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear on the ground behind you. Keep twisting your spine intensely as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Untwist your spine and now place your feet on top of opposite thighs into Padmasana, the lotus posture. As you fix your gaze at the tip of the nose, place your hands on top of the knees. Engage all three wonders intensely, sincerely. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva and perform the Shitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth as you hiss through your teeth on the inhalation. Engage all three wonders and internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेत् धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा.
Now cross your hands in front of the body and keep your hands in Prana Mudra. Hold on to the big toes. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानो पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
From Padmasana, now bring your hands through your legs. Place your palms flat on the ground and straighten your arms. Pull your knees up, lift your body off the ground and balance. As you visualize yourself as a rooster, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Kukutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरौरन्तरे करौ निवेश्य भूमा वासिष्ठे व्योमस्थः कुक्कुटासनः.
Now from Padmasana, rise up onto your knees. Place your hands in such a way that the fingers are pointing towards your body. Now bend the elbows and bring them towards your navel. Lean forward, find balance and lift your legs off the ground. With your legs in Padmasana, visualize Swamiji in Baddhakikyasana.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्तितर्के मायूरमेतत्प्रवदन्ति पीठं मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्याद् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते.
Now extend your legs back into Mayurasana. From the kneeling position, lean your navel onto your elbows and lift your legs up straight as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्.
Now relax. Lay down on your stomach. After intensely engaging the muscles of your body, interlock your fingers around your neck. Place your forehead on the ground. Turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side and the heels are touching the ground. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Now keep your hands at the side of your shoulders and raise your legs off the ground. Engage your lower back as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
Next, bend your knees and hold onto the feet with your hands, pulling your feet outside of the hips onto the ground as low as possible. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढमुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Now, as you hold onto the feet, kick your legs back and up and raise your head and chest. Bend your back and gaze up. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्य विवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
Now lower your body down. Rise up and come to a comfortable kneeling position. Keep your heels outside the hips with the toes touching behind your back. Keep your hands on your knees or on your thighs. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. And breathe deeply through your nose. Lead the prana along your spine in Sahadra Kumbhaka. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोडी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे पावन महिला गुल्पज होवु कुलापाशितीला वेसोवु.
Now lean forward and down. Bring your forearms to the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. As we get ready for another inverted posture, interlock your fingers and place your head on the mat, support it with your hands. Raise your hips up, straighten your legs, walk them forward and lift your legs off the ground. Stay in a position with your legs bent. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Pull your knees in towards your chest. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दो वो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दो जी.
From Gohi Asana, now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand posture. Find inner stability. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Shirshasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं
Now gently
विपरीतोपवेशने.
lower your legs down. Bring your legs to the front. Extend it forward. As we get ready for a sequence of intense exhalations. In Bhastrika Kumbhaka, pull your abdomen inwards and push the air out like the bellows of a blacksmith again and again. In Bhastrika Kumbhaka, we are going to perform this Kumbhaka throughout the next few asanas, starting off with Bodhi Asana. Hold onto your calves and then raise your legs up. Try to bring them as vertical in front of your face as possible. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, hold this position. Engage your core.
दो वो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता
Now
धरे
bring your
चरण
hands
उभे
behind your
आकाश
back.
दिसी करे.
Hold on to opposite shoulders with your hands as you gaze to your third eye. Exhale rapidly and visualize yourself as a mace in Parikasana. Intensely work your core.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ
Now bring your
स्पृष्ट्वा
hands to the
हस्ताभ्यां
front,
कन्दरां
parallel to the
बद्ध्वा.
ground, with the legs raised at 45-degree angle. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Keep going, we're almost there. Keep your core engaged.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Now
हस्तौ
separate
नितम्बं
your
निधाय.
knees and bring the soles of the feet together. Pull your feet in towards your chest as you scoop your hands below. Keep breathing rapidly as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose in Rudrasana.
पगदली संपूट करी हाथस्य उपक उचाई पगाका अंगूठा दो बोलेबो
Now
कर्णिका
relax.
नीतालवे.
Place your feet flat on the ground as you lay down on your back. Keep your knees raised and place your palms on the ground just behind the heels. Push your hips up high off the ground. Lock your perineum and lock your throat in the Mula Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Push the air upwards against the throat lock. Prevent it from escaping your body in Murcha Kumbhaka. Push the prana upwards as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुखनामके.
Now lay down on your back. Keep your hands flat at the side of your body with your palms facing up. Unclutch from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Be completely still in your body. Feel the Kundalini Shakti rising up along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra from the Muladhara Chakra all the way to the Sahasrara, from the root center to the top of your head to the crown center. Visualize your body is dead And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, in Shivasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तुषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, and rotate your wrists and your ankles. Bend and stretch your elbows and knees. Pull the legs up against your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asanas of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Thank you all for performing this asana sequence today. Let us conclude this ritual of Nithyananda Yoga with the Purna Mantra. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant together.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Now, in deep gratitude to Swamiji, perform the Shashtanga Namaskar. Lie down onto your chest and bring your hands forward in the Namaskara Mudra above your head, surrendering yourself to Swamiji's feet. Hope to see you all again tomorrow for another round of the Pratama Vinyasa Krama.
Step by step into the next set of asanas. So now we are all going to be performing the end kriya that Bhagavan has revealed for every one of us, which is going to be a combination of various very powerful pranayamas and bandhas It will be a guided meditation for every one of you. So sit straight and sit comfortably.
First step, a simple, comfortable squatting, sitting straight, and very simple inhaling and exhaling to prepare yourself for the Kriya. Only if you do these 3 steps of preparation, you will be able to enter into the exact Kriya itself. So, close the right nostril with your
Sit straight. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale.
first step, a simple, comfortable squatting, sitting straight, and very simple inhaling and exhaling 11 times just to prepare yourself for the Kriya. Only if you do these 3 steps of preparation, you will be able to enter into the exact Kriya itself. So, close the right nostril with your thumb, right hand thumb. Inhale through left. Once you feel complete, close the left nostril with a middle finger and ring finger and exhale through the right nostril. Simple Nadi Shodhana. Nadi Shodhana means just cleaning the nostrils, cleaning the basic nadis. Do this for 11 times. Inhaling and exhaling. Nothing else. Very simple. Second step, the Bastrika Pranayama. Please understand. The technical term is Bastrika. Pull your lower abdomen in and up. Please understand. Don't lift your shoulder. Don't move the whole body. No. No. Just the lower abdomen should be pulled in and up. "21 times. Third step, inhaling as slowly as possible, holding as long as possible, exhaling as slowly as possible, holding the lungs empty without breathing as long as possible. So, this 4 action is one cycle. Like this, 21 cycle. This 4 action can be called as one pranayama. So 21 pranayama. This is the third step. All these 3 steps are only preparation for the kriya. Now we are entering into the exact Kriya itself. Now listen the instruction. Thumbs on the ears and the index finger and middle finger on the eyes. The ring finger on the nose. The little finger touches your lips, that's enough. Even if it doesn't touch, it's okay. All 5 senses are in your face itself. Hands are gateway to send or receive pranic energy. Now when you lock your hands on the senses, all the senses are withdrawing inside. The pratyahara happens. Never try to do with the middle finger. If you try to lock the nose with the middle finger, you will lock it more than you can bear. Don't do with middle finger. Do it with ring finger. Thumb on the ears, the index finger and middle finger on the eyes, the ring finger on the nose, and the little finger on the mouth. Stop the breathing flow, inhaling or exhaling completely as much as you can. After a few minutes or few seconds, you will feel, oh, now I cannot stop anymore. Then just release those 2 ring fingers. For a few seconds, the body will automatically inhale or exhale. Let it do its job. You don't do inhaling or exhaling. Body will automatically balance. Please understand, you do not put your will. When you feel you can't handle anymore, just release. Body will automatically balance itself. So once if you release your nostrils and lock again, it is called 1 pranayama. So this way, 21. It's a 4th step. fifth part. The fifth part is settling with your body, means balancing the body. The settling or balancing can be done by intense humming. 7 minutes. part is 7 times receiving the energy, connecting with the cosmos, sky, and surrendering to the cosmos, earth, becoming part. By the 7 times doing Shakti Dharana. Shakti Dharana means raising your hands towards the sky and visualize the Master's presence and energy intensely landing on you, awakening your Kundalini on the whole body, and bow down to the cosmos, surrender to the cosmos 7 times. The whole thing will take less than 7 minutes. The 7 times of Shakti Dharana. last but not least, sit for a few minutes and send an intense, loving, compassionate, blissful vibrations to all over the world with a proper Swasti mantra. Swasti mantra means sending the peace and bliss to the whole world with the ideas like Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Let the whole world be at peace. Let the whole world be in bliss. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. With this beautiful, deep, spiritual feeling and compassion, send the loving, compassionate vibrations to the whole world. Healing vibrations to the whole world. through this initiation, I add Master's grace and blessings to this Kriya and to all of you. With my blessings and the grace of all the great Masters, I initiate all of you. All of you will have. People who are sitting around the world, all of you are initiated. I bless you all with the experience of initiation.
Please bring your hands in front of your heart and let us end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyanandam.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects.
Please sit in a space of deep gratitude. Inhale deeply and exhale. Feel the presence of the Master in your inner space. Feel the presence of Swamiji seated in front of you. Feel the presence of Swamiji in the Guru Padukas, alive, radiating. When you offer the puja, visualize you dropping all of your karmas of lifetimes, your incompletions, unfulfilled desires, patterns. Visualize all of that being liberated by the Guru. Come to a space of deep Guru Bhakti, the feeling connection with the Master. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We request all the Pada Puja participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity? If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiments and representations of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our Guru, our beloved Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will now chant is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take some flowers in your hands and close your eyes. Place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, where we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti as the middle, and my master, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam as the end. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next is the offering of the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, where we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loin cloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. That Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happens. Now please take some flowers into your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Katikaupi Nasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tattvachamanam. the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Udharani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now at the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb join together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb join together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb join together, touch your navel center, the right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. The next mantra is Shuklam Bharadharam. We chant this mantra invoking the energy of Mahaganapati, the remover of obstacles. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I meditate upon the Lord Ganesha, who is clad in white garments, who is all-pervading, who is as bright colored as the moon, who has a smiling, pleasant face, having 4 shoulders and hands, and who is the remover and pacifier of all obstacles. Now please take the akshata, the turmeric mixed rice in your hands, and a flower in your right hand. Keeping both your hands as fists, tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Bharadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantage. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now keeping the akshata in your right hand, open your little finger, ring finger and your thumb. Inhale through the left nostril while closing your right nostril. Hold your breath for as long as possible and exhale through your right nostril by moving your thumb away. And chant the Samhita mantras while you perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation. Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagor Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojata Murteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagor Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojata Murteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagor Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojata Murteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is a sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence itself will simply manifest it as reality. Please close your eyes. Visualize the intention, the sankalpa that you want to keep in your inner space. Visualize your feeling connection with the Master. Visualize anything that you want to happen as reality. Visualize it already happening in your inner space. Now with this intention, keeping the akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on your thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Dhuritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ सिंहमासे कृष्णपक्षे अमावास्यां शुभतिथौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां मघानक्षत्र परिघयोग किंस्तुग्नकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षीसुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार श्रीपार्वतीस्थन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमाकमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरडावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्यापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपनशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृतश्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवत्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलासपरम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिवसमुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहान्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद ब्रह्मशिव श्री ज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रत्यक्षपाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये ओम अपौपस्पृश्य wash your hands with an udrani of water. The next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand and hold it above your heart center and ring the bell as you chant the following mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Gantanadam Karomyado Devata Hwanalanchanam Ganta Devatabhyo Namaha. The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize the meaning of the mantra in your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: what seed can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as the nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, the fan, the sahasrara as the umbrella, the principle of sound as the music, and the actions of the senses and the vagaries of the mind as the dance. I offer all the 7 chakras along with the Shushumna Nadi as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Guru should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Guru should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Requesting all the participants to look at the Acharya and perform the Kurma Mudra. Om Hritpadmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Sharanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amritena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chasmritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam prakalpayet pushpam dhupam pranan prakalpayet tejastattvam cha deepartham naivedyam syat sudham buddhihi anahatadhvanirghanta vayutattvam cha chamaram sahasraram bhavet chhatram shabdatattvam cha geetakam nrityamindriya karmani chanchalyam manasastatha Sumekhalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nana Vidham Tatha Amayadyair Bhava Pushpaihi Archayed Bhava Gocharam Amayam Anahankaram Aragam Amadam Tatha Amohakam Adambham Cha Advesha Akshopakau Tatha Amatsaryam Alobham Cha Dashapushpam Vidurbudhaha Ahimsa paramam pushpam pushpamindriya nigraha daya pushpam kshama pushpam jnana pushpam cha panchamam iti panchadashair bhava pushpaihi sampujayet bhagavantam Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first offering is the asanam, the offering of seat to the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: O the one who resides in all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all beings, I offer this seat to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: because of being in the everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function for a short duration known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and the tantras. Salutations to such Shiva who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well praised as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the one whose darshan is awaited by gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranat Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitarakalaya Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Ajatva Cha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya Me Saphalam Janma Jivanam Saphala Kriyaha Swagatam Yatvaya Tanme Tapasam Phalamagatam Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet of the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: I offer Padyam, that is the water for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take the udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, this offering of the traditional bouquet with water to welcome the guest, made of durva grass, a bilva leaf, a flower and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatrastam Grahana Argyam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Argyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for mouthwash, offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udharani of water in your hand and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim idam achamaniyodakam sarvadeva devi swarupaya bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Gandhate to you, O healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam, the scented oil in your hands. Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokesha Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Naniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra as ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Shvacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratirihyatam. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. We will now be repeating the meaning of the mantras and the mantras together, requesting all the participants to please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And when you chant, chant from your stomach as loudly as you can. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Vastram,
I offer Vastram,
this cloth offering,
this cloth offering,
to the Master
to the Master
who removes
who removes
the veil of Maya
the veil of Maya
or illusion.
or illusion,
The Master
the Master
who is the true
who is the true
light of enlightenment,
light of enlightenment,
who does not
have
a veil of Maya
a veil of Maya
and has
has
the very space
the very space
as the dress.
as the dress.
Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Vastram
Vastram
Om
Om
Maya
Maya
Chitra
Chitra
Patachanna
Padachanna
Nija
Nija
Guhyo
Guhyo
Rutejase
Rutejase
Niravarana
Niravarana
Vijnaya
Vijnaya
Vasaste
Vasaste
Kalpayamyaham
Kalpayamyaham
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Vastrottariyam
Vastrotareyam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I offer
I offer
this golden ornament
this golden ornament
to you, Master,
to you, Master,
who,
who,
by the very nature,
by the very nature,
has
has
a very
a very
gracefully
gracefully
beautiful body,
beautiful body,
and who is
and who is
the repository
the repository
of all powers.
of all powers.
May you be pleased.
May you be pleased.
Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam
Abharanam
Om
Om
Swabhava
Swabhava
Sundarangaya
Sundarangaya
Nana
Nana
Shaktya
Shaktya
Shrayayate
Shrayayate
Suvarnam
Suvarnam
Bhushanam
Bhushanam
Tubhyam
Tubhyam
Kalpayami
Kalpayami
Prasidame
Prasidame
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Suvarnabharanam
Suvarnabharanam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I neither know
I neither know
what your body is,
what your body is,
nor do I know
nor do I know
what your actions are.
what your actions are.
Please accept
Please accept
and smear this
and smear this
sandalwood paste
sandalwood paste
offered by me.
offered by me.
Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha
Gandaha
Om
Om
Shariram
Shariram
Tena Janami
Tena Janami
Cheshtam
Cheshtam
Naivacha Naivacha
Naivacha Naivacha
Maya Niveditan
Maya Niveditan
Gandhan
Gandhan
Pratigrihya
Pratigrihya
Vilipyatam
Vilipyatam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Esha Gandhaha
Esha Gandaha
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is please accept
Please accept
these blissfully
these blissfully
fragrant
fragrant
different kinds of flowers
different kinds of flowers
which are taken
which are taken
from the forest of Turiya,
from the forests of Turiya,
that is,
that is,
the space of
the space of
ultimate restful awareness.
ultimate restful awareness.
Now please take some flowers, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam
Pushpam
Om
Om
Turiyavana
Turiyavana
Sampannam
Sampannam
Nana
Nana
Gunamanoharam
Gunamanoharam
Ananda
Ananda
Saurabham
Saurabham
Pushpam
Pushpam
Grihyatam
Grihyatam
Idamuttamam
Idamuttamam
Om
Om
Hreem
Hreem
Etani
Etani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer you,
I offer you,
O God of all gods,
O God of all gods,
this holy Bilva leaf
this holy Bilva leaf,
in which dwells
in which dwells
the goddess of richness
the goddess of richness,
and which is
and which is
so much loved
so much loved
by Lord Shiva.
by Lord Shiva.
Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Om
Om
Amritodbhavam
Amritodbhavam
Shri Vriksham
Shri Vriksham
Shankarasya
Shankarasya
Sada Priyam
Sada Priyam
Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Prayachami
Prayachami
Pavitram Te
Pavitram Te
Sureshwara
Sureshwara
Om
Om
Hreem
Hreem
Etani
Etani
Sachandana
Sachandana
Bilvapatrani
Bilvapatrani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, let this offering
Let this offering
of Tulsi leaf
of Tulasi leaf
be unto the
be unto the
Supreme Soul
Supreme Soul
who has
has
unlimited forms
unlimited forms
and who is
and who is
the bestower
the bestower
of all boons.
of all boons.
Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Om
Om
Namaste
Namaste
Bahurupaya
Bahurupaya
Varadamurtage
Varadamurtaye
Paramatmane
Paramatmane
Swaha
Swaha
Om
Om
Hreem
Hreem
Idam
Idam
Sachandana
Sachandana
Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
We will be continuing with the repetition from tomorrow. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, this incense smoke is made of the sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadhyassu Manoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hreem एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes darkness from everywhere. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadīpaha Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabāhyābhyantarajyotirdeepoyam pratigrihyataṃ. Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadevadevi Swarupāya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of the food. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkaradi Vinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara. Om Hrim Idam Shopakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Sujirva Yasya Smaranamatrataha Shuddhimapnoti Tasmaite Punarachamaniyakam. Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodak Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Yajate Imam Janatagum Sangrinhaniti Dvadasharatni Rashana Bhavati Dvadashasa Samvatsaraha Samvatsarameva Vanunde Maunji Bhavati Urgvai Munjaaha Urjameva Vanunde Chitra Nakshatram Bhavati Chitram Va Etat Karma Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayāravinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation of the universe, Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance of the universe, and Shiva, who is the rejuvenation of the universe. I surrender to that Guru. Guru is all the three put together in a single form. I surrender to the Guru, who is omnipresent and who has also given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru, who has with the brush of wisdom opened my eyes, blinded by ignorance. I surrender to the Guru, who by giving the knowledge about the self has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru, who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primal Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Tower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thoughts, and who is beyond emotions, and who is beyond the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and close your eyes till the end of the mantra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnuho Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः ॐ नित्यानन्दम् We will now be beginning with the Paramashiva Puja. The first is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with an udrini of water. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udrini of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is Sakalikaranam, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva inside our own body. Please close your eyes. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva's energy radiating throughout your body. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your inner space. We will now be invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body, filling us with the space of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Now, using your left hand, wipe the front and back side of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back side of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in a Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your palms together, bring your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the tips of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your ring finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your ring finger. Om Him Vamadevaguhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now bring your palms in front of you. Bring your thumbs touching the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now bend your thumbs inwards and now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your lip. Murtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now with the base of your index finger. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now keeping your thumbs and little finger together, touch your respective knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadevaguhyaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now with the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandamanda. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Voshate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest, keeping your index finger in form of a hook, and uncross your arms, moving them around of your head and bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and the left thumb onto your right palm. Om Hastaya Bate. Now with your right hand, index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Humpate. Using your right hand, index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around you, the 8 directions and down and up. Om Hastraya Pate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is Samanya Arghya Stapana, energizing the water with which you worship Bhagwan Paramashiva. Now please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood paste into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb around the Panchapatram in all the 10 directions. Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dhenu Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next, we'll be entering into the Avahana, invoking Bhagwan Paramashiva into our Atmalinga. Now offer a flower to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, meditating on the form of Bhagwan Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Kadikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indhuni Papanchamuka Hastadashayuktam Shulamrigatankama Sivajrama Bayam Syat Pashavaradangkushamanijwalana Vame Shvetakawalasana Sadashiva Swarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke Bhagwan Paramashiva into your Atmalinga. Request him to receive all of your offerings. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Bring your hands into fists parallel to each other. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humphat Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Now rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avakunthana Mudram Japradarshya. Now we will be entering into the Upachara Puja. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Padyam, Argyam and Achamaniyam. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Arghya Patram while chanting the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Padyachamanargyam Dattva. The next offering is Naniyam, the sacred bath for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the water in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva as you chant the following mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Snananantaram Achamaniyam Samarpayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastre Yagnopavita Uttari Abharanartam Akshatam Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. On top of the sandalwood paste, please offer the kumkum at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next offering is Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhavasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Om Sharvasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Om Ishanasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha. Om Pashupate Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Om Ugrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Om Rudrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhimasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Hater Devaya Namaha. Om Hatto Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilva Patram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of incense to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please offer a flower on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle some water on the incense stick stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer a flower on the incense stick stand. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Dhupam Agrapayami. Now please take an Uddharani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastra Yapate. Offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an Uddharani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastra Yapate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take an Uddharani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the Uddharani of water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an Uddharani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of beetle leaves. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hastra Yapate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Karpura Nirajanam Sandarshayami. Now please take a flower in your hands and hover it clockwise over the flame and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra Rakshandharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, a durva grass and akshata in your folded hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri Mantra. Now please hold the Yajnopavita with your right hand and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Moola Mantra Japa. Please close your eyes and chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please keep your hands in the Udbhava Mudra and pour some Samanya Arghya water on your hand and let the water flow through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Yat Kinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shivabadasthasya Bhunkshakshabaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvam Idam Jagate Shivo Yadati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an Udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an Udhrani of water. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Dachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Adi Sulabam. Ayye Adi Sulabam. Anma Vidayayye Adi Sulabam. Ayye Adi Sulabam. ஆன்மவித்தையே அதிசுலபம் நொய்யார் தமக்கு மூலங்கையா.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace.
The fifth chapter, Karma Sannyasa Yogam. Starts with Arjuna's question. Arjuna uvacha Sannyasam karmanam Krishna Punaryoganja samsasi Yasreyayeta yorekam Danme bruhi sunischitam. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, first of all you asked me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" I really feel Arjuna must be playing a game. A person who was a king can never be so dumb. Again and again, Krishna is explaining so clearly in every sloka, but Arjuna is coming back to the same point. Either both of them are playing a game so that the Gita can be delivered to the world, or there is no way Arjuna can be saved. There is no other book which is so clear, so direct. There is no other master who is so straight giving instructions. Again Arjuna asks, "O Krishna, first of all you asked me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" You will never be able to solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Please be very clear. You can never solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Before thinking which will be more beneficial, you should be clear of one point: with what scale you want to measure your benefits. That's a basic thing. What is the scale you are going to use to measure whether you are benefited or not, whether you are successful or not? Before thinking whether you are successful or not, before coming to the conclusion whether you are successful or not, you need to know with which scale you are going to measure your life. Before that, unless you know the scale with which you are going to measure your life, you can't jump to conclusion. Jumping to the conclusion should be done with clear intelligence, small one-liner. What do you call falling out of an airplane without parachute? That is jumping to a conclusion. Jumping to a conclusion. If you do it without a proper scale, you are just jumping to a conclusion. You don't know where you are landing. Before understanding, before measuring your life, whether you are successful or not, you should be clear with what scale you are going to measure your life. In the end of the day, if you are going to measure your life with the scale of dollars, then you have to work only for dollars. In the end of the day, you know with which scale you are going to measure your life. So from morning till evening, you will work only for that goal. End of the day, you know, yes, this is the scale with which I am going to measure my life. You can come to a conclusion whether you are successful or failure. But by the time you reach the evening, the very scale changes. Then what to do? In our life, when we start our life, the scale is different. When we end our life, the scale with which we are measuring whether we are successful or failure, the very scale changes. I can tell one thing, fortunately the scale changes. Only for a matured person scale changes. If you learn the lessons from existence, if you learn the lesson from life, the scale with which you will measure your life, whether you are successful or not, should change. If it does not change, please be very clear, you are going to take one more life from zero. Where you left, you are going to start your life from the same point. Unless you learn the lesson, you are not going to end the game. You are going to play the same game again and again and again. If the scale changes, the scale with which you measure whether you are successful or not, if it changes, it shows you are getting mature. If it stays with the same scale, dollar, if it stays with the same scale, money, please be very clear, not only you will not be able to measure your life clearly, second thing, you will be sure failure, third thing, you will again start your whole game from day one. From day one, how you came to the planet Earth, with the same maturity, you will start your next life also. In all three ways, you will be a failure. A man whose scale has not become mature is a very important thing. If only dollar is your scale, if only outer world comfort is your scale, be very clear, again and again you will feel you could have done little more. You could have done little more. I could have done little more. I think I missed. Let me tell you a small story. One barber, king's barber, that guy used to live a very happy life. Every day morning he will go and shave king's face. King will give 10 coins. He will come back to the house. He will live his life happily with the 10 gold coins. Next day he will again go, shave the barber's face, shave the king's face, come back, have his 10 coins salary, live his life. His life was really beautiful, blissful. Nothing to bother about. There is nothing about which he is worried. He was happy. One day, when he was coming back from King's palace, suddenly he heard a voice. He heard a voice, booming voice. Dear son, do you want pot filled with gold coins? This man said, pot filled with gold coins. But what am I going to do? I have no use for that. My expense is $10 and that is enough. My expense is just 10 gold coin. That is enough. I don't need anything more. The booming voice says, all right, I'll give you 24 hours to think. You can go to your house, you can discuss with your wife, come back tomorrow and tell me. This poor guy, he could have at least kept quiet. He went and opened his mouth to his wife. Now you know. You fool, don't you have sense? You should have brought that jar. And you never did this for me, you never did that for me. Throughout my life, I am wearing the same saree. You have never given me any jewelry. You never got this for me. You never took me here. You never took me there. What did I enjoy after marrying you? I always tell, marriage is 3-ring circus. One is engagement ring. Next is wedding ring. Third is suffering. Engagement ring, wedding ring and suffering. She starts shouting at him. This guy says, all right, don't worry. The booming voice has given me time. Till tomorrow morning, I have time to decide. Next day morning, I will talk to him and get the pot. He goes there. Next day morning, he asks that voice, please give me that jar. Immediately, Yaksha is appearing there. Yaksha means a man who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. Who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. In India, there will be a lot of these agricultural fields. They will keep 2-3 dogs. The dogs neither they will eat nor they will allow other animals to come and eat. Same way, if you have wealth, neither you enjoy nor you share with others. You are called Yaksha. Yaksha is a person who has got wealth, neither he enjoys nor he shares with the world. I always tell people, either you do dana or you become mahadani. If you do dana, little bit you will share and you will also enjoy. Others also will enjoy. If you don't do small danas, you will become mahadani. Means you will leave everything and go away. Once for all. Yaksha is a person who has got enough wealth, but he never enjoys and never shares with others. Somehow he appears and he says, have this jar. This jar has got 990 gold coins. Just 10 gold coins less. Just 10 gold coins less. The guy brought the gold jar back to the house. He is very happy that he can spend it for at least 990 days. He can be happy. He spends $10, at least 99 days he can spend. The moment wife got the jar, she said, "What is this? The jar is not the jar is not overflowing. There is something missing." He said, "I don't know. This is the way I got the jar. The Yaksha told me it is a little less." She started worrying. If it is full, overflowing, how nice it will be. It would have been so nice. Anyhow, next day, the barber comes back. She takes all the gold coins and puts it in that jar. She wants the jar to overflow. Again, the jar is little low. It is not full, because Yaksha's jar never gets filled. Yaksha's jar means your mind. Your mind is Yaksha's jar. Yaksha's jar is made of our kapala, our head. However you may have, whatever you may get, in 10 days you will feel it is not sufficient. In 10 days your mind will take everything for granted. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Without that, as if your life will not move. That's a basic important thing for your life. Once you achieve it, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. The mind is such, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Once you achieve, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. She feels there is something missing. Next day again, she takes the money from barber and puts it in the jar. Again it is little low. It's almost, but it is not full. Continuously 1 week she is not giving food for barber. She is not giving anything to him. She takes away all the money and she wants only one thing, that jar should overflow. By 1 week, this fellow has become tired, dull. His face has become very dull. King started inquiring, what happened? You used to look so fresh. What happened to you? For last 1 week, you are tired. And you started thinking about something. You have started worrying. What happened to you? Did you accept Yaksha's jar? King asks him, did you accept any gold part from anybody? Suddenly, Barber is just shocked. He says, "Oh king, how do you know?" King says, "Whomsoever is suffering in this country, whomsoever is unhappy in this country, all of them have accepted Yaksha's jar. Please be very clear. Go back to your house and see, do you have a Yaksha's jar or not? If you are worrying, if you are suffering, there is every chance in your house you are having Yaksha's jar. If you have Yaksha's jar, of course, when I say Yaksha's jar, it may not be there in your house, it will be there in your head. Yaksha's jar is made out of kapala, means the head, which always makes you feel you are not enough, you are not complete, you are not full. The head which makes you think continuously you are not enough, you are not complete, is what is Yaksha's jar. When you go back to your house, check once. Do you have Yaksha's jar in your house? Be very clear. Sometimes Yakshas hand over the jar in the form of bank balance. Don't think you may have just a bar, you may have just a jar. Don't think it will be just only in the form of a jar. It may be in your mind. Man who is continuously feeling that he is not fulfilled, or man who is measuring his whole life with the scale of wealth, will never feel fulfilled, because he has got Yaksha's jar in his house. He will have only more and more suffering. Yaksha's jar will never be fulfilled. Yaksha's jar will never be filled. First we need to understand with what scale you are going to measure your life, whether your life is beneficial or not. That itself has to be defined. Only then you can enter, you can choose the path. The end of the day, end of your life, at the end of your life, how you are going to measure your life, that whether it was successful or not. Now itself let you be very clear. What is the scale? Here Arjuna asks, Sanyasam karmanam Krishna punar yoganja samsasi yasreya yedayo regam danme bruhi sunischitam. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two, karma or sannyasa, which of the two is more beneficial? We are all again and again asking this question to ourselves. Man is dilemma. Please be very clear. Your mind is nothing but dilemma. Your mind will be alive as long as you are caught between the extremes. The moment you come to any single conclusion, you will be liberated. The moment you reach any conclusion, you will be liberated. You will be ignorant as long as you are moving from this extreme to that extreme. Don't say ignorance is bliss. If ignorance is bliss, why so many people are suffering in the planet Earth? Why do you think so many are suffering? Ignorance is not bliss. Innocence is bliss. That is different. Innocence means you will not carry a scale with which continuously you will be measuring your life. Ignorance means you will have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill your life according to your scale. If you neither have scale nor have a goal, then no problem. But here, you have intelligence, you have intellect, you have enough of intellect to have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill it. That is what I call ignorance. First thing we need to understand is man as such is a disease. The first and last disease is dilemma. Dilemma is the disease with which he starts his life and ends his life. I can't even say ends. He will be in a dilemma whether to end or not. It is just taken away from him. It is just taken away from him. Why do you think worry kills more people than work? Because more people worry than work. Worry is nothing but dilemma. Here, Arjuna is having a dilemma. Which is more beneficial for me? If you look into the whole life as a utility, some way of benefit, please be very clear, you are creating, you are building your own hell. Life has no separate benefit. Life itself is benefit. You cannot measure your life whether it is success or failure with a scale. If you have a scale, please be very clear. If you don't achieve, you will feel life is a failure. If you achieve, you will face the depression of success. That's all. Both the way, you are going to be in trouble. Life itself is a benefit. If you ask which of the two is more beneficial, that also more beneficial. Business mind, a pure business mind, with the life you cannot do business. Whole life cannot be business. Be very clear. At some point, you need to relax from business. You need to relax from the business mentality. I always tell people, at least half an hour per day, at least 30 minutes per day, do something which will not get dollars for you. Some painting, some writing, some poetry. When you start painting itself, don't start thinking of a big gallery. I'll make all these paintings and put gallery in New York and make money. When you start writing few poems, don't start thinking of Nobel Prize. I'll publish this and it will become like Gitanjali, then I will have Nobel Prize. No. Without thinking about any result, benefit, just do something. Go to a place like this, some temple, clean it, wipe it. Don't think, I will become leader of volunteer batch. The moment you take the broomstick in your hand, start mopping, start cleaning the room, start cleaning the temple, you start planning how to have a volunteer batch and how to become leader of that batch. All you need to do is only one thing, a simple technique. The whole thing is now reduced to one line message. Let all your mental thoughts, let all your physical deeds be directed towards the gratitude to the divine. Don't work out of fear or greed, because whatever you achieve out of your greed, you are not going to feel fulfilled. It's like a pouring ghee into the fire. Can you quench the fire by pouring ghee into it? Never. So you will never be able to feel the fulfillment. So all your actions done out of greed will only make your senses weak and tired. Same way, all your laziness done out of fear will only make your mind restless, because you may not do anything physically, but your mind will be worrying. If you have become karma yogi out of greed, your senses will be only weakened, because how much you will run? All the running will make only your senses weak. If you become sannyasi out of fear, again, you may not do anything physically, but whole day you will be sitting and worrying. A small story, one-liner. When a man don't have money, the problem is money. When he has got money, the problem is sex. When he has got sex, the problem is comforts. When he has got comforts, when everything goes well, he starts worrying about the death. He has started bothering about the death. He has started thinking about death. Something or other will be going on in your mind. Don't think people who have become sannyasis, who are sitting in the Himalayas, they are in the bliss. They are in ecstasy. No. Unless they change the attitude, they cannot experience joy. Unless the attitude changes, they cannot experience bliss. Bliss is directly related to your attitude. Being, doing and having. Your whole life will be directed to doing and having if you are caught in fear and greed. If you center yourself into the being, doing and having, both will happen through you with a tremendous ecstasy. Never work out of greed because that is waste. Never work out of fear. Again it is waste. Never become silent out of fear because there is nothing to lose. Never become silent out of fear because why should you be afraid? Whether you are afraid or not, everything is going to be taken away. Why not be blissful? Same way, never work out of greed because whatever you achieve is going to be taken away. Then why should you waste your life in working? Both the corners. Understand? There is a beautiful story. One man goes to Ramakrishna and asks for money as a blessing. Ramakrishna will never bless for money. He will never bless for money. He goes to Ramakrishna and asks, Master, please bless me. I should have wealth. Finally, Ramakrishna says, all right, let you have wealth. You will be surprised. He was working. He was not working. Actually, he used to collect paper from road. The roadside, he will collect the papers. And he will go to house and collect the old paper. And make money out of it. He used to make his living out of it. The day Ramakrishna blessed, something happened. Within 10 years, he became the owner of a very big magazine called Ananda Bazar Patrika. If you are from Calcutta, you know. The founder of Ananda Bazar Patrika is disciple of Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna blessed him, you will have wealth. Till today the magazine is running. And you will be surprised. You don't have kids. You don't have kids. In the end of the life he says, oh God, now I realize I asked for wealth from Master. Now I understand. Throughout my life I did only one thing. I worked like a donkey, that's all, nothing else. I created the whole thing and I am now leaving it and going away. I just worked for somebody who is going to enjoy this wealth. So if you work out of greed, please be very clear, one day you will repent. One day you will repent. Why do you think parents are so possessive of children? Because they have vengeance inside. I worked, created so much wealth, I am leaving it for you. Why don't you fellow obey from my words? Listen to my words. All the possessiveness comes because you suffered and created the wealth. That is why you have so much of possessiveness. You try to control them so much. If the wealth is created without suffering, when you give also, it will be like a graceful. You will give gracefully as a gift. You will not bind him in so many ways. You will not torture him. You will not expect him to do so many things. You will not play with your wealth. You will clearly write will in an open way. Why do you think people write always their will secretly? Why do you think people write their will secretly? So that they will be dangling the carrot. It is nothing but dangling the carrot. The guy should be continuously behind them. The person who has created wealth out of suffering, when he gives the wealth, he will share, he will give the suffering also. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I hear that father's parents' karma will come to the son. Children, is it true? Surely the sins and merits of the parents will not come to you, but the mental setup will come to you. Because they will try to force that on you. They will try to force that mental setup on you. They will expect that you should live as they want. They will try. We always try to fulfill our ambitions through our kids. If you want to become doctor, if you have not achieved, if you have not become doctor, you try to fulfill your ambition through your kids. You try to fulfill your ambitions through the next generation. Never do that. If you do that, you will be destroying their life. You will be sharing not only your wealth, your suffering also. The man who created the wealth out of suffering will give suffering to the person to whom he gives the wealth. And next thing, if he is not able to torture the son or the daughter who is receiving the wealth, he will start suffering. If he knows this fellow is not going to listen to me, he is not going to live as I want, he will start suffering. I am leaving all these things, believing him. I don't know what will happen. I don't know what he will do. When he dies, he will have worst death. He will be like a yaksha. He will come back and sit on the property. Be very clear. He will not let even his son to enjoy that property. He will come back and sit on that property. I have seen many litigation cases. The parents, when they give their wealth to kids, somehow or other, even after 30, 40 years, the kids will not be able to enjoy that wealth. Be very clear, it means the property is with yaksha. The guy has come back and he is sitting as yaksha in the property. Neither he will enjoy nor he will allow others to enjoy. If the property will be in Indian litigation, Indian court. In Indian courts, you know, when judgments come. The last judgment day. Only on that day all the judgments are given. And when the last judgment day, neither you know, nor I know. I don't know whether God knows or not. There is a small story. American president goes to God and asks God, when our country will become number one? God says, 50 years. Then he thinks, array 50 years, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. He starts weeping. Next, Russian president goes and asks God, God, when will our country become first? He says, 100 years. Oh, neither I will be alive nor my son will be alive. He starts weeping. Indian chief, he goes and asks God, God, when will India become chief? God starts weeping. I don't know whether I will be alive or not. Till that time, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. So be very clear, whenever the judgment comes, it takes its own sweet time. For a file to move from one table to another table, if file grows the leg and moves by itself, only then it is possible. Otherwise, it takes its own sweet time. What to do? Truth has to be told, nothing else can be done. We have to share the truth. It means the yaksha is sitting. Again and again, we share what we create. That's what I always tell people. If the wealth is created out of pain body, you will transfer the pain body also to the next generation along with the wealth. If it is created out of just relaxed mood, out of voluntary decision, or I can say without any strong motivation. One important thing we should understand, working without motivation is completely unheard in the West. all the people who are working in the field of mind, psychologists, psychiatrists, the people who do research in the field of mind, all the scientists always emphasize, without motivation you cannot work. That is why so many motivational gurus in the West. West is haunted by motivational gurus. So many motivational gurus. Please be very clear. These scientists, these psychologists, these doctors have come to the conclusion after doing analysis on patients, not on an enlightened man. They never had a specimen of a Buddha. They never encountered an enlightened man. That is the reason they say work without motivation is impossible. I tell you, work without motivation is the only work. Work without motivation will never make you tired. Will never make you tired. Every moment you will be ecstatic. You will be working out of bliss. First he gives the technique to enter into that state. Then he says, if you can stay in the same state, you are liberated. In Sanskrit we call viraga. Understand? Viraga means going beyond attachments. Vairagya. Going beyond. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means going beyond attachment and detachment. Going beyond desires and desirelessness. Let me read the sutra. I'll give the translation of the sutra. Then enter into the sutra. Enter into the truth. When some desire comes, consider it. Then suddenly quit. Suddenly unclutch and experience the truth in you. See, a very simple sutra. Very simple. That is why it's so complicated. All simple things need you to be simple. Understand? When the truth is delivered in a simple way, they take it for granted. You are already in a simple space, in an innocent space. Here, Shiva is delivering a beautiful truth. I can say, this is essence of all spiritual literatures. Essence of all spiritual literatures. One more thing you need to understand. Never you can have the benefits of spirituality unless you practice it, go into it honestly. People come and ask me, Swamiji, is there a shortcut to enlightenment? I tell them, only when you drop the idea of shortcut, you will achieve enlightenment. As long as you have the idea of the shortcut means what? Trying to grab something without putting your energy or effort to it. Fortunately, there is no shortcut to enlightenment. Otherwise, you will suffer. See, great energy, great understanding, great truths should happen to us only when we are matured enough to receive it. When you are not matured enough, if you are just greedy of the truth, seeing a life or joy or bliss of an enlightened being, be very clear, you will create trouble for yourself.
I have seen many times. People see the joy, they see the ecstasy and energy I radiate, and they become greedy of the state in which I am living. But when I ask them to go through the steps, they say, no, this is not what we wanted. Understand? It's real fun. This is not what we wanted. They think just a learning or few words can give you the ultimate truth. No. Physical health or personality development happens as a side effect or as a byproduct when you go towards the enlightenment. But spirituality is not just for your health or your mental well-being or just self-development. Do not stop or do not think that is everything. That is where the problem starts. I have seen people. They see the space in which enlightened being is living, or the joy or the energy radiates, but they can't work to be in that space, to achieve that space. Spiritual growth cannot be extension of your being. There should be a complete unclutching between what you were and what you are. There should be a clear unclutching, disconnection between the past and the present. I have seen in the West many kinds of the self-development programs or the personality development programs becoming successful and popular. They became very successful and popular because they do not teach the true spirituality. They just do a little bit of cosmetic job, like a good cream for skin, or little bit of massage. That's all. And you feel good about it. But the true spirituality is not massage, operation. It is radiation. True spirituality, true enlightenment is straight away penetrating your being. Then you get frightened. Then you get frightened. Shiva is saying here, when some desire comes, consider it, then suddenly quit it, unclutch from it. It's a very strong truth. Straight away he is telling, whenever a desire arises in you, consider, means just see, don't judge. If you judge they are wrong, you will not be able to drop. The moment you say something is wrong, unconsciously you have started enjoying it. Because from the young age, you are trained to enjoy which society says wrong. Shiva is not here just to give you a little massage or just to give you a little cream. No. He is here to straight away transform your whole being. He will put his hand straight away on the tumor and remove it. He will straight away do the radiation. He is talking to a disciple, not just to a visitor. Understand? Visitor is a person who feels greed, towards the joy or the energy which master radiates. Disciple is a person who is courageous enough to go through the process and imbibe the truth. Disciple is totally different from a visitor. Here, Devi is living with Shiva. She is a disciple. First, I should narrate the story of Devi, consort of Shiva. Then you will understand to whom these great truths can be delivered, who is qualified to receive those truths. Devi was born to a king called Himaraja. He was called as a Daksha Raja also. His father was a great king, very big king. Naturally, she lived a luxurious life, very luxurious life. But when she decided, I am going to stay with Mahadeva, stay with Shiva, she just decided, I am going to go and stay with him. Mahadeva, Shiva was living in burial ground, cremation ground. He did not have his own house. He did not have his own home. He is homeless. He is a great yogi, Mahatapasvi. If you see all the things around Shiva, things which society does not want, because he is such a compassionate being, all the useful things he gives it away to the society. His ornaments are very cheap Rudraksha beads, not diamonds and gold. His staying place is a smashana, cremation ground, not any palace. All useful things he gives it away to the society. He uses only what is not useful to the society. When Devi wants to go and stay with Mahadeva, Shiva, her father is objecting. No, you can't go and stay with him. You will not be comfortable. You won't be happy. He doesn't have things to take care of you. She says beautifully, here I may be luxurious but not blissful. With him I may not have the luxury, but I will be blissful. Devi leaves everything and her father is warning her. If you go leaving me, you should not come back, because now it is a prestige problem. Daughter living with some beggar. She said, that's okay. She left everything, went and stayed with Mahadeva in the Himalayan hills. To her, he is teaching. That is why he is able to give the truth straight away. I always tell people, to receive the truth straight away, you need tapas, means austere life. You need to go through the penance. Only then truth can be shared as it is. See, truth presented to people who are just going to use that to develop little bit of their life, like a lubrication. Nothing more than that. Just a lubrication, little bit of lubrication. They will go back to the same life and society and live in the same way. That is one kind of crowd. For them, you can't share the truth as it is. You will have to do a different packaging. Just the way in which their greed can be awakened. They can be satisfied. But there is another one kind of a truth. We call that as Paramarthika Satya in Sanskrit. The ultimate truth, who are really seekers, and who are ready to go through the penance, who are ready to go through the austerity, who are really interested in transformation, not just consolation. I have seen many times people get inspired to enter into the spiritual life just because a little bit of solution which they experience in the beginning. No. I tell them no. Spirituality is not just life solutions. It is life transformation. It is life transformation. You radiating the truth will happen only when you are ready for austerity, only when you are ready for the truth, only when you are ready to leave what you think as you, only when you are ready to disconnect and clutch from what you think as you. When some desire arises, when some desire comes, consider it and then suddenly drop it, unclutch from it. Very simple. In one sutra, Shiva is finishing and he says, just be enlightened. Actually, you don't need more words to experience the truth at all. For any person to become enlightened, this is more than enough. This is more than enough. Here, Shiva is telling the essence of everything. The essence is already here, available. He says, when some desire comes, when some desire arises, unclutch. He is not telling, slowly do, little bit this. No Vishivashi. Straight away he is telling, when some desire arises, consider it. Consider it means witness it. Don't judge. Just see it. See. Then the moment you have seen it, unclutch from it. He is teaching pure renunciation. People may ask, how can it be possible? How can we renounce? Then suffer, nothing wrong. That's all. Simple. People come and ask me many times, renunciation is very difficult, Swamiji. How to renounce? I tell them, don't bother, then suffer. Then life will teach you two things. Either you learn from enlightened master or life will teach you. Life is going to teach you. If you learn from master, it will be a lot more easy because he will talk to you in the language which you can directly understand. Life, the language life speaks, you may not directly understand it. So it will give you strong punches. By the time you start realizing those punches, by the time you start interpreting and understanding the messages conveyed to you through the life, through the incidents in your life, the incidents which it is creating in your life, it will be too late. Understand? Either you learn from master directly, who is talking to you the same English in which you understand, the English in which you also communicate, you also relate. If you learn from him, it will be a lot more easy because you don't have to go through the painful experiences. straight away. See, it's more like he has done a big research and development, and he knows the truths of the inner software. Here he is ready with the software. Just download and start living it. But when you want to create your own software, of course you can. Then you have to live your life, go through the experiences. By the time you learn how to pick up the lessons from the experiences, how to interpret the experiences, you are ready to die. Life is over. Life is over. In Sanskrit, we have two words, anubhava, anubhuti. Anubhava means lessons you learn from the experiences. Understand? Anubhava means the experience, and learning lessons. For example, first you touch the charcoal fire and say, oh, charcoal fire will burn. Then you touch the cigarette fire. Oh, cigarette fire also will burn. Then you touch lighter fire. Oh, lighter fire also will burn. Like this, you touch all varieties of fire. By the time you understand all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burnt. This is what we call anubhava, learning through experience. It goes on and on and on. Next is called anubhuti, learning from intelligence, learning from enlightenment. Example for this anubhuti is, once you touch one fire and get burnt, immediately you realize, oh, all fire will burn. This is called anubhuti. Understand? Anubhava will demand, learning through experience will demand your whole life, painful. In the end, you will say the same thing which Shiva is saying. You will say the same thing which Buddha is saying. You will see the same thing what Jesus is saying. You will see the same thing which Mahavira is saying. All the great masters, what they are saying, you will see it and say it, but it will be too late. It will be little too late. Somebody goes to Ramakrishna, great enlightened being, lived in India in 19th century. I think end of the in 1886 he passed away. He left the body. Great being, great enlightened master. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, is there a way to connect outer world and the inner world and live with both? Ramakrishna says, yes, there is a way. You can enjoy both. But first, you have to achieve the inner world. First, achieve the inner world means first, forget about the outer world. Put your energy, turn your energy towards the inner world. Achieve the inner space. Then suddenly you will see, you will have the outer world but not disturbed by it. He gives a beautiful example. Boat, which always stays on the water, but water should never stay inside the boat. Boat can stay on the water, but water can't stay on the boat. Achieving the inner space, which is not moved by anything, achieving the intense energy and excitement which is independent of anything is a basic need. Here, Shiva is also saying the same thing. First, let you achieve the inner space. Let you achieve the inner space. Unless that happens in you, no help is possible. I have seen many people using the great spiritual truths in a different way, promising to develop yourself as a personality development programs, or to create wealth, or to create some other things of the outer world to you. I can also sell with that packaging. It's not a big thing. It is not a big thing. But understand, the truth, the ultimate truth is totally different. The truth of enlightenment is totally different. And I really feel this happened because you do not go to learn the truth from the source. To reach the source, you need to walk up the hill. So you are now dependent on the bottled waters who are labeling it. No, it is from the source. It may be from the source. By the time they bottle it, label it, and bring it to you, enough corruption has happened. Enough of dilution has happened. Enough of pollution has happened. At least with water, we have some system. We can transport it without pollution, but with the truth, the moment it goes to somebody's head, and if it does not become enlightened, and if it comes out, it is polluted, corrupted. It's already corrupted. I always tell people, even if it is a little difficult, learn from enlightened sources. Learn from authentic tradition. It will be little difficult. They will take little time. They will demand little austerity. They will demand little bit of penance, tapas. They will demand little time and energy and your attention. But you will reach the truth. You will achieve the truth. There is no instant packaging. There is no shortcut for enlightenment. Mahadeva is saying, when some desire arises, consider it, then suddenly unclutch from it. He is not telling, cherish the desire, it's okay. No. He is saying, suddenly unclutch. Before even the mind starts arguing with you, should I unclutch or not? Suddenly unclutch. If you are arguing with the mind, you will never unclutch. I always tell people, don't think before you jump. If you think, you will never jump. See in your life, if you are thinking, you will never jump. You will jump only the moment you stop thinking. Only when you stop thinking, you will take decision. Don't think before you jump. People always tell, think twice before you jump. I say no. If you think, you will never jump. Here Mahadeva is telling, suddenly unclutch. Before even your mind becomes aware, unclutch. You are enlightened. There is a beautiful story. One lady goes to Ramakrishna, great master, and says, Master, my husband is threatening that he will become a Swami, he will leave me and go away. He will renounce the life and go away. Ramakrishna says, don't bother, never it will happen. She was very surprised. She says, no, he is talking very seriously. He is not just joking. Then Ramakrishna tells an incident. Like this, one guy was threatening his wife that I will go away, I will become a Swami, I will renounce and go away. Actually, this is a technique used by frustrated men in India to threaten women. No, really, because in India, women are not economically independent. So if she nags too much, this is the way this guy will respond. So this guy says, I'll go away, I'll become a monk, a Swami. She goes and complains to his elder brother, that guy's elder brother, and says, your brother is threatening me that he will become a Swami, please advise him. Elder brother says, don't bother, never it will happen. Again she is asking, how you say never it will happen? He is very serious, he is talking really seriously. He says, no. How a person will become a Swami, understand, now see. And just this guy took his cloth and threw it away, just took one towel and went away, left the house and became a Swami. The elder brother shows, this is the way people will become a Swami. And he really became Swami. Person who talks will never do. Person who is thinking will never do. Person who is thinking will never jump. Ramakrishna tells this story and tells her, consoles her, don't bother, person who threatens will never move. Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take one or two steps but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones, I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it, courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking one or two steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your mind, then this is technique for you. If somebody is, people come and tell me, Swamiji, what you teach is really wonderful, amazing truth. But how to practice? I am not so mature to practice these great truths as it is. Then I tell them, suffer a little more and come back. the truth as it is, the truth as the truth, just transforms, just makes you completely a different being. Whenever some desire arises in you, consider it, see it, witness it, understand it. Suddenly, before your mind is ready with arguments, unclutch from it. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. When you suddenly unclutch, a quantum jump will happen in you. If you are announcing step by step, you will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. You will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. Step by step, never growth happens. Enlightenment is either now or never. Complete yes or complete no. Never happens step by step, never point by point, never like a degree, no. Never like a gradual process. Powerful technique which you can use it every day, even when you sit morning. If you feel the hunger or thirst, desire to drink water, food, just sit with the desire. Consider it. Don't say right or wrong. Just unclutch before your mind brings up any argument. You may ask, then I should not eat or what? That is secondary. When you are really hungry, when it goes beyond unclutching, you will simply eat. That is different. But this unclutching can surely reduce the number of times and the quantity which you eat. Any desire, whether it is about anger, desire to express your anger, or desire to express your lust, desire to express anything, or desire for some object, just sit, consider the desire, and suddenly, before even your mind is ready, unclutch from it. Unclutch from it. Shiva is giving so many wonderful methods for so many different kinds of beings. The today's technique is for powerful, intense, courageous seekers who are tired of their same way of living, who are really tired of dilemmas, who have suffered enough with their mind, who have lived enough, and who understand the cunningness of their mind. This technique is for them. This technique is for those courageous few living beings. Suddenly decide, when you consider a desire, suddenly decide that you will unclutch over. And do not allow the arguments, and just be with that unclutched space. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Maybe now for a few minutes we can sit effortlessly and try how we are able to practice this, how we are able to internalize this. Understand, this technique is not even to be practiced every day. No. This is supposed to be practiced effortlessly, internalized effortlessly. Suddenly at one day, you will unclutch. From the very desire of holding on to this body, you will just unclutch. Now, close your eyes for a few minutes. I'll guide you how to consider the desires and how to suddenly unclutch from it before your mind brings any argument. Please close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. If some desires are arising in you, maybe desire to open your eyes or desire to move your body, any desire, just see that desire. Don't judge. There may be so many desires. Do not witness. Do not judge. Do not say right or wrong. Do not suppress. Just see. Don't say, don't think your desire is right or wrong. Just see it. Let your eyes be closed.
Let all the desires arise in you. Don't suppress them. Don't judge them. Don't say they are right or wrong. Just let them happen. Suddenly, before even your mind recognizes, unclutch from all the desire and relax. Do not argue. Do not logically decide. Do not decide based on right or wrong. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. Let your eyes be closed. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. anything comes up, just unclutch. Just disconnect. Don't judge. Don't say it is right. Don't say it is wrong. Just disconnect, unclutch. Om Nithyanandam. Relax. Slowly, very slowly. You can open your eyes. Try, whenever you are caught by strong emotions or strong desires, just sit with it. Don't judge. Don't say right or wrong. Consider it and suddenly unclutch from it without even allowing your logic to question, to come up. When you unclutch, you will see the truth in you. Today's subject is intensity is the key. Make it your very DNA. The only difference between you and Patanjali, you and Buddha, you and Krishna, you and Shiva is whatever they do, they are intense. The difference is not in lifestyle. Please understand. The difference is not in lifestyle. Krishna ate just like you all. Krishna was singing just like you all. He was dancing just like you all. Bhagavatam may not record, but surely you would have done 1, 2, 3. Just like you all. Then what is the difference between you and Krishna? People ask, then what is the difference between me and Krishna? Intensity. He was total. He was intense. Whatever he was doing, he is complete. Whatever he is doing. So Patanjali is trying to teach intensity. I can say just this one sutra is enough. Decide from today, whatever you do, you will be intense. It means whatever you do, you will be inside your body. Many times people come and tell me, no Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation. What it means? And as if people who are meditating, they don't have any other work or not. It is just arrogance. In a way, I tell them, say that you don't feel meditation is that important. Then I can understand. Don't say you don't have time. What for? We say we don't have time for meditation because making money. Because in this country, time is money. I have seen people, many times, people jump, people escape, they don't meditate, they don't do what they enjoy, they don't do some voluntary service, they don't do some spiritual work, they don't do anything and make money and accumulate. They compromise with their values, with their relationship, with their health, with their meditation, with whatever they believe. They compromised everything, made money. Now suddenly recession, that also disappeared. Where everything went, nobody knows. Tuck, the numbers gone, disappeared. At least people who enjoyed their life, meditated, did some spiritual service and lived happily. At least they have the satisfaction that they lived their life. People who tried to convert everything into money, now suddenly that is also gone. Nobody knows where it has gone. That's another one funny thing. Fictions being sold in fractions. Fictions are being sold in fractions continuously. And people have, all of them have put their money in that field where the fictions are being sold in fractions. And suddenly, it's not there. At least people who lived their life, who lived what they wanted, who lived the values which they wanted, now they have the satisfaction. They lived their life. People who compromised, they don't even have that satisfaction. Anyhow, whenever people come and tell me, Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation.
I tell them, just do only one thing. Only one thing. Every day at least 1 hour you spend with your body. Brushing, cleaning, taking bath, dressing, at least 1 hour. I say minimum. That 1 hour decide, you will be with your body. When you are brushing, just be with your teeth. When you are taking shower, just be with your skin. When you are dressing, just be with your body. Just that 1 hour spend with you, that's all. Nothing else. That is enough. You will see so much of transformation will happen in your system. You may think it is too simple. But if you look inside your life, when you start brushing only, you will be sitting in your office and doing all your work. When you are taking bath, you will be cursing everybody in the life. You can see, those are the moments you don't live with you. You don't live with you. Just this 1 hour. That is what Patanjali means when he says intensity is the key. Just be intense in whatever you are doing. Suddenly, so much of transformation will happen. Living intensely, it's what I call living enlightenment. If you are sitting in the chair, feel very clearly, you are sitting. The chair is holding your weight, but you don't relax on the chair. Even now you can see, constantly you are holding yourself. Even though physically chair is holding your weight, you think you are holding yourself. You do not relax, even on the chair. You do not relax. You are not at ease with what is happening. Be intense with whatever is happening. When you are intense with whatever is happening, all your postures are yoga. Please understand. If you are intensely sitting, that sitting is a posture, asana. If you are intensely standing, the standing is asana. Whatever you do with intensity is asana. Asana is not adding movements to your life. It is adding life to your movements. When I was young, I learnt yoga from a great yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri. Very great yogi. He used to teach me yoga in the temple, in the Arunachaleshwara temple, my native place. It's the largest Shiva temple. 25-acre granite construction. 25-acre built-up area in granite. Still, in India, there are thousands of cities. The temple will be the center of the city. And that will be the largest structure of the city. When he used to teach yoga to me, he will make me climb all the pillars. From morning till evening, all the temple stone pillars I have to climb up and down, up and down, up and down. After I grew up, when I started reading the yoga literatures, suddenly I found out this is not yoga. I asked him, why did you make me do that? Because when I was doing, I was really thinking it is yoga. And now I don't see in any book, any reference that it's yoga. He just laughed and said, what needs to be achieved through yoga? Did you achieve through that practice? I said, yes, that I achieved, no doubt. Then it is yoga, relax. He gave me an important key, click. That is the key based on which I have designed the whole Nitya Yoga. The key is, with any intention, you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and it will express itself in your life. With any intention you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and that will become reality in your life. He showed me just by the intensity. You can play with any energy. Any energy. I have seen. You will take a stone, keep it in the hand, create a sound intensely through his tongue, as if he is hitting the stone with a hammer. Just the sound, the stone will go to pieces. The power of intensity. Intensity. He will create a sound as if he is throwing a stone. The fruits will fall from the tree. Intensity. With any intention, if you move your body, that intention will get recorded in your system and will become reality in your life. So be very clear. When you are working, running your life, if you have the intention, it is going to bring only suffering and disturbance and dissatisfaction. You will be attracting that in your life. So having positive intentions and moving your body is yoga. Any movement is okay. Any movement is okay. If the intensity becomes your bio-memory, suddenly you know you are in heaven. You are living enlightenment. You are radiating Jivan Mukti. Patanjali says very beautifully, intensity is the essence. Please understand. Intensity is the difference between religion and spirituality. Without intensity, even meditation will be a ritual. I have seen many people meditating all over the world. Now I know by conducting classes all over the world how different culture, different country people sit and sleep. Everywhere I am seeing how people sit and sleep, how they miss the words, how they sit and sleep. Without intensity, even your meditation will be a ritual. With intensity, even your ordinary activity like walking, talking, eating, sitting will be meditation. It will radiate. With intensity, you will attract that same kind of people around you. The same kind of people you will attract around you. You will feel connected to them. You can see many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, 4 years before I started my spiritual journey, I feel of late the whole world, everywhere spiritual awakening is happening. No. Actually, when you start journey, suddenly you will see in your life, you will start attracting spiritual people, spiritual ideas, spiritual magazines, spiritual websites. All those things will automatically start coming in your life. You will see people giving you that kind of gifts, that kind of books. You will start feeling connected to those things. World is not becoming spiritual. Your world is becoming spiritual. So with intensity, you will attract right people around you and you will feel connected to right people. Without intensity, even if right people happen around you, you will miss. I know thousands missed me. I know thousands lost me. Without intensity, even if I happen in your life, I'll just become memory. I'll only be vacation happened in your life, not life itself. With intensity, even if you have not had me physically in your life, You will be living with me. You will be living with me. Without intensity, even if it happened in your life physically, you miss. You will miss. It will be just lost. Intensity is the ultimate truth. Today morning in the press meet, one journalist asked me, what's the difference between religion and spirituality? If it is taught to you by somebody, anything it may be, it's religion. If you discovered the truth of it by applying it in your life, it is spirituality. It is spirituality. Till you discover, it is religion. Only when you discovered it, it is spirituality. Intensity is the key for discovering it. That is the key for discovering it. Let's enter into the sutra, Patanjali's sutra. The 20th sutra, the sutra which I was commenting in the last discourse. I want to continue. And then today's sutra, I'll expound. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. Patanjali explains the science of Samadhi, science of enlightenment. Let me give you the translation. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. The path of highest Samadhi is attained by people by faith in the path, energy directed on the path, repeatedly bringing to awareness, concentration and discrimination. In the last discourse, I have spoken on Shraddha and Virya, means the faith in the path, energy directed on the path. Now, I will speak on the other three things, 5 quality: Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna. Shraddha means faith, feeling connected to the spiritual ideas. Second, Virya means intensity, energy directed on the path. Third, Smriti, bringing your awareness again and again back to the spiritual path. The third idea, Smriti. This is what I wanted you to understand first. Please understand. Bringing the truth again and again back to your life. Bringing the remembrance again and again back to your life. See, when you are in depression, if somebody comes and talks to you and gives you the right idea, right click to come out of the depression, what great service that person is doing to you. Or if you yourself are able to do that service to you, how great your life will be. The ability to do that service to yourself is what I call Smriti. Remembering the great truths, in the life again and again, and elevating yourself to live the intense spiritual life, to experience the truth, is what I call Smriti. See, in our life, at some time, all of us experience some strong truths as a click, as an experience. Suddenly, some truths will click with you. Either when you are fighting with your spouse, or fighting with your boss, or sitting depressed, or some time in your life when you lose money, or when you are some parts of your life, these great truths will click. You will have those great truths as experience. The big problem is you don't remember the same truths with that same clarity if the same problem comes back again. That is where the problem starts. If you can bring those same truths back to your being, when those same problems come again, you will be living enlightenment. I always tell people, every day spend at least half an hour with some spiritual literature. People ask me, why? What is it going to do something? I have read all these books already. No, relax. You might have read. That does not mean you remember. Read, reread, reread, reread. Assimilate these ideas again and again. You will see. Whenever you go through a low mood, you remember these great ideas, you will start living them. Smriti means remembering your true self again and again. I can say, remembering to unclutch again and again is what Patanjali calls Smriti. Whatever may be the complication, remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Maybe after 2-3 days, you will forget. You will be caught and you will be suffering. Suddenly remember, no, let me unclutch. Whenever you remember, come back. Come back to the center. Come back to the peace. Unclutch. You will see. The constant remembrance is so powerful, so strong. That is the ultimate technique. All the rituals, spiritual literature, temples, everything is created. Everything is created just for this one idea, smriti, remembrance. All over the world, so much of wealth is invested in spiritual books, in spiritual infrastructures, so many spiritual things. Just one reason. You need to be reminded. You need to remember. That's all. You need to remember the truth. That's all. Nothing else. I am building temples all over the world. Just today morning, one journalist asked me, Swamiji, all over the world you are building temples, organizations, ashrams, monasteries. Why? I told one word. Just to remind people about these great truths. That's all. Nothing else. Soon, in few days, in San Jose, you may have a temple. It's just for reminding you the truth. Reminding you the truth. Smriti. When temples don't remind you the spiritual truths, they are not useful. When books don't remind the spiritual truths to you, they are not useful. When your life don't remind the spiritual truths to you, it is not worth living. Remembering the spiritual truths again and again and again is the essence. Please understand, Patanjali says, just by remembering, you can fall into samadhi. He is not giving this as a morality or inspiration. No. He says this is a science of samadhi. Ramakrishna says, the moment I see some villager from Chaitanya's village, I fall into samadhi. Just remembering that person, his village is Chaitanya's place, and the village remains Chaitanya, and Chaitanya remains Krishna, Krishna remains the enlightened consciousness, and he is already in samadhi. The right remembrance can straight away transport you to samadhi. The wrong remembrance can immediately put you in depression. This word all of you can understand, because it's your experience. A wrong word can put you in samadhi immediately. The right remembrance. Wrong words can put you into depression immediately. The right remembrance can put you into samadhi immediately. For right remembrance only, smriti only, the satsangs, temples, rituals, everything is created. See, rituals are nothing but everyday reminding your godliness. Before doing any ritual, the first mantra is called Manasa Puja, remembering your soul as God and worshipping that. Only then you worship that same consciousness in the deity. It means what? The puja is nothing but remembering the great truths. Smriti. If you have remembrance, you don't need anything from the outer world. If all these outer world things do not remind you, then they have no use. Then they have no use. Smriti, the mala, bracelet, everything is just for remembrance. Smriti, nothing else. It's not for any other reason, just reminding you. Whenever you see them, you remember these great truths. This mala, bracelet and all is to help you not to forget the truth. But sometimes people forget that itself. Reminding the truth, smriti. The next truth, Patanjali says, prajna. Samadhi and prajna. Samadhi means constantly trying to be in the deep silence, the gap between the two thoughts in your inner space. See, the gap between the two thoughts of your being. You again and again experience samadhi every moment in your life. The problem is, you don't have patience for that gap. You are running without even knowing why you are running. I have a story for you. An overweight man went to the doctor who advised him to lose 10 pounds. The doctor recommended that the man should run 5 miles every day for the next 100 days. The patient phoned the doctor exactly 100 days later. Doctor asked, "Have you lost the weight?" Patient said, "I have, but I am not at all happy with the situation." Doctor asked, "Why?" This guy says, "Because I am 500 miles away from home." The fool is running, not turning back. Sometimes you are also just running, not looking in the gap, not coming back. If you are continuously running, you might have achieved 500-mile goal, but you will not be in home. Same way, if you are continuously running behind your mind, you may achieve what you want in the outer world, but you will not be in the home. You will be far away from the home. So come back to the gap. Coming back to the gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. Make time. Make time to come back to the gap. Don't say I am not able to. Every moment the gap is happening inside you. Because of the gap only the next thought is able to come. Understand? It's like the fish tank, water bubbles coming up. It may look that all the bubbles are interconnected, but they are not. There is a gap. Same way, you may feel the thoughts are continuously connected. No, there is a gap. Relaxing in that gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. The fifth idea Patanjali is sharing is prajna, means discrimination. I can say the pure consciousness which awakens discrimination. That's what is prajna. Because discrimination word is too poor word for prajna. It's too poor word for prajna. The big problem is the Sanskrit can never be translated as it is. I have to use many words only to give you the concept which is expressed through that sutra. Discrimination, please understand, consciousness which awakens the discrimination. When you are aware, when you are conscious, you can never make a mistake. You can never make a mistake. When you are conscious, constantly you respond to the situation in the present moment. See, if you are not conscious, you act based on your engrams, not based on the truth, your own intimate experience. If the prajna is there, you act based upon your own intimate personal experience. If the prajna is missing, you act based on the samskaras, hearsay, what they will say, what he will say, what the other will say. From the samskaras, the person who is operating from prajna will have a deep discrimination. He will have very deep discrimination. I have a story for you. Two gas company servicemen, one old, one young, were calling on houses in a neighborhood, checking the meters. At the final house on their round, a lady watched through the window as they checked the meter. Their truck was parked at the end of the street. Suddenly these two guys thought of having a small game. They decided between them to prove their fitness. Who will reach the truck first? The older man challenged the youngster to a race. As they ran to the truck, they were surprised to find the woman from the last house huffing and puffing right behind them. What is wrong? They asked that lady. She gasped and said, when I saw two gasmen running as hard as you can, I figured I would better run too. Sometime you are also running behind gasmen, not knowing why they are running. When the prajna is not there, you run based on samskaras, fear, not based on the real experience. With prajna, with consciousness, you will be very clear what I mean by the word consciousness. Please understand. Just when I started the discourse, what I said, just being inside your skin. Just be inside your skin. Deal the persons, situations, places, everything directly. everything straight. Be inside your skin and deal the things directly. Then you will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can, what you can't, what is your life, what is your goal, everything. You will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't want. There won't be any confusion. There won't be any confusion. You will be just straight. I have a story for you. A woman went with her husband for his routine medical checkup. But afterwards, the doctor took her to one side and said, I am afraid I have some bad news. Unless you adhere to strict routine, your husband will die. Every morning, you must give him good, healthy breakfast. You must cook him a nutritional meal at night. Furthermore, you must not burden him with household chores. And you must keep the house spotless and germ-free. I know it places a great deal of work on your shoulders, but it really is the only way to keep him alive. On their way home, the husband asked his wife what the doctor had said to her. Oh, she replied, he said, you are going to die. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't. With consciousness, there is no confusion. There is no confusion whether you can do or can't do. The dilemma between can and can't will not be there. The dilemma between want or don't will not be there. The power of consciousness, prajna, will remove agnya. Please, agnya means ignorance. Prajna means beyond ignorance. As long as you have ignorance, be very clear, you do not have prajna. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Buddha, I have a huge problem in my country. He's a king. Almost all the kings who were alive in Buddha's period in India were either sannyasis of Buddha or disciples of Buddha. Because he showed in his life, kingdom is nothing. Kingdom is nothing. He showed in his life, the kingdom is nothing. And the great truths of spirituality is the strength. Almost all the kings were his disciples. Either they have taken sannyas and left the kingdom. If they are sitting in the kingdom, they are ruling as Buddha's representative. That's all. Goes and asks, there is so much of confusion in my kingdom. Please give me some advice. How can I sort it out? Buddha says, sit and bring your awareness to your breathing. He says, if I am sitting like this, they will not only take away the kingdom, they will kill me and everything will disappear. Buddha says, just listen to what I am saying. And beautifully, the king expresses, he says, when I listened, I sat with myself consciously. Suddenly I could see the root of the problems. When you see the root of the problems, you have solution. Please understand, when you see the root of the problem, you have solution. The big problem is, sometimes we don't look into the problem and try to find out solution. We don't have patience to look into the problem, but try to find out the solution. That is where the whole problem starts. If you can just look in, you will see, not only you have a solution, suddenly problem dissolves. Problem dissolves. The problem itself do not have its root, the root in which it is rooted, the very root disappears. Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Uvajjayanam, Namo Loye Savasahunam, Eso Vanchanamukkaro, Savapavapanasano, Mangalanancha Savesim, Padamam Havai Mangalam. Today's topic is true knowledge. Everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims what they are teaching is the true knowledge. How to find out what we are hearing is the true knowledge? There should be a scale for satya. There should be a scale for truth. What is truth? There should be definition. There should be clear idea with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone definition of Satya here. Today we are going to enter into the Satya Sutra. He is giving the techniques, methods to find out what you are listening is a true knowledge or not. Through these beautiful sutras, before entering into the Mahavira Sutras, I wanted to discuss few things about this truth so that you will understand the greatness of Mahavira's words. See, one beautiful thing is Mahavira has lived Kshatriya life, the life of a king. To tell you honestly, if somebody has renounced the life of a king, he has seen the truth in reality. Please understand, an ordinary beggar becoming a Swami or renouncing the world, he has nothing to renounce. He has nothing to renounce. You can't even say he has renounced the world or he has achieved something. No. A king renouncing, that is the greatness. King achieving. One more thing, when a king achieves enlightenment, even his expression will be very sharp and to the core, to the point. He will speak to the point because basically he is brought up without fear. King is a guy who only creates fear in others. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't bother. He is not going to use the socially polite words. But a guy who was poor or a beggar or a person who lived in forest, even if he becomes enlightened, he will not talk the truth completely. He has to use the socially polite words. He can't tell the truth which goes against the vested interests of society or king. But when a king becomes enlightened, he doesn't bother. He says the truth in the best way. He presents the truth as it is. Here, the best expression is happening because Mahavira was king. See, one more thing. When you live a life with wealth and richness, you know all the secrets of human mind. Understand? Wealth gathers around you only when you know the secrets of human mind. How to handle human beings who are coming in front of you. Only a person who knows the basic secrets of human mind will acquire wealth, will become a leader. Only he can be a leader. Here Mahavira lived the life of a leader and expressing the truth of enlightenment. Very rare combination. Very rare combination. There are many different expressions by different masters. One, the person who was a beggar or who has never seen the world, just lived a life in forest and did meditation, became enlightened. His enlightenment will be the same, but his expression will not be sharp because his constitution or his mind, his inner software is not created based on fearlessness. One more thing, even after enlightenment, when you settle into the body, when you want to teach, you use the same mental setup which you left. You may not have the greed and fear which that mental setup was having earlier, before its enlightenment, but the setup will be the same. The software programming will be the same. Understand? This is an important revelation which you need to understand. Only then you will be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. If a beggar becomes enlightened, he may not have the fear or greed which he had before enlightenment, but the mental setup of living without possessing anything, or the mental setup of living by begging will be the same. So he has to use that mental setup only to teach, to relate with the world. Understand? The mental setup which you created after enlightenment also, you use the same mental setup. Only one difference, after enlightenment, if you want you can use, otherwise you can drop. You may have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be same. Here Mahavira is having the best software to express enlightenment. The fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth and express it. The one thing what I expressed, that people who did not have anything, renounced the life, became enlightened. There are so many millions of examples I can give for this. Second, people who became enlightened but did not renounce after enlightenment. Example, Krishna, Janaka, all these great masters, they lived as kings, became enlightened, but they continued to live as kings. This is a second kind of a mental setup. One more thing, in this the difficulty is, they will express the truth with a clear software, with more clarity, better than the first group, Better than the first group example is all rishis who lived in forest and became enlightened. They have never seen the world. So that is the first group. The second group who lived as kings, became enlightened, but again continued to be as kings. Here the big problem is their teachings is interpreted, experienced, understood by the people who have vested interests. Understand? When you are talking to your ministers, even if they don't understand, they have to listen. But Mahavir has no captive audience. Mahavir is not talking to captive audience. When Krishna is speaking to his ministers, when he is teaching to Arjuna, practically they are captive audience. Even if Arjuna doesn't want, he can't escape from Krishna. He has to listen because he is receiving some service from Krishna. When your boss makes some joke, you have to laugh. You can't do anything about it. You have to. Same way, when Janak is teaching, his whole court has to listen. They are captive audience. So, the person who is listening, whether he agrees or not, he has to listen. So, complete truth expression is not possible. It's not possible. I don't sit with my ashramites and take these spiritual classes. I give them only the instructions what to do. They ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are not sitting and talking to us like this Shiva Sutras or Jain Sutras and all these sutras. I tell them, you guys are captive audiences. Whatever I talk, you have to listen. No other way. That way, truth can never be expressed. Truth cannot be expressed to a person who is bound to listen. Truth can be expressed only to a person who has got the freedom to doubt and question. Who has got the freedom to doubt. See, you have a freedom. You can doubt me. And you have a freedom. You can put a question. You have a freedom to go out. Only to you, truth can be delivered. Truth can be delivered in its purest form only to a person who is not receiving anything else from a master. If you receive something else from me, apart from truth, you may be sitting here for that. You can't receive the truth. You are not qualified to receive the truth. Here, the whole thing, if you see, has come in a beautiful way. Mahavira is the ultimate category. Was king who became enlightened and renounced the kingdom. He is teaching sitting on the platform of Satya. Only one thing is holding him, Satya. He doesn't have the title. He doesn't have any other title like a king. No. He is heard by the people just because he is enlightened. See, after enlightenment, if you are sitting on the throne of a king, people may hear you because you are king. You don't know what for he is sitting. You don't know why he is listening. You can't say people are sitting just because you are enlightened. They may be sitting because you are a king. There may be some other reason for you to sit. In India, during all our rituals, means the homas, yajnas, yaga, we give free food. But I never give free food during meditation programs. Because people may be sitting for food. I will not know whether they are sitting there to listen meditation or enlightenment or for food. I tell them give free food during yaga, during rituals, not during meditation. It is a disrespect to meditation. I don't want that. There should not be anything else associated with the spiritual truth. No. If you associate anything else with the spiritual truth, the possibility is there, the truth will not be heard properly. it will not be received properly. Here, Mahavir is talking to people who are not bound to him in any way. Who are not bound to him in any way. Seekers. One more thing. Seekers are the most dangerous people. Because you can't bind them. You can't bind them. And there is nothing which can bind them. You can bind them only by love and gratitude. So you can't even use the word binding. It can't be even a bondage. You can keep them together only based on love and gratitude. Here he is talking to a community of seekers who are not receiving anything else from him but truth. They are not there for anything else except truth. And he is not carrying any title. He has renounced all the titles. So nobody is sitting in front of him because he has got some title. Because he is a king of some place or he is somebody. No. People are sitting in front of him just to listen to the truth. He is a pure being without any personality, without any title. See, the word persona comes from a Greek root. In those days, the drama actors, they will use masks. That mask only is called persona. Personality means the mask which you are using. Janak has got mask. He is a king. Ashtavakra has to listen to him. No other way. Or the Sugabrahma, sorry, not Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra actually taught Janaka. Sugabrahma came to listen from Janaka. Sugabrahma has to listen because Janaka is a king. Sugabrahma is a captive audience. He is captured. He has to. Whenever a king speaks, you can't tell anything. But here with Mahavir, there is no other relationship except the master and seeker. The purity of relationship is important to maintain the purity of the teaching, purity of the truth. And one more thing, Mahavir has no vested interest. He is not talking to his people to make them do something. No, there is no ulterior motive. There is no goal. Whatever is said and done, Krishna has got a motive to deliver Gita. All he needs is Arjuna has to fight now. So he has to talk. He has to express the truth in such a way that Arjuna will start fighting. There is an ulterior motive. And not only that, Krishna is running a community. He is running a kingdom. So naturally, his words has to be heard. So the purity of relationship is not there. One more thing, Arjuna was thinking himself as a friend. That's why in Gita he says, Krishna, forgive me. I thought you are my friend. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Shaketi. I called you as Yadava by your community name. I called you as my friend because he was thinking as a friend. So the purity of relationship is not there. You can't deliver a truth to your friend. You can deliver a truth only to a seeker. Here, the best mental setup, best software, and the greatest enlightenment, greatest experience of enlightenment, and right persons with the right attitude sitting in front of Mahavir. So the best truth is being delivered. True knowledge is coming out. He is giving us the scale. He is teaching us what is Satya and how to find out whether something is truth or not. One more thing, even Patanjali, the greatest scientist of the inner world, says apta pramana, the words of an enlightened beings can be accepted as a truth. So that can be considered as a scale. If an enlightened being says, you can take it for granted, it is truth. But Mahavir says no. He doesn't even want to say that anything told by an enlightened being is truth. No. Because who knows whether somebody is enlightened or not? God doesn't give certificate. What to do? We don't have a certificate. So Mahavir goes a step further. He is not accepting apta pramana. He is not accepting Vedas are the ultimate truth. No. Apta pramana is not accepted in Buddhism and in Jainism. Both religions, apta pramana is not accepted. Apta pramana means the words of the enlightened ones. No. They say everything should be scrutinized. There is no such thing as apta pramana. There is no such thing as words of the enlightened beings. No. Everything has to be scanned. Everything has to be analyzed. He is giving beautiful teachings to find out what is truth and which is true knowledge. One more thing, please understand, this true knowledge, this is like a touchstone. If you use the sutras and analyze all your decisions which runs your life, all your ideas which is base for your life, you will achieve Satya. Lord so says, if you are established in truth, you don't have to do any spiritual practice. If you understand this one sutra and redefine all your decisions, ideas, concepts about your life, you don't need to practice any spiritual discipline. You are enlightened this moment. All you need to do is redefine all your ideas. See, there are only few pillars on which your life is standing. Your life is established. Your desires, your idea about yourself, means positioning yourself. How you position yourself in the inner world. Understand, I am not talking about how you position yourself in the outer world. That all of you know, it's not worthy. Not only that, it's a pure lies. All of you know, whatever you may talk about yourself to others, but you don't believe that. You may make others to believe. You really don't believe. Just look inside. You can laugh at yourself. I always tell people, really, when you sit alone and start thinking what all you project as you, actually if you really believe what all you project as you, by now you would have become enlightened. Because Ramakrishna says, Man Muk Ek Karo, means the mind and the words, if you make it as one, you are enlightened. If you believe what you speak about you, you are enlightened. Actually, whatever you speak about you, start believing that in a strong way is also a spiritual practice. Whatever you are talking about you, I am this, I am that, you don't know me, all those things you start believing. But the difficulty is you won't believe, that's the problem. When you try to believe also, your mind will tell, you can talk all these things to others, not to me. If at all you can, people come to me. Many times I have seen, they come to me and they just wanted to throw their weight to impress me. And they come and tell me, you know, I am this, I am doing that, I do so many philanthropical activities, I do this, I do that, I have so much wealth and I give so much and all those things. the end of the conversation, I asked them only one thing. Sir, do you really believe now whatever you said? They say, what? Yes, we do believe. That's why we are talking to you. I tell them, do this only one thing as a spiritual practice. Go back. Now, whatever you told me, write it down. Again and again, help yourself to believe that. That's enough. Either you should tune your mind to your walk, or you should tune your walk to your mind. Either you should tune your words to your mind, or tune your mind to your words. Some one thing all Ramakrishna says is, let your word and mind be tuned. You can do anything. Either talk only what you believe as you, or believe what you talk as you, what you talk about you. Then you won't have pus. You won't have cancer. The gap between the words and what you believe, that space is what I call cancer or depression. If you are carrying a depression in you, be very clear, you have that gap between your words and your being, between your words and what you believe. If you can remove that gap, you will not have the tumor which I call depression. See, any person who does not have depression is enlightened. If you are not enlightened, be very clear, you carry depression. The gap between your word and what you believe as you. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, another one devotee who saw this latest movie, secret movie, he came and told him, I became enlightened from today. And the guy who was talking to him, he is a strong intellectual guy. He took him to task. Within 10 minutes, that fellow lost the enlightenment. He was trying to convince himself for years or months that he is enlightened. This fellow took away his enlightenment in 10 minutes. He is only telling others he is enlightened. He himself is not able to believe. Because anybody can come and talk to you and in 10 minutes you lose your enlightenment. Then what kind of enlightenment? Either you should have courage to really believe what you are talking, or talk only what you believe. See, one thing, important thing, this is an important truth which you should know. Sometime you may radiate enlightenment without even knowing the word enlightenment. I have seen in Himalayas, there was a great Mahatma, one Naga Baba. Naga Baba means doesn't wear clothes. I had the fortune to be at his feet for 6 months. I was blessed, fortunate enough to be at his feet. He will always be smoking ganja, what you call marijuana. Huh? You may think that how can a person who is smoking ganja be enlightened? That's what I also thought. When I went to serve him, you see, traditionally you are supposed to serve elderly sadhus to achieve enlightenment. So before my enlightenment, I was serving. Wherever I see some elderly sadhu, I will go and sit at his feet. I will give them whatever food I can collect and give, beg and give, and wash their vessels, and whatever little help, small help I can do, I used to do. One thing I was surprised, I have never seen him eating, no food and no water, except ganja, nothing else. I was shocked. But such a pleasing person, I don't have any word. When you go and sit around him, you will feel so beautiful. And you will feel like sitting around him because he was so innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. I have never seen him wearing any clothes. He's an Avaduta, Naga, no clothes. And he is not even bothered. He is not bothered about anything around the world, anything which is happening around him in the world. He is just in a high state of samadhi. One day I asked him, Baba, you are such a great person, why are you smoking ganja? And don't you think it is an immoral thing? And people will start smoking, seeing you. And already they are doing. They want only some reference. They want only some reference. And especially a person with a reverence, if he becomes a reference, then you can do anything. I asked him. He said that beautiful word. Fool, you think that a big elephant can be tied inside a small hut? I can't live inside the body without any desire. So I have to just dull myself. Understand? When he said, I saw the authenticity. The other guy also, one more guy came and spoke to me. He said, Swamiji, I am also smoking to put me inside the body. I told him, do whatever that Naga Baba is doing, then do this also. He doesn't wear clothes, he doesn't eat, he doesn't drink. You also do all those things. Then do these things. Then you can justify. You can't just do whatever you want unless it becomes your experience. One important thing I saw in him, when he was telling that I had to dull myself, it was an authentic truth. His mind and his words were in one line. Not only that, when you live around him, you realize he is established in Satya. He is established in truth, not for any vested interests. See, if somebody doesn't eat or smoke, if somebody doesn't eat or drink, they would have made a big business out of that power. But I have never seen him making big fuss about it. If people ask him, why you don't eat, Baba? He says, who will get up and go and cook and eat? Forget about it. He will not even show that it is a big power. You won't even see that ego, that he lives without food and water. No. When you are really established in truth, you will not be aware of your own powers. You will only radiate, but you will not know those words. I asked him, what is Atmajnana? He does not even know that word, but he is an Atmajnani. What to do? He is radiating Atmajnana. He is radiating enlightenment, but he doesn't know the word. And he said, I am fortunate I did not learn about Brahman. I achieved Brahmajnana because I did not learn those words. Same way Ramana Maharshi. When people ask him, what is the Brahmajnana, what is the Atmajnana? He said, I am fortunate I did not learn those words before my enlightenment. Because learning some words may postpone your enlightenment. Sometimes learning too many words will postpone your enlightenment. I always tell people, never read any book which is written by an unenlightened person. Don't read anything which is written by an unenlightened person. No. Because you may create words which will stop your enlightenment. You will create a negative software which is not supporting the enlightenment process. Enlightened person's words will create a positive software in you which is constantly inspiring you towards enlightenment. See, in the end, all enlightened masters will be pushing you towards sadhana, towards enlightenment. One of the Ramakrishna's disciples, his name is Brahmananda. He says, if you read Ramakrishna's words, there is a beautiful book called Kathamrita, Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, we call in English Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, if you read that book every day for 1 year, I assure you will have the darshan of the ultimate. You will experience enlightenment. You will be shocked. How can a person assure, how can a person say that enlightenment in 1 year, guaranteed? I tell you, when you read these master's words again and again, when you listen these great master's words again and again, you create a new software, you create a new mental setup, which reminds you the ultimate truth again and again, which inspires you towards that higher ideal again and again. Every day, you are again put on the track. You are again inspired to run. You are again given the enthusiasm to take up the journey. It's like a everyday inspiration, and it creates a new mental setup. It is true, when you read or listen to the master's words for 1 year, and 1 year is too much time. 1 year is enough to create a mental setup which will radiate enlightenment. It's like there is a light. In every one of you, that light is there. In front of the light, if there is a wall, that light can't shine. If there is a glass, that light can penetrate and it can shine. Putting glass instead of wall is reading enlightened beings' words. As of now, you have a big wall. In front of your light, the Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, the self-effulging light, which is inside your being, you have put big wall. That wall is your mind. If you just put a glass instead of that wall, the glass means the mental setup which can allow that light to express itself. The mental setup which does not block or stop that light expressing itself. You will see that enlightenment is radiating through your senses. It is radiating through your being. See, I can't even say enlightenment needs to be achieved. No. Your senses are supposed to be purified so that that light can penetrate and express through it. That's all. All of you are having it. No doubt about it. All you need to do is purify your body and mind so that you can allow that to express through it, so that it can radiate. Nothing else needs to be done. The purifying mechanism or the alchemy process, you can't even call as mechanism, alchemy process is what I call flooding yourself with this truth, Satya. Vivekananda says, flood your whole being with the truth. Whatever can be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for you and the people who are around you. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you, and you will live completely ease. In the Aghori tradition is the path of science of enlightenment. They work with the human fevers. They say there is 64 kind of a fever which is responsible for our physical and mental imbalances. All your physical disease and mental disease is just because of these 64 fevers. Your anger will be a kind of a fever radiating around you. If you are carrying so much of negative thoughts like a vengeance, violence, you will be radiating a kind of a fever around you. for every kind of a thought trend, you will radiate a kind of a fever. If you are carrying too much of violence and anger, even the objects which you touch will become poisonous. Understand? I was surprised when I studied that science, when I studied the Aghori tradition. Then I understood human beings carry so much of vengeance because mind needs dissatisfaction and vengeance and violence as a root. If you are having mind, be very clear, you carry such big load of vengeance, such big load of dissatisfaction, such big load of the negative fire, fever. That is why wherever you put your feet, you radiate poison. Grass dies. In Zen Buddhist tradition, in front of your cottage, if the grass is dead, if you have created a walkway by your walking, you will not receive sannyas. They won't give you sannyas. This is a method of training. In front of your cottage, there will be a big lawn. You are supposed to use the same route, but if the grass dies, you will not be given sannyas. Means, still unconsciously you have not dropped the violence. It's a very subtle but powerful science. Only when I studied, I understood how the mind lives on dissatisfaction. Paramahamsas, enlightened beings, does not leave footprint. Anybody who does not leave footprint, who is not heavy on the planet Earth, is called Paramahamsa. Even not only his lifestyle, even his very way in which he carries his being will be so light, radiating so much of lightness, innocence, radiating so much of the carefreeness or the joy. Of course, no other word. That is what, that kind of beings are only called Paramahamsas. In our time shaft, there is no gap. Constantly things are getting written. I think overwritten. Overwritten. Our mind, how much it feels dissatisfaction, that much it does not feel satisfaction. You can see when you feel the hunger, at first you will feel in the navel center. After a few minutes, you will feel all over the body. Then it will become irritation, shouting at everybody, and your whole body will be burning, literally. But you don't feel the same satisfaction after you dump the food. You may be filled but not fulfilled. We may be filling but not feeling fulfilled. Same way, thirst. Before drinking water, we feel so much of thirst. But after that, we just take it for granted. After eating or drinking, the satisfaction which we feel, we do not cherish, we do not experience, we do not live it, we take it for granted. Any joy you can see in your life, you take it for granted. You start asking, what next? There is a beautiful stotra by Shankara. Tatakim, tatakim, tatakim. What next, what next, what next? Your mind is alive only by asking, what next, what next, what next? It can't relax here and now. When Shiva says, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize that, be in that moment. If you are finding satisfaction means, you are relaxing into that present moment. You are resting into that present moment. You are entering into a space where you don't have boundary, you don't have heaviness, you are not creating footprint. Just be in that space. But our mind is such, Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, there is a beautiful one-liner from Ramana Maharshi. He says in Tamil, I'll give you the translation, before achieving, even mustard seed will look like a mountain. After achieving, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed for the mind. Before you getting it, even a mustard seed, small thing, will look like a mountain. Without that, your life will not move. For example, a cell phone or a shoe, which you see when you go for window shopping. When you go for shopping, it's called window shopping, just seeing and walking. Particular kind of a cloth or some shoe or some cell phone. You just look at it. You have a thought, why not have that? You say, no, later on, let me save a little money and buy. You just walk. But the thought is in your mind. Your mind will now give all kinds of justifications why you should have that. If it is a shoe, it will tell, if I have that shoe, early morning 4:30 I can get up and go for a running, I will be more healthy. It will give all kinds of justifications as if you will get that shoe and start running every day morning, as if your whole morning waking up and running is only in that shoes, and without that shoe you can't get up or you can't do any running with your old shoe. No, nothing. Your mind will create all kinds of scene, and with that cell phone you will really start doing lot of business and develop all your relationships. It will give all kinds of ideas. If I have that cell phone, I will be able to call every time. I can keep up with my business, or I can take care of all the relationships. Some idea. Same way with that cloth. I think that cloth will really look nice on me. I'll really feel more confident and courage. And it will give all kinds of ideas. And somehow finally, because your mind says so many times again and again, you may save little money and get that shoe. First few days, you will not even remove that shoe when you go to sleep. It will be there in your leg even when you fall asleep. It will be almost like a part, Karna's Kavacha Kundala. The Karna's Kavacha Kundala can't be removed from his body. It will be just like that, just always with you. After a few days, you will say, okay. Whenever you go for some parties or some time, you will wear. After a month, rarely, maybe some important thing. After 3 months, it will be lying near that small corner room which is always under that staircase. Nobody will be there even to clean or polish it. It will be lying there. You can see your mind. Just go to your garage and see all over how many things are lying, and before buying, what all words your mind said, and how your mind was showing all these things are really necessary for your life. Especially when you read that Sky Mall magazine, the flight, it gives you such a feeling that without that product you can't take next step in your life. And it gives you such a fantastic feeling with that photograph and everything. Almost your mind says you can't live the next day without that product. Order now. And it's like a hypnotizing, especially these TV ads in US I saw. Call now, call now, call now. And almost that way in which it is presented, your mind will say you can't take the next step. You can't live your life without that product. Or there is something really missing without that product. Go around and see your garage. See your, not only garage, just go around and see the whole house. Go and stand near every object. everything in your house and just have a small write-up, 2-line write-up. What you felt before that became part of your life. First with your house, with your car, with your wife, with your relationships, with your every product. Just see what was the comment or what was the thought before that became part of your life. And what is the thought now? You will understand your life or your mind records only dissatisfactions. When Buddha says life is suffering, he does not mean that true life is suffering. No. He himself was not suffering, radiating joy and bliss. How can he say life is suffering? What you think or what you record life as is suffering. In your mind, what all you record as life is suffering. That is what he means. There is a beautiful saying in the Upanishad. Once you become enlightened, your future and past both can be changed. I was actually confused when I read. See, future can be changed. That I can agree. Because it is open. How can past be changed? Because past has already happened. Only when I myself had experience, I understood the past as you think is not the original past which happened. What you think as your past is not the whole complete record. What you think as your biography is only selected, edited version. It is not the whole as it happened. So only when you become enlightened, you will experience the true past. You will see everything happened. As on now, what you remember as past now is not your past. Maybe a little confusing. What is this? It is true. In your life, if you had 100 incidents, dissatisfaction or suffering, at least 101 incident with satisfaction and joy has happened. That is why you are still alive. See, the prana flow can happen in you only if more number of joyful incidents are recorded in your unconscious, in your inner space. Still you being alive is the solid proof that your unconscious has not really lost the hope about life. Means at least 1% is more joy is recorded in your inner space. Intellectually, consciously you may not remember, but in the inner space the recording of the joy or satisfaction is 1% more than the dissatisfaction. That is why still you have hope and still you are breathing. Otherwise you would have decided, enough, I breathed, enough, I lived, bas, let's pack up. Now really, still you being alive is the solid proof that 1% more joy is there inside recording. You may not remember it. You may not remember your past as it happened. Only when you become enlightened, you will realize the whole past as it happened. That is what the rishis say. When you become enlightened, your future and past both will change. You will realize your true past. So many wonderful things have happened. Many times again and again you come back to that present moment. Satisfaction, joy or restfulness, but you don't feel comfortable with that state. Every day at least few times you experience the state of Paramahamsa, state of Shiva consciousness, but you feel uneasy with it. You feel uneasy with it. You don't feel homely with it. You don't feel that is your state. Your natural state has become unnatural for you. That is why you say, no, this is, I think this looks too much. It's okay. Before even you consciously relaxing into it, you jump out of it. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whenever you want something, some outer object, like want to enjoy a sweet or some joy, your mind is running towards that object. The moment you put that object into your mouth, or that object comes in contact with your senses, immediately the running stops, you come back to the present moment. You falling back to the present moment only radiates joy and satisfaction. Then you start thinking that joy is coming from that object. No. If the joy is coming from that sweet, then after 10 sweets, the joy should be more. But it is not. See the logic. As you believe, if the joy is from that sweet, after 10 sweets, the more number of sweets, joy should be more. But it is not. Why? It is not from that sweet. It is because your mind falls back to yourself. He gives a beautiful example. Dog which got a dry bone is biting the dry bone. Somehow the dry bone started poking into its own gums and blood started flowing. That dog is just enjoying that blood and thinking that blood is coming from that bone. How the dog is mistaking the blood from his own mouth is the blood from the bone and enjoying it. Same way, you also, when you experience the sense pleasures, when you live those sense pleasures, the joy which comes out of your own self, you attribute it to that object. If the dog starts thinking that blood is coming from that bone, it will just bite the bone more strongly. Same way, you catch that sense object more strongly. But suddenly you will see the emptiness. After 10 sweets, no more joy. Because your mind is now accustomed to the sweet. Even when you put the sweet in your tongue, it is not ready to rest. It is asking, what next? What next? What next? It is not relaxing, resting into that satisfaction. Now you play the next role. Oh, there is no joy in the sense object. One side of your mind is saying, there is no joy. The same joy is not there in that sweet. But your inner mind is telling, no, you are doing wrong. I think try once more, try little more, we may get little more joy. Because you are not ready to believe that there is no joy in the object, because that's the only thing you have in your hand. If in that also there is no hope, means what will happen? You become hopeless. That is too much. So you try to hold on. So you try to add rasa, juice to the object from your own being and try to enjoy. You are not ready to believe that there is no joy from the sense, from the object. The joy is from your inner space because you are relaxing, resting. Mahadeva says beautifully, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this. In Zen, They have something called tea ceremony. It's nothing, just they will prepare tea and drink. But that is given so much of spiritual significance, you will be surprised. All the monks will sit around and that they will be just sitting and listening to the sound of tea boiling. That water sound, glug, 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 glug. And that beautiful smell of the steam. And just with a deep meditative mood. And when they pour the tea, just that sound which is created with a full awareness and your deep thirst for the tea or that feeling to sip the tea, just be with that. And beautifully when you sip the tea, the whole tea traveling inside your system, and that satisfaction it is creating inside your system, and that beautiful restfulness and that relaxation or satisfaction which comes because you got what you want. The whole mood, the whole thing, just a cup of tea can lead you to enlightenment. Understand? Just that satisfaction, if you can live intensely, there is a beautiful truth behind this whole tea ceremony. Let me explain the truth, then you will understand the Mahadeva or Shiva's technique. In your inner space, two things will get recorded, two samskaras will get engraved. Samskara means the engraved memory which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action. If you are addicted to coffee, morning 7 o'clock, once you hear the bell 7, inside coffee, addiction, you see addiction word can be defined, understand this definition, without that object you will feel deep dissatisfaction, with that you won't feel much satisfaction, is addiction. Understand, this is the definition of addiction. With anything, without that object you will feel deeply dissatisfied. If you can't smoke, at that point you will not, you can't stand, like you will feel so restless. You will walk here, you will walk there, you will go to bathroom, you will walk here, you will walk there, and you will be shouting at everybody, you will be kicking the shoes, you will be kicking this, you will be doing all sorts of things like Tom and Jerry. But once you smoke, the joy will not be too much. You will take it for granted. Okay, next. That is what is called addiction. The powerful engraved memory which can make you go through the same action again and again without giving you the satisfaction is called samskara. Samskara and mantra both are opposite to each other. The words are the memory which stays in you and makes you more and more dull and addictive is samskara. The words are memories which stays in you and liberates you more and more from your bondages is called mantra. The words which stays in you and liberates you is mantra. The words which stays in you and binds you is samskara. That's all. Understand? When you are caught with these samskaras, when you don't feel the satisfaction of what is happening inside you, you will record more samskara and less experience. Let me repeat once more. Inside your inner space, two things will be recorded. For example, the memory of drinking tea and the joy or intense satisfaction which you felt during drinking tea. these two will be recorded. If that satisfaction, the joy, if it is deeply recorded, you won't need the same act of drinking tea again and again. If this experience or the joy or quality of satisfaction is not deeply recorded in you, you need this act to be done again and again. If there is a quality of experience in you, the quantity of act is not needed. If the quantity of act is needed means the quality of experience is not deeply recorded in you. That is why Mahadeva says, Shiva says in another one technique, anything you do with your conscious full awareness will liberate you. Understand? It means if you smoke intensely, consciously, only once, you will be liberated from smoking. If you smoke consciously, intensely, even once, you will be liberated. You will not be bound. Because anything you do it completely does not create footprint or leave karma or samskara inside your inner space. Karma means unfulfilled action, which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action again and again to make you feel fulfilled. If you do any action, whether it is seeing something, or listening something, or tasting something, or smelling something, or touching something, anything with full conscious awareness even once, without drifting into the past or future during that act. Usually when you are drinking tea, your mind will be doing everything else except enjoying the tea. When you can see in your life, when you put the brush morning to brush your teeth, your mind is already in the office, sitting and calculating and thinking what to do. That is why when you are in the shower, you are talking to your boss. Sometimes even verbally you talk. When you are in the shower, you are talking to somebody. What to do? And when you are sitting in the office, already you are in the evening sea beach or in the temple or thinking about the vacation. When you are in the sea beach, already you are thinking when to go back to the home. When you are in the home, already you are thinking when next day morning you will go to the office. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. That's all. That we are very clear. Anything you do, even once, without drifting into the past or the future, will liberate you. Any karma. Because you are embodiment of fulfillment. You are Purna. There is a beautiful Upanishad sloka. Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. From the whole comes the whole, and if the whole is added to the whole or removed from the whole remains as whole. Maths cannot help. Logic cannot help you to understand this. And now, recently, the Western mathematicians are agreeing 2 plus 2 is not 4. No, really, it is 4 plus something. Whenever you add two things, it is not just a logical equal thing which we were believing always. No. 2 plus 2 is not just 4, because the adding action, that brings some result. See, 2 plus 2 is not just 4. Adding is an action. What about that result? Once you add 2 plus, you see, when the 2 is separate, 2, and there is another one 2, separate 2, these 2, when they are added, it is not just 4 plus the quality of adding. Now this 4 is ready to get added to anything else. Now the 4 has got a quality or the idea or the mental setup of getting added to anything. That is why 2 plus 2 is not just 4, it is something more. Because the 4 has now learnt how to expand itself. This just 2 do not know how to expand itself. This next 2 also do not know how to expand itself. When these 2 are joined together and became 4, now they have an intellectual property, how to expand them. They are something more than 4. Now they know the technique of how to adding more and more into them and how to assimilating or how to expand. Understand? That is why the regular logic is not a complete logic. The system of the Purnamata, if you understand this one Upanishad mantra, the whole comes out of whole and goes back to whole. If you take the whole out of the whole remains as a whole. It's a very beautiful but very subtle truth. You need your full attention and awareness to digest this truth. But very understanding will transform you. You don't even need to meditate separately. The very understanding can transform you. See, now by your nature, whether you believe it or not, you are a whole being. You are a conscious being. Any action, if you do with that whole being, without drifting into the past or the future, the whole, which is your being, even if the action is done, you will remain as a whole. You will not become half. Purnamata Purnamitam. You will remain as a pure conscious being. But when you do some action, if you drift away in the past or the future, you will become part. You will not remain as a whole. Then samskaras are written on you. Then karma is created. You have to do the same action once more because you have not been in that whole state when you did that action. When you were smoking, if you were completely into that smoking, there was no other past or future, the whole was doing something holy, then you are not engraving or creating a karma or the memory. You are liberated from that action. You will not be inspired or forced to do the same act again. If you are half off when you are doing some act, naturally, because you have done only half, you have not achieved the full satisfaction, you will carry that remain, you will carry that engraved memory, which will inspire you, force you to do the same act, to feel the fulfillment through that act. That's all. That is the meaning of Purnamata and Purnamitam. Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. If you remain as whole, if all your actions are whole, with a whole integrated being, you will remain as whole. Anybody who remains as whole, whatever he does is holy. Understand? Paramahamsas are not classified or understood by their action. They are understood by their being. Paramahamsas are recognized by their being, not by their doing. That is why when Shankara is defining Paramahamsas, when he writes his Viveka Chudamani, he defines Paramahamsa. They are like Pichasa, Balaka and Bagula. See, they are like a ghost, mad and kids. All these things put together and something more. Means what? You can't define them. You can't define them. And in Paramahamsa Upanishad they say, no scale or rule or restriction binds them. They are completely liberated. They just live. They just live. They breathe the beautiful air of freedom, liberation, Swadantratva. Free is not the right word for Swadantra. Especially in this country, free word is too, it has got too much meaning, different meaning. Only one thing, whatever they do it whole, that's all. Because they are whole, no samskara or karma gets engraved in them. They are not bound by anything. They are just full, complete. Their inner space is full, overflowing with joy. Understand? Anything you do half, karma is created, because that memory will make you go through the same act again and again till you feel completed. Whether it is a seeing or listening or smelling or tasting or touching. If you are whole, you are liberated. That is what Shiva says here. Wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, it may be when you see some of your friend, or when you see some scene, or when you hear some music, or when you smell some smells, or when you taste some food, or when you have some pleasure by touch, anything it may be, or when you are sitting and thinking or remembering something, anything may be, the moment you feel something is giving you satisfaction, just sit with that, go into that feeling of satisfaction. As I was telling you, two things will be recorded in you. The memory of the object, the memory of that satisfaction, that experience. If you are drinking tea, the memory of the tea and joy which you experienced during drinking tea. If you fill your whole being with the joy or satisfaction, there is no space for the memory of the tea to get inscribed. So the quality of your enjoyment or quality of your experiencing, the quality to experience will become sharp in you. So any small object can bring the same ecstasy in you. For Paramahamsas, you don't need big things to make them joyful. Just a small flower is okay. They are so joyful. Nothing is required to make them joyful. That is why they say Shiva is called Asudosha, means easily pleased. The Sanskrit word Asudosha means easily pleased. Is called Bolenath, means innocent. Does not need much. Just one small bay leaf, or little bit of rice, or little bit of Ganges water. Nothing much is necessary. He is happy and he gives you whatever you ask. That's why it's called Bolenath. Patram, Pushpam, Palam, Toyam. Nothing else is required. Just one leaf or one flower or just a little bit of something is enough. Nothing else is required. Asudosha, easily pleased. Simple guys. He doesn't need too many things to get pleased. He's a very simple person. You can see Shiva. All useless things which is not used by society at all is around him. Rudraksha, which has no value. There is no economical value, which is just lying all over. That's all? Is abharanas, ornaments, and all the snakes which nobody wants. Is his friends. And the place where he lives, burial ground, which nobody wants to go. That is the place where he lives. What is his cosmetics? The ash from the burial ground, which nobody will touch. And who are his friends and companions? Bhutas. And the bhutas, which nobody wants to even relate with. So he is happy with all those things. He does not need. He says, anything you think as useful, please you have it. Whatever the society thinks as useless, whatever is discarded, thrown away, he says, yes, I'll take care. That I'll enjoy. He's like a waste management guy. He doesn't bother about all useful things. That let people enjoy. I don't need. All those discarded, useless things, he is very happy with it. He doesn't need too many things to please him. Asudosha. Simple things are enough. Because his quality to enjoy is so beautiful, so sharp, he does not need quantity. Whenever the quality of enjoyment, the quality to feel is intensified in your system, the quantity or the need will disappear in you. If you need more quantity, whether it is food or sex or music, be very clear, your quality to enjoy is less. Because your quality to enjoy is less, you are asking for more quantity. Here Shiva is saying, increase the quality to enjoy. Means, just for next 3 days, decide. Just next 3 days, nothing else. 3 days, decide, I will not accumulate more stuff into my hell. No, we are accumulated hell, understand. Accumulated hell means all negative things we have accumulated. Even if we don't have enough, we borrow from our spouse. And they are ready to supply, they have a lot. And they are waiting to supply. And they have so much, they are waiting to supply. Just for 3 days, do not accumulate and connect and see all your dissatisfaction and suffering. Just 3 days, decide, morning till night, whenever you find some satisfaction and you do really find at least hundreds of time in your day-to-day life. For example, you felt thirsty, just you put little water in your mouth, just feel that satisfaction. You want to see your son or daughter or the person whom you love, you call them or you talk to them, you see them. The moment you see, you feel the satisfaction. Just imbibe it. You are feeling hungry and you are putting the food into your mouth. Once you put the food and just see how it travels and how it gives you the satisfaction. Just go into it. And there are so many other acts where you find some satisfaction, some joy. Just go into it. Even the small acts. Just go into it. And close your eyes and sit for a few minutes. And just enjoy that satisfaction. Slowly relax, unclutch from the object. Just enjoy that feeling. The quality to enjoy. Next 3 days, decide that you will experience, go into the satisfaction wherever you find it. Whatever act, wherever you find satisfaction, just sit and cherish Be filled with it. Just let your being overflow. Let your whole mouth be filled with that Amrita. Whenever you feel joy and satisfaction, your mouth will be filled with that saliva. It's called Amrit. But you always experience only the poison, means the saliva which comes for asking something. The saliva which comes in your mouth asking something is poison, which comes in your mouth by feeling fulfilled is Amrita. Anytime the saliva is filling your mouth by some joy or experiencing something, overflowing, it's called Amrita. Just enjoy that Amrit, that joy, that satisfaction, and live it. Live intensely. Let your whole inner space be occupied by that joy, by that bliss, by that experience. Let there be no space left for the engrams to be engraved, for the karma to get recorded. Suddenly you will see you became an accumulated joy and bliss. You are no more accumulated hell. And this joy will stay with you by and by without even the object touching your sense. Need for the quantity will disappear. If you are qualitatively happy without quantity adding to your sense, you are in eternal bliss. That's all. You are liberated. You are in Nithyananda. That's all. Just remember for these 3 days and try. It will just click. I always tell people, this bracelet, this mala and all, to remind you all these things only. When you take that bracelet, remember for next 3 days, whenever I see this bracelet, I'll remember to be in Nithyananda. If I'm wearing the mala, I'll remember to be with the satisfaction, with the quality instead of quantity. If you are reminded by all these things, only then they are spiritually useful for you. Otherwise, just one more ornament to brag about. To brag about. No. It should be spiritually useful, directly. That is the reason you are given all these things. Directly, it should remind you about the higher ideals or the lifestyle which you took. Understand, these 3 days, remember and play with this technique. Suddenly it will click and open the new door. Let you all achieve through these teachings and technique the eternal bliss, Shiva's inner space, Nithyananda. Thank you. In front of your consciousness, the mind brings wrong ideas. Means it's called wrong knowledge. But in front of your consciousness, whether it is right or wrong, anything is experienced is imagination. Except consciousness, anything experienced is imagination. Please understand. In front of your consciousness, if your mind brings wrong ideas, misconceptions, it is called wrong knowledge. Means for a wrong knowledge to happen, your consciousness needs to be present and mind needs to do something. But for imagination to happen, Vigalpa to happen, nothing needs to be done. Anything experienced by you other than your pure consciousness is Vigalpa. That is why we call Samadhi state as Nirvigalpa. Please understand. He is taking us to a very subtle plane. Sometimes You may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. You may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. A small story. One guy walked into the bar, sat next to a man who was sitting with a dog at his feet. This guy asked, "Does your dog bite?" That guy said, "No." This guy bent and patted the dog, and the pet bit him. Just bitten him. This guy shouted, "You said your dog doesn't bite? It has bitten me." That guy said, "Yes, my dog doesn't bite, but this is not my dog." You may not have wrong knowledge, but you have your own imagination. Understand? Your own imagination. Many times, Vikalpa brings more suffering. Today I have a lot of stories on imagination. Imagination is my favorite subject. Because so much of suffering can be avoided if you understand imagination. If you just understand imagination. Viparyaya, even Viparyaya is not that deep. If your mind can be relaxed from constant movement in the conscious layer, you can come out of Viparyaya. But Vikalpa, even your sleep is Vikalpa. Please understand, Viparyaya can happen only in your waking state or dream state. But Vikalpa can happen even in the deep sleep state. Even if a deep sleep is a Vikalpa. Viparyaya can touch only your conscious mind and subconscious mind. Means wrong knowledge can touch you, can disturb you only in the waking state and dream state. But Vikalpa, imagination, can disturb you even in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. Sorry, not in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. It can disturb in all three states. You may think, how can Vikalpa, imagination, disturb me in the deep sleep state? Sometime when you are out of deep sleep state, you will say, it was suffocating, as if somebody was pressing me. It is not a dream. If it is dream, you can remember and tell. It will not be like a dream. It will be like a deep suffocation. That's what we call Vikalpa. Means imagination. Many times you imagine things. You imagine things. I have one more story for you about imagination. I'll read it out. It will be very nice. One guy goes to South Africa and sends a letter to his mother saying, "Dear mother, I am sending some pills which doctor gave. And if you take one, it will take years of your life." After a month, that guy comes back home. He sees beautiful young women outside his house sitting with a baby. And this guy comes back and asks, "Where is my mother?" She says, "Don't be silly, I am your mother." And those pills were marvelous. This guy says, "Oh God, I can't imagine. Only one pill. You are able to have a baby." She says, "Are you crazy? That is not a baby, that's your father. He took two." If you take Viparyaya and Vikalpa both, imagination. Many times we imagine too many things. Vikalpa can touch deeper zones than Viparya. Means imagination can touch the deeper zones than wrong knowledge. Wrong knowledge is more like a logic. When you have a wrong logic, it's a wrong knowledge. But the Vikalpa, imagination, is deeper than wrong knowledge. Patanjali says, imagination as opposed to reality is the result of mere words that is known as Vikalpa or fantasy. Vastu sunyo Vikalpaha. Every word of Patanjali brings me so much of joy. I can say every word, so much of clarity, so much of depth. He is saying opposed to reality, anything opposed to reality, which is created merely by words. Merely by words. Many times you can see in your life, you are constantly creating many things just by words. Just by words. Simple words. You create your own theories. You spin your own moods, I can say. Your mind and body comes in contact with each other at 7 spots in your body. Both of them touch each other, 7 spots. That is what we call 7 energy centers. In yoga tradition, they call that 7 spots as 7 energy centers, and they call it as Chit Jada Grandhi, where the matter and consciousness meets each other. Matter and consciousness meets each other. Each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. Please understand, each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. The first root center, if your imagination is added, it just shows the things which is not there. It just shows the things which is not there. It just shows things in the expanded size. That is why constantly you feel the other person is cheating you, other person not giving you your proper share, other person is depriving you. In any relationship, you always feel the other is not fulfilling you. Please understand, it is your fantasy. When imagination is added to your root center, you start expecting the things which can never happen, which can never happen, or which never happened, which will never happen. You start imagining things, you start projecting things, you start creating things, and when you see it is not happening through the other person, you start blaming the other person. You start cursing the other person. Imagination added to your greed is fantasy. Imagination added to your fear is, we can say, the main reason for all the phobias. When imagination is added to your fear, it becomes phobia. Constantly you are feeling frightened. Constantly you are feeling frightened. I have heard one more story. You have one more story. A man walks out of a bar and sees a bum panhandling on the corner. The bum says, "Mister, do you have $1? You could spare me." The man thinks about the question for a bit and asks the bum, "If I give you $1, Are you going to use it to buy liquor? He says, no. The man asks, if I give you $1, are you going to use it for gambling? The bum says, no. The man says to the bum, do you mind coming home with me so I can show my wife what happens to someone who does not drink or gamble? He has his own fear with the wife. Now he wants the proof. Please understand, if the fantasy is added to your greed, he has expectation from her. If the fantasy is added to fear, he is completely frightened by her. But she is the same person. The other person is same. If your imagination is added to your greed, you see her as much beyond what she is through fantasy. If your imagination is added to fear, the same way you see her much beyond what she is through fear. Whether it's imagination or fear, you see what is not. You see what is not. You start seeing things. You experience things which is not there. One more story for you. Every day this guy comes back home after fully drunk. Wife wanted to frighten this guy. So she decides to give him a shock. Every day this guy walks through a cemetery. Late night, she decides to go and sit there with all the makeup and frighten him. She covers herself with a black shawl and she creates smoke. The whole scene is ready. When he comes fully drunk, she just jumps in front of him and creates a big sound. He very coolly turns and says, don't you know me? I am married to your sister. When your imagination is added to fear, again you see what is not there. Even small things feels like a torture. Please understand, if your imagination is added to greed, even simple things feel like a heaven. Many people come and tell me their experiences about their vacation and all those things. I am not able to connect at all with the idea of vacation. You may think I am from the other planet. No, when people come and tell me, I am going for vacation, Swamiji, or I went for vacation, can you see the photographs? We went here, we went there. This is our vacation, this is our vacation photograph and all those things. I can't imagine. They have all those vacation photographs on the refrigerator. Wherever I go in the houses, the refrigerator and the cupboards. They forget even that smile was post-smile. Whenever they see that photographs, they think, oh, those days when we went for vacation, it was such a joy, so much of ecstasy. I can't connect with the idea of vacation at all. What is vacation? You are going to carry the same mind, same wife, same thing. If you are sitting and worrying in the house, it is called homework. If you are sitting and worrying in the office, it is called business. If you are sitting and worrying in somewhere where you don't know, that's called vacation. I can't connect with that idea of vacation at all. Many times people try to tell me, why don't you take vacation, Swami? I tell them, what will I do? Even if I go there, I'll gather few people and start talking about something. Then let me sit here itself, at least people will be more comfortable in the hall. instead of sitting somewhere where people will not have comforts, where I will not have microphone. When your imagination is added to greed, things are looking more greener. Things are looking more joyful. Even small action, even one simple rose, you say, oh, she loves me. I love her. Still, I am not able to understand at all. All these words, all these giving one card, giving one rose. I don't know how the love is conveyed through that, or love is felt through that. I can't relate with that idea. People say, no, you are too insensitive, Swami. But what to do? When imagination is added to your greed, everything looks sweet. Everything looks fantastic. You feel the other person is angel. But when one shift happens in the energy center, that same imagination raises 2 inches above to Swadhisthana, to the fear. The other person looks like a devil. The reality is the other is neither devil nor angel. He's a man. She's a woman. That's all. When we see the other person as angel or devil, we are suffering with vikalpa, imagination. We are suffering with vikalpa. Anything other than reality, if you see, you are suffering with vikalpa. You are suffering with vikalpa. One more story about vikalpa. I hate this modern art, he says to his wife. What a piece of crap that is. Wife says, no, that is a Picasso. This guy says, what about this one with all crazy lines? She says, that is Kandinsky. This guy says, oh, okay, how about this one? Where this guy's got a pencil neck, his nose is upside down, his eyes are on the same side of his head. She says, that is a mirror. He was continuously criticizing everything. He doesn't know it is a mirror. Please understand, the big problem is when you are caught in the greed or fear, not only you will suffer with the other person, you will suffer with you also. When this guy was criticizing all the modern arts one by one, he did not even have awareness to see it is a mirror. He was criticizing. Same way, when you are caught with greed, if you are fantasizing about everything, you will not have awareness to see your own reality. You will fantasize about you also and suffer. Fantasizing about you and suffering is the worst suffering. You will never face the reality. Please understand. If you are fantasizing about somebody and suffering, that person will teach you the lesson. You will understand. You will wake up. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. You can't continue to dream. You can't continue to fantasize, because fulfilling your fantasy is a big headache, responsibility for the other person. Nobody will be able to do that job. They will take vacation. You will realize your fantasy is your fantasy. But if your fantasy is about you and torture yourself, you will never be able to come out of it. That is what almost all the people who misunderstood yoga starts doing. Please understand, I have seen many yogis, not yogis, who think they are yogis. Who think they are yogis. They go on and on and on, torture themselves. They torture themselves so much, they can't tolerate. Please understand, they can neither stop torturing nor they can tolerate their own torture. I have seen people fighting with themselves, especially with wrong ideas. Many wrong ideas. They misinterpret yoga and they become masochists. They start torturing themselves. I have seen, especially during my wandering, I have seen people torturing themselves and feeling that they are big yogis. I have seen one guy standing on one leg for 12 years. No, really. I went to him just to pay respect to his tapas. I saluted him and I asked him, why are you standing? Do you have any purpose for this? That fellow is such a fool. He doesn't even have the idea of enlightenment or anything. He is not able to answer. Then I just kept quiet. When all the crowd left, I asked him, can you tell me at least now the reason? He said, Baba, the initial when I started standing, it was like an exercise. When I saw so many people are giving me attention, and I started enjoying the attention, finally it became my lifestyle. Please understand, he's torturing himself. Practically one leg is dead. It is no more part of his body. He's dead. He's crippled. But this guy goes on thinking he is doing some great thing. Many times the greed, the fantasy is turned towards us, and you will never be able to come out of that torture which is created if the fantasy is turned towards you. I can say that's the worst thing. Many times these yogis cannot enjoy themselves. Not real yogis who think they are yogis. The masochist people. They become sadist also. They become sadist also. They start torturing others. Actually, one incident happened the other day. From January till March, all of us, I think big group of our devotees and brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, all of us were walking, doing Padayatra. During the yatra, we were crossing one city. There was a temple. Some of my brahmacharinis, young girls, took brahmachari diksha. Those girls were just laughing and walking, doing the yatra. There were few guys who think themselves as yogis. There's outside every temple in South India, you will see one bunch of beggars sitting in the yogi dress. And they talk all great Vedanta. They will be torturing themselves and torturing others. One bunch of fools were sitting like that. And my brahmacharinis were walking with the kavi. And they were joyful, happy, because they are living real yoga. And these guys saw them. They are so happy. First thing, these young kids are so happy. They can't tolerate. The second thing, they can't tolerate sannyasis can be so happy. That's another one big problem. So one guy started telling, see these Nithyananda Swamis and Swaminis, wherever you go, they are there, laughing, joking. The other guy said, better, because they know the route we were walking, the other guy said, better let us go away to Salem. There we will not see these guys. We don't have to see these guys. The other fellow commented, no, he is popular there also. There also you will see people with his sannyasis, his devotees. The other guy said, no, let's go away to some other state. Only then we don't have to see these guys. Again, this fellow commented, no, in other states are also. He is very popular. You will see his devotees there also. Suddenly my brahmacharinis, they were keeping quiet. Now they said, it is too much. They turned and said, go to hell, you will not see our Swami's devotees there. That is the right place you need to be. Many times, these so-called yogis, they torture themselves. Please understand, the vikalpa needs to be understood in a very deep sense. Imagination not only related to others, imagination related to you also will bring torture to you. You will be torturing yourself. When you torture yourself, naturally you will give that to others. You won't give headache to others if you don't have one. Please understand. You can't give it to others if you yourself don't have. If you are giving it to others, you need to be clear, you have one. Many times, the so-called yogis start torturing themselves. If you have fantasy towards others, at least they will teach you that it is a fantasy, come down. But if you have fantasy about yourself, there will be nobody to teach you. You will continue to torture yourself. You will continue to suffer. You will continue to suffer with that vikalpa. And the next level is much worse. If you have fear about others, at least at some place where the other person is not there, you will be free. You will not have that fear. If you start creating fear about yourself, you can never escape from that. You can never escape from that. I have seen many people, they start creating fear about themselves. They start creating fear about themselves. They can never be free. They can never relax. They can never be at ease with themselves. It's I can say, the worst hell. If they start creating fear about themselves, they can't live in joy, live in bliss. This story, beautiful story. One Zen master was walking near a river. One young lady was standing. She asked him, please can you help me to cross the river? The master was with his disciple, young disciple. Master said, no problem. He just carried her and left her the other side, came back. His young disciple can't tolerate. An enlightened person, a monk, how can you lift her? How can you touch a young lady first? How can you lift her and help her to cross the river? He is not able to tolerate, but somehow he kept quiet. When they reached the monastery, he asked, how can you touch her and lift, help her to cross the river? Is it not wrong? The master looks at him and says, I left her long before, why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself, why are you still carrying her? He has his own fears about himself. Please understand. He has deep fears about himself. That is why he can't relate with the reality. He can't relate with the other person. He can't relate with the other person. In Ramakrishna's life, there is a beautiful incident. He lived with Sarada Devi till the end. They lived such a wonderful life. Many times he was criticized for living with his wife in the temple. He was in the Dakshineshwar temple. But he lived such an amazing life. The relationship between them was such a wonderful relationship. You can't describe it. You can't describe it. The real yogi relationship. He always used to answer them, respond to them, that they are afraid of themselves. That is why they are afraid of the outside person. Please understand, if you are afraid of the other, at least when the other person is not there, you will not have the fear. If you are afraid of yourself, it's like a fear of ghost. It will continue to be there. It will continue to haunt you. It will continue to shake you. It will continue to frighten you. It's the worst thing somebody can have. I've seen many times. The so-called yogis criticize me. What is this? You are sitting in such a big throne and so many disciples are serving you. I tell them, I don't have fear, I will get attached to it. You have fear. That is why you are afraid of it. I have seen many people. They are afraid of handling wealth. Please understand, renouncing because of fear is not renunciation. Many times, people don't want responsibilities, not because that they don't want the freedom which responsibility gives, just because they don't know how to handle the responsibility, the fear of responsibility. The fear of life, they start acting, I renounced everything. I have seen in Himalayas, the so-called yogis, they leave their house, everything, and come and settle down in a small temple. They will settle down in Himalayas. They will sit outside the temple for their food, taking bhiksha, for begging. They will become attached to that spot. Nobody else can sit in their spot. They will fight for that spot. They left their property. They left their house. They left everything and came here. Now they will be fighting for the 2 feet by 2 feet place. Means what? They did not renounce because they don't want. They renounced because of the fear of responsibility. Many times you start renouncing because of fear of responsibility. No. When you are sitting in this, one side you may have the fear. Two kinds of fear. One, you need to maintain this. Second, you may get attached to this and start suffering. If you are renouncing because of these two fears, no, that is no way going to help. I have seen many people renouncing for various reasons, but it is not renunciation. It is doing the same thing through the other way. I have seen people, they renounce all their gold, wealth, everything and come away to Himalayas with one kamandalu, water pot. But they will get so attached to that pot, they will wash that pot whole day and keep it shining. I know one Baba is called Kamandalu Baba. All he does is 6 hours per day he will wash that kamandalu. First he will wash with sand, then he will wash with tamarind, then he will wash with the powder, then he will apply ash on that. And he's like, that kamandalu, that water pot became his brand. Many times people do that. It's not renunciation, doing it in the other way. I have one more story for you about that. This guy goes into a bar and orders 3 separate short glasses of Irish whiskey. He drinks all 3. He does this day after day after day after day. The bartender finally says, you know, I can put all 3 of those shots into one glass for you. The guy says, no, I prefer it in this way. See, I have 2 brothers. They are abroad. I love them. This glass right here feels that I am drinking for each one of them. I feel all 3 of us are together here and drinking. And the guy continues to come in day after day after day, does the same thing. The bartender also continues to set up 3 glasses. One day, the guy comes with a long face and says, give me 2 shots today. The bartender is shocked. He thinks something wrong has happened. He asks, what happened? Did something happen to one of your brothers? Bartender asks. No. The guy says, they are okay. It is just that I decided to quit drinking. Understand? All our renunciation is more or less like this. You decide to quit drinking, but you go on drinking. We renounce maybe the fear of maintaining or fear of attachment. If you renounce because of fear of maintaining or fear of attachment, please be very clear, you will be surely enjoying in some other way. That's what Krishna calls beautifully Mithyacharaha, hypocrite, who is renouncing physically but enjoying in some other form. I can say one of the worst curse happened to India is this Mithyachara. This Mithyachara. In course of time, people have started renouncing because of their fear of attachment, fear that they may get attached, or that fear they have to maintain. Out of that, when they started renouncing, they never achieved yoga. And people have started thinking, this renunciated, these guys have become yogis. No. Understand? Renunciation which happens because of vikalpa is not yoga. Next pattern we will work on is the pattern of jealousy and comparison. Vishuddhi chakra, throat center. The thought pattern of jealousy and comparison. I tell you, most common and unaware engram is jealousy, comparison. It starts again from the early childhood. When your mother says, eat well, only then you will become like your elder brother. Study well, only then you will become like your father. Comparison is one of the most common and most unaware engram. You compare wealth, you compare in health, you compare in beauty, you compare in education, you compare in intellect, you compare in practically everything. But you need to understand one thing. God is not an engineer to do mass production. Only in mass production you can compare one product with another. God is an artist. He paints each one of you. He designs each one of you. He carves each one of you. How can you compare between one art piece and another art piece? You are unique. Each one of you are unique. All of you are not equal. No. All human beings are not equal. No. All human beings are unique. It's like each human being is a unique flower. Uniqueness flowers in you. Fulfillment flowers in you when you realize your uniqueness more and more and more. If you dig out the comparison engram, you will understand. Sometimes you waste years of your life just because of comparison. Your neighbor has a big house. Even though you don't need, you waste so much of your time, energy, putting it and investing it in a house. Finally, when you have the big house and are not able to maintain it, when you are not able to maintain, when you realize you don't need that big house, you feel, oh God, 8 years of my life I wasted in this. I really needed a car. I could have put little bit of money into the car. Instead, I put all the money into this house. Now I am not able to maintain.
Please understand, if you are struggling with money, you are enjoying the struggle. You are not interested in manifesting. Please at least understand you are enjoying the struggle. You will feel abundance with your struggles. Oh, I want struggles and I have enough, let me enjoy it. At least feel abundance. You want struggles, 2000 struggles around you, and you have 2500 struggles. Enjoy them. Please understand, there is no such thing as struggling with money. If you want to have struggles, you will have struggles. If you want to have money, you will have money. The people who have struggles, they want to have struggles, so they are having it. People who want to have money, they want to have money, they are having it. So, decide, you want to have struggles or you want to have money, you will have it. That clarity should come to your biomemory and muscle memory. You will have what you want. Next. Please understand, in each of this, you have your vested interests. Many times, you visualize in poverty, you are free from all responsibility. You just want to be free from all responsibilities and commitment. Then you constantly visualize, entertain, cherish the poor life. When it actually lands on you, you say, no, this is not what I wanted. Without knowing what is going to come, you cherish, visualize, entertain a thought current. After you attract that, you think, oh God, I think I missed it. Please understand, universe is intelligent and compassionate. It gives you only what you ask for. Never anything else. And if you have manifested poor health, unhappy relationship, poverty, look in why you manifested. Why you manifested. And dig it out from your muscle memory and biomemory, the root patterns. Why you manifested poor health, poverty, unhappy relationships, and complete it. You will understand you always manifested only what you wanted, knowingly or unknowingly. Throat center. A throat center. This throat center is blocked when there is a non-alignment between the imagination, expectation you carry about others and the others' expectation about you. Listen. When there is a non-alignment between your expectation about others and others' expectation about you, that is where the jealousy and comparison starts. Listen. You may have a superficial jealousy, superficial comparison, very superficial, like while you are driving in a Mercedes-Benz, if a BMW passes by, a superficial comparison. But those things does not affect you. the root jealousy, the root comparison which affects you is the non-alignment of your expectation and the other person's expectation. How many of you have in your life the non-alignment between your expectation towards them and their expectation towards you? Both of them are not in alignment. Then you have a problem in throat center. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you as per your understanding. Listen, these are all like a legal definition. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you. In this example, what I expect you for me and how I tell that to you. Clear? For example, now I am expecting Bhagavan to build a temple in Dallas, so I am expressing it to him. This is my Anyakara. He expects me should always honor all the words I utter and fulfill them. That is his Anyakara for about me. Clear? But now there is a non-alignment where I am fulfilling but he is not ready to fulfill. Clear? So his throat has a problem. Now, is there anybody who are not cognizing? But if he builds the temple and I don't honor this time keeping or what he expects from me, then I have a problem. I have to alter, transform and stretch. Clear? Here is a volunteer. What that volunteer expects from me is Anyakara about me. What I expect from him is Anyakara, my Anyakara for him. Clear? If I fulfill his expectation and he does not fulfill my expectation, his Vishuddhi has a problem. If he fulfills my expectation and I don't fulfill, my Vishuddhi has a problem. Clear? So always be stretching, fulfilling everybody's Anyakara with whom your life is involved. Clear? Still anybody? Not clear? Come on, come to the mic.
If you complete that, you cannot fulfill his expectation. Then
yes, if you complete it, then no problem.
Then no problem.
No problem. Even then, you are not expressing your capacity. You are integrated but not authentic. Understand? Now you will see. You will flourish in your business. You will flourish in your job. You will flourish in your relationships. In everything you will see, because you have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You saw the live demonstration of somebody opening their Vishuddhi center. When he said he will not, his Vishuddhi was locked. The moment he decided he is going to do, his Vishuddhi opens. So I tell you, not giving upon you and others is the way to open the Vishuddhi. Don't give up on people. I demonstrated, I don't give up on him. I was very authentic with him. Even if he does not want to do, I did not force him. I just left it. But I am not going to give up on him. I am going to wait. I'll wait and see to it he realizes sometime.
When I carry that cognition, I am going to wait. Immediately, he realizes. He realizes. So in all those moments, understand, my decision not to give up on you is the one which is pulling you up. That is the rope. That is the connection. Clear? Now, I'll repeat. My expectation about the other person is my anyakara about him. The other person's expectation about me is that person's anyakara about me. When there is a non-alignment between these two, Vishuddhi as a problem, who fulfills it as flowered Vishuddhi, who does not fulfill as a collapsed throat center. Now listen. Let me come back to emotion retention and emotion fermentation. You get multiple types of emotions, almost all emotions every day. Sometimes lust, sometimes greed, sometimes fear, sometimes the multiple versions of fear, sometimes worry, sometimes love, sometimes attention giving, sometimes attention asking, sometimes jealousy, sometimes comparison, various emotions, sometimes the willpower, sometimes arrogance, sometimes frustration, different emotions I can describe. All kinds of emotions you get, but logically, through your conscious decision, the thought currents or emotions which you cherish stays inside you and starts getting fermented. The good news is, no emotion gets fermented inside you. No fermentation of emotions happens inside you without your conscious support. You should understand that. Please understand, I am talking a practical science. Listen. I am giving you the essence. Whenever there is an inauthenticity in anyakara, you end constantly comparing yourself and your life with others. You end up with jealousy, hurt, anger, suffering. Then you are caught in comparison and jealousy. Jealousy is outcome of deep innate violence you carry. Listen, I am putting it in a better way. Please understand, when somebody expects something from you, when their image about you demands your expansion, you are not interested in expansion. The violence you have, you show towards them as jealousy, saying, you expect this from me? Come on, now I will expect this much from you. You prove. Getting it? Cognizing it? How many of you are cognizing it? Jealousy starts to justify. Listen. Jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image, or, listen, jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image. Understanding? Jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image, or, listen, jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image, or, listen, jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image. Understanding? Jealousy starts to justify you not fulfilling others' image, I will not fulfill what he wants from me because he does not fulfill what I want from him. And I will expand what I want from him before even thinking whether he is going to fulfill or not. If he has 10 million, I'll put it as 100 million I want from him. Then go there and say, see, he's not fulfilling my 100 million, so I'm not going to fulfill what he wants from me. Getting it? Cognizing it? Jealousy starts as the justification. Clear? Then it becomes a violence to declare your supremacy. Let me tell you, cognize, listen. First, hey, you have 10 million. If I ask 10 million, you may give. No. I'll ask 100. So you can't. So now, because you are not fulfilling, I can justify why I am not fulfilling. Why I am not expanding me to you. Because you are not expanding you to me. As a justification, jealousy starts. Then you have justified to many people that why you are jealous. Why you are jealous. Why you are jealous. You are justified to many people. And many people have fallen with your argument. And they say, all right, you are right, you are right, you are right. Then the jealousy doesn't keep quiet. It declares, now I am the supreme. Listen. For example, I say, hey, give me 100 million. You are not giving. So now I am also not going to fulfill your image about me. Then this fellow, he says, yes, right. He falls. Then second fellow comes. For him also, I am not going to expand to you because you are not expanding to me. Justification. He falls. So one by one, when people start falling, suddenly you declare, hey, I am the most supreme. How many of you are cognizing it? Do you see in your life, in some areas, you have declared supremacy? At least one area you have to declare supremacy to keep yourself alive. If you don't declare supremacy, even in one place, you cannot tolerate you. How many of you are cognizing me? Clear? Where you declared supremacy is the root jealousy, suffering pattern with which you are struggling. Listen, look in and verify at least 2 situations that happened in your life where you experienced jealousy and used it as a justification mechanism. Means, he is not fulfilling, why should I fulfill? I am justified. Some way. And look in and identify, write down how this jealousy became a defending mechanism, defending you from your own inauthenticity. When you are not coming for morning yoga, you say everyone is not coming, then what is the wrong? Nothing wrong. I also don't need to come. This is the level of the human awareness. I tell you, even the collective consciousness theory is nothing but your justification of jealousy, saying that everybody is like that only. I was also like that. And the third, look in and identify and write down how your defending mechanism protected your inauthenticity and how you declared supremacy of your inauthenticity.
People who are able to be energetic, alive, active, sharply thinking, strategizing, without the peer pressure of jealousy, comparison, they are going to accumulate exorbitant amount of wealth. Understand? All the people who can function, think, work get excited only by peer pressure, jealousy, comparison are just going to dry and wither out, because all the peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, everything is going to be taken away from life. If your mental setup is such, you can think only with peer pressure, jealousy, comparison, you don't have a future. Your active, excited hours will drastically drop down to 5%. You will be almost in depression, low mood, non-thinking, non-excited, inactive. Whoever is able to excite themselves with powerful cognitions, in tune with the cosmos, you are active just because you feel like enriching the world, supporting the world, contributing to the world. If your mental setup is based on contribution, enriching, spiritual strength and excitement, you are going to be active continuously and you are going to accumulate exorbitant wealth. Because all the wealth of the peer pressure based gang is going to be left. It's going to melt down. The peer pressure based industries will melt down. Contribution based industries will shoot up.
Now let us enter into the Vishuddhi chakra. Vishuddhi means which is beyond Shuddhi. Shuddhi means purification. Ashuddhi means impure. Shuddha means which is pure. Ashuddha means which is impure. Vishuddha means which is beyond pure and impurity, which cannot be contaminated at all. The Vishuddhi chakra actually cannot be contaminated. It is always full of energy and life. Only we cover it with some ideas. We try to disturb it. How? How we try to disturb it? How to clear it? We will see in this session. Jealousy and comparison that locks, disturbs the Vishuddhi chakra. When you are accepting and understanding your own uniqueness, when you are not comparing yourself with others, when you are not jealous about others, this chakra opens. Let us enter into the idea, comparison. What is comparison? Comparing with others, comparing with the neighbors, comparing with the nearby person, comparing with colleague, comparing with brothers, comparing between family people. Let us enter what are all the major aspects which creates or destroys our life. The major things in our life. Money, one thing. Let us go for some more ideas. What are the major things which affects our life? Money. One by one. Money. That is what luxury comes under money. Okay. Health. Okay. Ambition also comes under money. If money is there. Position. Personality. Under the word personality, all the relationship can be brought. Beauty. See, something tangible which directly affects your life style, your life method. That's what I wanted. Personality, right. Money, right. Education, right. Intellect, attitude, education, all these things come under one category. Intellect. People used to tell that I have no ego at all. The I itself is ego. I have no ego. The first word I is ego. It's a vague word. Directly you can't do anything about ego. I'll explain what is ego. Because this chakra is something to do with ego only. Let us. A direct word ego, people we feel get frightened. If I say that you have to kill the ego or drop the ego, immediately they drop me instead of dropping the ego. So I don't touch the word ego. I go in a diplomatic way to touch the ego. Because dropping the ego is almost like an operation. It should be done in a diplomatic way. One thing, money. Next, name and fame. Power. Power, name and fame. Everything comes under this title. Name and fame. Beauty. Intellect. In this four major classification, everything else can be put. Money, name and fame, intellect, beauty. This four classification. This four will do. In this four, all the other things, whatever you say, the education, everything can be classified under this four category. These four things are the things which affects a man's life very seriously. Let us enter. What is our status in these four category? Are you a rich man? Are you a poor man? Are you a man of name and fame? You can't say yes or you can't say no. Are you beautiful? Difficult question. Honestly, you have to tell the truth, no other way. Neither you can say yes, nor you can say no. Same way, if you ask somebody, are you an intelligent man? I can't. So you will be in trouble. Let us not go for that question. Are you an intellect? If I ask somebody, you can neither say yes nor say no. All these four things which continuously haunts our life, you are almost tortured, killed by these four major subjects, issues. You are continuously mentally tortured. Your whole day is haunted by this four subject. Is it not? Am I right? You are continuously haunted, harassed, disturbed, accused by this four subject. But you don't know your status in these four subjects. Just open your eyes and see. You are creating your own suffering without having any clear data. If you have a clear data that you have such and such a problem, and if you suffer, okay, we can leave it. All right, you suffer. But you have no clear data, you have no clear concept, you don't have any clarity, but you continuously suffer. Why? Just now you all told, you can neither say I'm a rich man, nor say I'm a poor man. Because there's a big queue. In front of you, thousands of rich people are standing. Behind you, thousands of poor people are standing. It's this side also infinite, and this side also infinite. Same way beauty. This side also infinite, this side also infinite. Where is the scale for beauty? No scale. And intellect. He said also infinite. He said also infinite. Name and fame. Same thing. You are suffering. If your suffering is dependent on reality, if you are suffering because of this mic, if you are suffering because of one sword, then your suffering is worth suffering. Nothing can be done. We have to remove this or we have to do something. If you are suffering due to some tangible reason, due to some tangible thing, due to reality, then we can do something about your suffering. We can eradicate, or if we can't eradicate, at least we can leave it. No, it can't, nothing can be done. We have a clear picture whether we can help you or we have to leave you. But here, the reason itself is not clear. You are not suffering because of reality. You are suffering because of comparative reality. This is the key. Be very clear. You are not suffering because of reality. You are suffering because of comparative reality. There are two types of existence. One is positive existence, another one is negative existence. This plant, these flowers, they are existing positively. If you want to remove it, you can remove it. If you want to handle it, you can handle it. If you want to take it and keep it here, you can keep it. But the darkness which is inside the room, that is negatively existing. Can you do something about the darkness? If you want to remove the darkness, can you remove the darkness? Can you handle the darkness? No. Just like a darkness negatively existing, your comparative reality, suffering also, is a negative existence. You can't do anything. If you want to remove the darkness, you have to throw light. Directly you can't do anything with darkness. Just like that. If you want to do something with your Vishuddhi chakra, just throw light. Just understand that you are neither rich man nor poor man. Instead of continuously looking this side, start looking this side. To satisfy yourself. To be direct. I don't say that don't grow. No, grow. Yearn. Do everything. But psychologically be in a freedom. Psychologically don't be tortured. Don't get tortured. If you are continuously tortured, haunted psychologically, your work, your profession will be disturbed. If you are continuously sick psychologically by comparing with others, if a next house person brings AC, your house temperature increases. If he brings AC, your house temperature automatically increases. Why? There's a beautiful song in Tamil. Aduthathu ambujatha paatela. Continuous comparison. Continuous jealousy. Continuously we are trying to live others' desire. Mahavir says beautifully in Jain Sutras, when a man comes down to the earth, whatever quantity of food he eats, he is supposed to eat in his life will be sent to the earth. Same way, the Vedanta says, when a man comes to the earth, whatever he has to achieve in this life, the enough energy is sent along with him. If he has to become a collector, enough energy. If he has to become a crorepati, enough energy. Everything is clearly sent along with him. You are given 10,000 rupees and sent to Bangalore to bring 10,000 rupees worthy things. But as soon as you go there, after crossing Dodaballapur, you forget about why you started, with how much money you started, everything. With how much of energy you brought, everything is forgotten. And you make some friends in Bangalore and you see what they are purchasing. Instead of you purchasing only for 10,000, you start purchasing for 20,000 or 25,000, 15,000. Who will pay the 15,000? And start suffering for it. That is what happens when you come down to this earth. You bring enough energy to live your life. What Mahavir says is not a lie or a theory. What he says is an experience. But after coming here, you start comparing with others. Became more greedy. Not only greedy, you change your route. You may have taken birth to become a doctor, but seeing your neighbor is engineer, you tend to that side. You may have taken birth to become a dancer. Seeing your sister is a painter, you try to jump into the painting. So instead of living our own life, we simply shift the center to different life, somebody else's life. Then you don't live your life, you start living somebody else's life. If you live somebody else's life, how do you think that you will have a satisfaction that you have lived? A small story from Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, the greatest scientist of last century, the greatest truth which is discovered in the last century is done by him, discovered by him, the theory of relativity. This man was about to die. About to die, is in a deathbed. Doctors are told only few days more he will be alive. All his disciples are sitting around him, his scientist disciples. The disciples were asking, Einstein, if God gives you one more birth, how would you like to take birth? What is the birth you wanted? What way you would like to take birth? What you would have told? He told, I should take birth as a plumber, the woodworking plumber. Then scientists, the people have become simply wonderstruck, surprised. They asked, why? What happened? Why are you telling in that way? Einstein says, when I was a small boy, I wanted to become a plumber, a woodworker. In foreign, plumbers do the woodworking. In abroad, they are called wood plumbers. Here only the name is different. People who work with wood and plumbing, wood plumbing. Anyhow, then these people asked, why? What is the reason? Then Einstein replies, when I was small, I want to become a plumber. But when I went to learn the work, when I started learning, somehow my master has beaten me. Afraid to get beatings, I ran away from there and went and fell in the hands of scientists. And somehow I became an intellectual and I did all these things. Even though I have everything outside, I have money, name and fame, whatever you call it, all the four things. Even then I have everything. I don't have the satisfaction that I have lived my life. I have found the greatest truth of this century, but my life has become lie. My life is not truth. We should learn something, great lesson from his teaching. What he said, only a real mystic can say. A satisfaction of living, the satisfaction that you have lived, is the essential thing. That's the only gift you can get from life.
Whatever else you get from life can be taken away from you. Death will simply take away everything from you. You know, even your body is taken away. Your life is taken away. Only one thing can be left with you, the satisfaction that you have lived your life. If you achieve that from the life, you have achieved whatever can be achieved from the life. If you have not achieved that one thing from life, you have not achieved anything from the life. So even if you die in a platform as an orphan, but if you have the satisfaction that you have lived your life, you will have a peaceful, beautiful death. Otherwise, even if you die in an AC room, in the hospital ICU, top hospital's ICU, no, you will not have the satisfaction that you have lived, your life. A continuous comparison and continuous jealousy changes the root of your life. The negative existence, things which don't exist, haunts you in your life because you are unaware, because you are in low energy. That is what Upanishads say, Maya. Yama iti Maya. Which is not there is Maya. But Maya is the cause for all our problems. Sorrows. Vedantis say Maya is the root cause for everything, for all our problems. What is the meaning of the Maya? Yama iti Maya. Which is not there is Maya. How can you be hunted by which is not there? You can be hunted, you can be harassed, you can be nagged. Somebody who is existing, which is already happening, that is different. Somebody who is existing, if they nag you, it's okay. But you are nagged by somebody who is not existing, who is not living, who is Yama, who is not there. How can it happen? This is the way it happens. Which is not there, but which you create. The comparative reality. A continuous comparison with others. Actually it is not there, which you create, a purely your own creation, your own production. Actually you produce, but the title you don't want to put your name, you put somebody else's name. You are the producer of your life cinema, but out of politeness, you put somebody else's name, sometimes God's name. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, I am full of poverty, what to do? I asked, how many children do you have? 14. Why did you give birth to 14? No, Swamiji, God gave. God gave or you gave? What is happening? He gives, He produces and put God's name. I don't think God comes down to earth to produce children. And 14, after 14, He says God gave. What is happening? That is the same thing which we do continuously. We produce everything and put God's name. But God is not going to suffer. God has not come to me. I told, if God gave, let Him come to me, I will answer to Him. You go. Just trying to escape. You produce, but you put somebody else's name. But that is not the way. That is not going to solve your problems. This chakra is locked by comparison and jealousy. It opens, it gets unlocked by understanding your own uniqueness. Each and everyone is unique. The solution to open this chakra is given in a small story by a Zen Buddhist monk. Once a king came to see a Zen Buddhist master. You can ask, why always kings come to see the masters? Only kings can see masters. Be very clear. If a poor man comes, he may pray to me at the most for some welfare, some money, some of his problems. Only if a man who is already satisfied in the outer world, if he comes, he will ask for a real wealth from me. You go to Albert Einstein and ask, what is the 1 plus 1? You are wasting your time and his time. Surely he is not a Sardaji, so don't bother. You are asking your time and his time. You are wasting. The 1 plus 1 you could have asked any primary school teacher. Just like that. If you come to me and ask for some wealth, for some mundane affairs, of course I am going to answer. I am going to tell, I am going to give, or I am going to do. That is different. But a man who is satisfied completely with the outer world, if he comes, a man who knows everything about the basics, if he comes, he can directly argue about theory of relativity. What is meant by E equal to mc square? What is meant by energy and matter? He can discuss all these higher things with Einstein. The same way, if a king, the man who is satisfied with the outer plane, if he comes, he can have directly what I want to give. He can have directly what a life can give really. So the king went to Zen master and asked, Master, what is Buddha? He is asking, what is Buddha's state? What is meant by Buddha's state? Enlightenment. Master beautifully answers, the cypress in the courtyard is Buddha. Cypress means the plant which thani bush. The thani bush is called cypress. The thani bush which is in my courtyard is Buddha. King naturally is not able to understand. He asks, Master, please give some more explanation. And Master says, do you see just next to the thani bush, a rose bush is also existing. Both are living nearby continuously for many years. But not even once thani bush tried to become a rose bush and rose bush tried to become a thani bush. If it happens in you, you are enlightened. Nothing else is needed. Just accepting yourself and taking the responsibility of your being is enough. If we are thani bush, oh, so many people are coming near the rose bush and enjoying it, plucking it. The rose bush is so beautiful. I could have become rose bush. If you are a rose bush, oh, so many people are continuously coming and plucking me, torturing me. I could have been thani bush. Nobody will come and touch me. I will be in a safe position. Both the way, the other bank looks greener. A continuous outer vision. This, never that, never even. That is the way this chakra is disturbed. This one story, if you remember, that's enough. The cypress in the courtyard is Buddha because it does not compare itself with others' life. But all our life is haunted, tortured continuously by comparing with others. Comparing with sisters, comparing with brothers. So now, how to come out of the comparison? How to come out of the jealousy? Let us explore how to come out of the jealousy. How to come out of the jealousy? Stop comparing. Beautiful solution. If you all can practice, that's enough. Yes, these are all the things to be achieved. How to? Why jealousy comes? What you say is okay. Can you do it immediately as soon as you go out of the room? No, I wanted something direct, practical solution. Drop it. Can you? Beautiful. Then okay, I have no problem. You see, the reason for jealousy, root cause for jealousy is low energy. The low energy. Low energy is the root for jealousy. Because you are not able to achieve, you feel jealous. You tend to compare. You tend to disturb the others. If you can create enough energy in yourself, in your own being, to achieve what you want to achieve, naturally you will not have any disturbance or any problems by comparing or by jealousy. Now we will enter into a great Zen Buddhist meditation technique to create more energy in our being, to throw light on Vishuddhi Chakra. The meditation technique which will activate, which will energize the Vishuddhi Chakra. All these sessions, we are dealing with two things. One is maturity, another one is meditation. Maturity means the jnana, the knowledge how to handle the chakra. Meditation means the energy to handle the chakra. Not only the intelligence, the energy is also needed. Not only you should know how to operate the gear, you should have enough energy in your hand to operate the gears. Then only you can fly. So, for all the chakras, we have dealt how to operate it, how to use it, and we have had meditation technique to have enough energy to operate the chakra. Now, we will enter into the meditation technique. This technique is the gift of Tibetan Buddhism, the Zen Buddhism, the Tibetan Zen Buddhist technique. I'll explain the technique. Some of you may be knowing the technique. We will go for practicing after explaining. A deep conscious vibrations, humming should be created in your being. Just sit in a relaxed way. How to sit to balance your being? The Buddhists have taught beautifully. Just squat and put your right leg on the left leg, and as soon as you sit, see that your spinal cord is in a straight line. How to make it in a straight line? You can just close the eye and bend your whole body in front. And if you feel the weight of the body, you will be able to very clearly feel the weight of the body. Slowly push your body backside. Slowly, very slowly, with full awareness. At one point, at certain point, you will feel that your body is weightless. The center of gravity falls in line. The center of gravity of your body, when it is in a straight line, you feel your body weight is less. You feel you are weightless. Just the same way, push your body backside a little bit. Again, bring it slowly with awareness. On particular point, the same point, you again feel that you are weightless. Your center of gravity falls in line. The right and the left. Same way. If you do it, just bend your body with full awareness. Try to trace the weightless point, the less weighted point. you will be able to trace at one point your whole body is weightless. Your center of gravity falls in one line. That is the point where you need to sit. That is your asana. This is the beautiful technique found by Buddhists to sit for a long time. Buddhist monks sit for 10 hours per day. 10 hours they sit for meditation. I don't think 10 minutes any of us can sit in one posture. But with this technique, today itself you can sit even for 2-3 hours. The technique is such effective. If you practice, you can sit surely for 10 hours. But today itself, the technique, if you rightly caught the point, verily you can sit even for 2 hours. Because when your center of gravity falls in straight line, you don't feel the weight of the body. Even when you watch TV, when you are in the office, if you sit in this way, you will see your consciousness is not much disturbed. You will be able to do your activities with more energy, with more freedom. Not if you have a knee pain, half of the energy will be locked in the pain. If you have a dental pain, if you have a tooth pain, you will be doing dental meditation instead of transcendental meditation. So, what will you be doing? You will not be able to do whatever you want to do. So this posture will relieve you from the body. First, you will sit and then close the eyes. When I say close the eyes, completely close the eyes. I am not telling shut your eyebrows. What we are doing in the name of closing the eyes, when we open the eyes, we see all the images. We see all the pictures. When we close the eyes, we see the same negatives inside, the images flowing. Stop seeing everything. Just close the eyes. Feel that both of your eyeballs have become like a stone. Feel that they have become a stone. When you feel that they have become a stone, the movements of eyeballs stops. Then simply you enter into the plane of no thought. Thoughts and eyeball movements are very closely related. When you stop one, the other will stop. If you stop the eyeball movement, the thought will stop. If you stop the thoughts, the eyeball movements will stop. Then once when we stop the eyeballs movement, then we'll start creating a humming, a vibration. Imagine your body as a hollow tube or a hollow vessel and create no shouting. So don't worry, no shouting. No need for shouting. Just create a long vibration, as long as possible, as deep as possible, as louder as possible. That's all. No opening the mouth or shouting. Just create deep vibrations. This is enough. Relax your hand and just create the vibrations. That will give you a tremendous energy upsurge. After the 20 minutes of vibration, 20 minutes you will be doing the vibration. After the 20 minutes, 10 minutes, all of us will put our awareness on Vishuddhi. You will see a new energy entering into your Vishuddhi. This technique, when it is regularly practiced, no concentrating on Vishuddhi, but today I am giving this technique especially to energize the Vishuddhi chakra. So, just concentrate on Vishuddhi, on throat chakra, throat center. So now we will go for technique. See, if your body is completely under your control, you must be able to make Padmasana without touching the leg. You should be able to put Padmasana without touching the leg. You can sit in a relaxed way, no problem. If possible, put. Otherwise, don't disturb yourself too much. If you disturb yourself too much, you will be continuously thinking about your body. Anyway, you can keep in a relaxed way or in a Buddha posture. You can lock or you can keep in a relaxed way. Only one thing, the key points you understand, balancing the body, closing the eyes completely, creating conscious vibrations. When you create a conscious humming, mind will stop. Okay, shall we start balancing the body? Close the eyes and balance, start balancing your body. Bend towards the front. Close the eyes. It will be very little difficult. Try your best. And feel the weight of your body. And slowly, very slowly, and try to push your body backside. And slowly, just slowly, with full awareness, slowly raise the body with full awareness. We will just bend towards right. Nicely, as much as possible, just bend. Then only you will be able to find the point. And feel how your body is pulled towards the ground. Slowly come back to the center with awareness. Then only you will be able to find the center point. The point in which you feel light, weightless. The point in which your center of gravity falls in straight line. Now we shall bend towards left. Slowly center your body. Feel your eyeballs have become stone. Stop the movements of the eyeballs. Feel that your whole eyes and eyeballs became like a stone. Feel completely your eyeballs have become stone. Now start humming from your deep stomach.
Thank you for letting me come here. Actually, I had a question which came to me a few months back, and I'm still a little puzzled over it. I'm actually a photographer, and I started work as a photographer only 1 year ago. So initially, the assignments I was getting for photography, nobody wanted to pay me, and that disturbed me a lot. Now I'm getting assignments, and people are paying me, but not enough. So my confusion is whether I should be okay with it or I should not be okay with it, and if I should ask them for more, and if so, how much should I ask? I feel afraid that I'll become greedy like everyone else if I ask people for to pay me more for my talents or for my services. So
two things, ma. One, do not hesitate to ask. First thing. Second, do not stop being creative because you are being paid only less. See, when you create a kind of an hatred for the people who pay you back, you snub your creativity. So, have confidence to ask and have courage to radiate. Have confidence to ask and have courage to share. Do not stop being creative based on the money you have been paid. Then it will curtail your creativity and intelligence. But you don't need to be covered, or you don't need to have less courage and confidence not to ask.
thank you, sir. That's my click.
Two reasons. Come on, then. Let me answer one more message from Miami. The question is, having the urge to spend and have nice things around you, is that a bad trade to have and keep you from accumulate money? Nothing is wrong. You see, urge to have money, urge to spend and have nice things around you is perfectly right. Not wrong.
Right. I came from the big, in that when we are grown up, during our, when we are rising up, we strongly believed that we are poor and we are not affordable. For each and every situation, we thought that, we had that thought in our mind. Every time we were thinking that I am poor, I am not affordable. Okay. That engrams what we call that programming, what has happened. Till now, I am unable to generate any income, not much to take care of my life. And the second thing is, I have a habit of every month, the beginning of every month, I'll make a list of what are the bills I have to pay separately, and another list of what are the expected incomes. Here, what I have the habit is that I'll focus always on what are the bills I have to pay. I'm very prompt in paying all the bills from the money, not what I earned, from the money what I borrowed. That results in making me accumulated lot of debts. Then that click what I got when I was sharing today.
Great. How you are mismanaging money. Great. See what he said, I think all of you understood. That is a self-explanatory. Great. Anybody else? It's from Singapore. How not to be overprotective and over-calculative of existing money. Does it stop creation? Ships are safe in shipyard, but they are not created to be in shipyard. They are created to be in ocean. Just because they are safe in shipyard, you can't say, why not let me keep my ship in the shipyard itself? Ships are safe in shipyard, no doubt. But can you keep the ship in the shipyard itself? No. It is not the purpose of ship. Same way, currency means what? It should be current. It should be circulating. So this too much of fear stops creation, stops your creativity. retain the money only for next maybe 2 to 3 months, not more than that. If you are storing more than next few months, you are creating laziness in you. Like a fat stored more than required in your system, not only weight, and it destroys your health. Insecurity and bad cholesterol is directly connected. That is why all the Indians all over the world die in bad cholesterol. Pat, like a bulb fuse going, the heart goes away. Too much insecurity. That same thing happens in the body also. Too much insecurity. Who knows, I will get good food tomorrow or not. Let me save the cholesterol now itself. And I have a big belt below the belly. Tap. That is the way Indians heart goes. All you guys should know, 600% Indians die in heart attack than Americans. 600%. If American 100 people are dying every year by heart attack, 600 people, Indians are dying. Questions? Come on, anybody else here to share? Come. And one more thing you need to know, like spirituality and money. If there is a conflict, you need to first clear that. As I said, be very clear, poor people never get into heaven. It's a wrong idea. Come on.
I have a question for you.
Mike.
What about housewives who doesn't earn? For example, my age is 30. Until now, I have earned rupees 2, which is in my 7th grade because of scoring some good marks. The teacher gave me 2 rupees. That is all the money I have earned. And when I think, I can't climb myself. When someone asks me, are you rich? I will definitely say I'm rich because my husband earns and I'm wealthy and I have all the basic needs. But a deep thing inside me also tells that I have not earned anything. My own earning, my own money, like that I have a feeling. So a deep guilt that I am just spending and not any contributing, that is there. And what about generally housewife? Because most of the...
I will recommend every individual should create wealth. Whether you are housewife or office wife. You are living in house or anything. Every individual should create wealth. What you do with that later on is secondary. But every individual should create wealth because it is life. It is just personality. If you create that kind of personality, even sitting in your house, you can create wealth. There are now millions of ways. Now India also has become a place of opportunities. See, if you don't use the opportunities, you will become opportunistic. People who don't use opportunities will become opportunistic. Opportunistic mentality will start happening if you don't use opportunities. I think it is every individual should take the responsibility for their life and start creating wealth. That's what I will personally recommend. Yes. Yes, please pick up the mic.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Swamiji, the click which I got was that...
close the mic. Keep the mic close.
The click which I got was, my father was a money lender and he got cheated by many people. And the same thing has happened in my life because I lent money and on my salary and I got cheated. So
got cheated?
I got cheated. The money has not come back here. And that again has broken into my relationship also. Relationship also with my wife is bad. Another thing is, I got a good job in between and I was contributing to Dhyanapita for 10% now. I was Anand Samadhi also. And then that I created my own lack of self-image by saying that I am worth being paid this money. And I lost the job. Now I got a job at a much lower salary. Again I'm getting that whether I'm being worth being paid this money. Now I'm trying to change it by saying yes, I'm being more than this.
You see, you need to understand the flaw. Once you created that mental setup and lost the job. So when you understand that click, that is enough now to change it. Now decide very clearly, I am worthy, that is why I am being paid. Please understand, your very breathing is worthy of any amount you imagine you are worthy of. All of you should know, your presence in certain places is worthy of money. You are paid, you don't even need to work. See, many jobs are more or less like a presence job. You go and be there, present, and act, you are there. That's all. Most of the jobs are presence. That is why there is a very beautiful sutra in the Arthashastra. If a owner of the land is present in the land, crop grows by itself. It's more or less like a presence. Only thing you need to know, you need to understand your presence is worthy of what you are being paid in return. That I can say, that is what I call self-respect. Self-respect. I think it is time you understand it and be a little more intelligent and evolve to it. That's it. Anybody else? Here I have some more questions. I'll share. It's like a more or less many sharings. I'll read out those things and share the clicks with you. See, only like this, strongly analyzing and vomiting it out, all the wrong engrams and wrong mental setup about money which you are carrying will come out. It will never come out if I am sitting and giving you a lecture for 6 hours. No. You need to pen down and you need to express, because you need to make money. If I sit and give lecture for 6 hours, I will make money. But I want you need to make money. I want you to make money. That is why I am asking you to talk. Whoever talks is going to get money. Understand? If only I am going to talk, then I will have money. And if you are also going to talk, you will have money in your life. Understand? Here is a sharing from Redondo Beach. When I was 9, I wanted to purchase a book collection. I decided to create a business. I sold ice cubes to the people who were selling vegetables. I made a lot of money for a child, like a $30 a day. In 7 days, I had a lot of money. In my country, some people do not make that amount in a month. My mother, aunt, took the business from me and told me that was too much money for a little girl. I see the pattern now. I feel guilty about my ambition. Same thing happened to me in graduate school. I wanted to make a movie, which I was so passionate about. But friends and professors would say, why don't you make something smaller? Whenever I come up with money, it is taken away from me, or people tell me if my project comes to fruition, I will not know them anymore. Please understand, this is a constant suppression being forced on you. You need to break from this suppression and you need to kill these people in your life. I am not saying kill physically, kill mentally. They should not play anymore their role in your life. Winnie Ocean? Where is she? Yes. Don't allow them in your life. Understand? So reclaim your freedom. And reclaim your freedom. Decide, I am not going to let these fellows work on me anymore. So the other day, one of my brahmacharini, she asked me, Swamiji, how can I get enlightened? She is suffering with her grandmother's conditioning. I told, put your grandmother's photo in your room and beat that photo with chappal every day. No, really. I told her. She is dead. But I said, she is dead, but she is not dead inside you. You need to beat her photograph with a chappal, left and right, for giving you this third-rate dirty conditioning. Only then you will be out of that suffering. You will be enlightened. Buddha says very beautiful. Somebody comes to Buddha and asks, Buddha, give me enlightenment. Buddha says, go and kill your parents and come. He was shocked. How can I kill my parents? He said, not physically. The image and conditioning of the parents which is inside you, kill that and come back. So I tell you, kill all these fellows inside you, not outside you. Don't kill outside, then you will be in prison. Kill inside. Mentally, don't allow them to live anymore in you. That's the solution. Here is a question from Ohio. If we settle for I have enough, does that mean we are having a buffalo or laziness mentality? Exactly. Exactly. I can say it is not even a mentality of buffalo, it is mentality of buffaloes. Plural. You see, you have the right to have the mentality of how much you can possess, but you don't have the right to stop creation. Create millions and millions. You can decide, all right, I am not interested in having it with me, I will share it with the world. That's perfect. But don't stop creating. Exactly in my life, I don't possess anything. Left and right I create and share it with the world. I am constantly creating and sharing it with the world. That's all. I am the wholesale. I am telling you very clearly, enlightenment is for only high achievers, not for lazy bums. It is not for lazy bums. It is only for high achievers. If you are not even able to create few lakh and spend for enlightenment, forget about enlightenment. It is not for you. It is not for you. So here is a sharing from Calgary. I was taught early on that money would bring happiness, and that in order to show others love, you had to buy them lots of presents on holidays, and the more money you spent showed how much you loved them. Even if you had to spend money you did not have. I am learning how to practice Reiki and also do some metaphysical healing, but I do not want to charge people. I feel wrong about it, that I have to charge people to help them. I have spent a lot of money to take my training, and I am worried that the money will not come back to me, especially if I cannot get over the idea that I do not want to charge them. Clarissa, first thing. Clarissa, Calgary. Where is Calgary? Yes. Clarissa, first thing, if you are confident enough about the product you are offering, any healing you are giving, any service you are giving, I will sincerely recommend you go for charging. The guilt that you are not supposed to charge is a wrong idea. You are offering your time, and the service you are offering is a honest service, then you don't need to be guilty about charging money at all. Forget about this guilt and straight away take money. It is nothing wrong. Another one thing, especially like a services like a healing and all, if you take little money from them, they will have more trust on your healing. It is the confidence you have on the product you are offering. That's all, nothing else. So I'll sincerely recommend you to charge. And they'll also have trust over you. Here is one more question from Vancouver. Can engram be created in the muscle memories before birth? When my mom was pregnant of me, my parents were building their farm and were going through stress and worry on how to get the money to pay for the new infrastructure and support the family. Usually this kind of engrams doesn't get built during the pregnancy. Only the deeper concepts like a spiritual engrams gets built during pregnancy. The money engrams doesn't get built during pregnancy. Don't worry about it. This is the message from Vaideki. Problem, I can't relate to money. I don't have clear understanding about money. I go to work, earn a decent salary and spend it all within a week. I have been doing this unconsciously ever since I came into contact with the green bills. I hope you could help me realize the value and proper use so that I don't remain in the poverty line. Understand? This green wealth, money won't bring you fulfillment. Wealth does not bring you fulfillment ultimately. True, that does not mean remaining poor brings you fulfillment. Come on. Remaining poor, see, the other day we were all discussing with brahmacharis and I became enlightened without getting the regular education. That does not mean all the fellows who are uneducated are going to become enlightened. Same way, wealth does not bring ultimate fulfillment. That is true. That does not mean all poor fellows are going to have ultimate fulfillment. Wealth and poverty both are equally not going to bring you ultimate fulfillment. So ultimate fulfillment is different line altogether. No way you being wealthy or poor is going to interfere, stop or prepone or postpone your enlightenment. Then why don't you be wealthy? Your wealth is neither going to postpone nor going to prepone your enlightenment. So that is totally different direction. San Jose. Sometimes I regret money I have spent. Why? Why is everyone asking everyone else's money? Family to invest money. The problem is in India, your money is not your money. It is your friend's money. It is your family's money. It is all the poor relatives around you, their money. All of them think they have share over your money. And no, really. All of them think they have share over your money. Especially if you are living in America, all Indians think in America all over the road dollar bills are running, floating and flying. You just need to go there and have few gunny bags, just dump everything and send it in the ship to India. Come on. You come to reality and teach all your relatives about reality. Your money is your money, my money is my money. You are having money because you worked for it. I am not saying don't be compassionate, don't be charitable. But be very clear. Only when you are very clear you are not going to repent for it, be charitable. If you feel you may repent in future, don't be charitable. Be very clear. Charity should not come with guilt. Then you will be stuck with it. Understand? The moment you start counting what all you gave, you lost all the merit and punya of giving. For example, if you have given some money for your friend or a family or a temple or a school or a ashram for something, even once if you count, I have given all these things, over. All your punya is gone. You chine punye madhyalogam vishanti. Come back to ordinary world. All your merit has gone. Your token for heaven is taken away. Now, no more heaven. Get back to your regular life. So anything makes you count. It is the question from Lokesh, San Jose. So if you are repenting, don't give. Be very clear. If you are regretting, don't give. Just see that you are making them understand your money is your money and their money is their money. Here is a question. I was raised with a strict saving and conservative habits. So I believe it should be taught to my kids. And it is my big responsibility. I am confused and afraid if I let my kids spend openly, they will learn wrong habits. Please guide me. Is controlling okay or letting go? Please understand. You should teach them saving habits, but you should teach them creating habits. Creation of wealth. Creation and saving is okay. Just saving, I think you will destroy them. So teach them the habit of creation also. And here is from New York. Money is root of all evil, and also money is freedom. Here is the conflict. Also, money causes people to become ugly, greedy, and cause unhappiness in others, and money is control. Also, another click is talking myself out of making money, as money only comes to those lucky. You can kill yourself working and not make money. I have seen this with my parents. This flows into it is not possible to create wealth out of your creativity and enjoyment, only boring work. There are many wrong understandings in this. New York. All right. First thing, there is no such thing as luck. Luck is negligible percent. It gets popular. Does not mean it is common. You see, receiving salary only is common. Receiving lottery is rare. Only 0.01% of the population receive lottery in their life. 99.99% of the people receive only salary in their life. So understand that 0.001% people who receive lottery becomes very popular all over the world because it is rare, not because it is regular. See, regular things becoming popular and rare things becoming popular. You need to understand. Lottery is a rare thing becoming popular, not regular thing becoming popular. So, don't expect luck to add wealth to you. That is not going to happen. So, have a clear system to add wealth to you. Waiting for luck to happen, for wealth to happen in your life is wasting your life. No, that is not the right mental setup. From San Jose. Swamiji, you said that never think this is enough. Keep on creating. My question is, if we spend our entire day and life creating wealth, which I know at back of my mind that it is not real, it is just Maya, it is not going to go with me when I leave the world. When will I take time off from this mental setup of creating wealth and focus on Brahman, which is real? I wanted to ask you, what do you know about Brahman? Come on, relax. You don't need a separate time to put your mind on Brahman. Create wealth intensely. Know that it is Maya. You are not going to carry it when you leave the body. You are already in Brahman. Create wealth intensely, knowing you are not going to carry it when you die. You are in Brahman. There is no other separate Brahman. You need to sit and catch and jump on him. Relax. I think you understand what I am saying. You don't need separate time for you to take your mind away from Maya and soak it in Brahman and take it out and wash it again and soak it in Brahman again. Relax. Seattle. I have two comments from Seattle on what people realized after their conversation. Mark Winstein, he discovered from his conversation with the other person, I decided that I can live without money. I can't have or create wealth myself because I am not good enough. Beggar mentality. If a person gives, they are resentful towards me. No confidence in creating in a joyful, creative way. Both needs to be, the moment you understand, you can overcome it. That's all. Understand? I decided that I can live without money. You can live without money, but don't live without creating money. I live without money. Understand? I don't touch money. I want all of you to know I have not touched any currency except Indian rupee. That also I touched a few times when I wanted to give it to the priest, temple priest. When I go to temples, when I give for the priest, only that moment I will be touching. Other than that, I have not touched any currency of any country, traveling all over the world. Still I have not touched the dollar bill even once. I have touched the coins once or twice, maybe, to put it in the toll. In US, when you drive, the toll box will be there. You need to drop some coins. For that I have touched sometime, rarely. Because if the toll box is on the other side, passenger side, the driver will tell me, Swamiji, please drop this coin. Those few moments I will drop. Only for this purpose I have touched money. Otherwise, I am not living with money. I have not touched money. But that does not mean you need to live with poverty, poor consciousness. No. Why money creates division instead of uniting? Who said money is creating division? St. Louis. Yes. Please understand, who said money is creating division? See, in my life, with money I have created a huge community. I united many people with money. It is how you use that creates either division or union. Money itself does not create division. How you use it creates division. Why asking our money back from the person we have loaned is always thought, especially when that person is a friend or relative. Why asking our money back from the person we have loaned is always tough, especially when the person is relative or friend or relative. That is another one big problem. In Tamil we have a proverb, irundu koduthu nadandu vaangu. If I translate literally, sit and give, but walk and get it back. You sit while you are giving, but to receive it back, you run. That is the mental setup. I always feel, whenever you give loan, be very clear, especially to your friend or relative. Feel it is a charity. If your mind is not accepting, it is not going to come back. Don't give. Only when your mind is thorough, no, it is not going to come back, then give. If you have a feeling you want it back, better don't give. That's all. Why are we always want to work on our wants to tone it down instead of creating wealth? Just laziness, nothing else. Just laziness. Don't tone your wants down. Awaken your creativity. Here is a message from when I was 3 in hospital with polio. A gift was given to me and then taken away for no reason. At that time also there was great competition to play with the best wheelchairs. This has left me with wealth and sharing limitations. Now you understand. Just overcome with that sharing limitations. Here is a note. Can you explain the difference between greed, ambition and intention to create wealth? Greed, ambition, intention, all these are same. When you are having it, it is called ambition and intention. When others are having it, it is called greed. That's all. See, when you have it, you call it as intention. If your friend has it, you call it as ambition. If your enemy has the same emotion, you call it as greed. That's all. Otherwise, there is no three separate thing. It is just you using your mind to abuse others. When you are having, you call it intention, sankalpa. When your friend has it, you call it ambition. When your enemy has it, you say, greedy fellow. That's all. All three are one and the same. Don't worry. Today I am going to speak on 16th Sutra. He beautifully describes what is yoga and how to achieve that state of yoga step by step. First thing I want all of you to know, yoga is not just physical posture, it has more sanctity to it. It is something beyond body. It helps you to have health and mental well-being, but it is not just replacing your anasin and metasin. We have idea, yoga is just for health, physical health. No. Yoga can give, physical health is side effect of yoga. Yoga by itself is more sacred. It has its own sanctity. Patanjali exactly describes what is yoga and leads us to that yoga state, that yogi state by different sutras, by different verses. In these verses which I am going to speak now, he is talking about vairagya. It's a very beautiful word. Vairagya. I can say the ideas which Patanjali is sharing with us now with the sutra Vairagya, this is the Vedic solution for this economic crisis. He is giving us Vedic solution. If this one word is understood, this one concept, this Vairagya is understood properly, we will not have the problems of extreme materialism and the problems created by the extreme materialism, and many problems created inside us by these so-called spiritual ideas. This understanding of this word Vairagya is necessary for the people who live in the world and people who work towards the spiritual enlightenment. In both levels, we need to understand this word, a very powerful word. You can say most misunderstood idea in the spiritual world is Vairagya. And this word is translated into English always as detachment. No, it's not detachment. In Sanskrit, we have three words. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means beyond attachment and detachment. So the word Vairagya has to be translated as beyond attachment and detachment. It's like a transcending. The word Vairagya has to be translated as transcending the attachment, not detachment. This one confusion, this one word has created too much of confusion in the spiritual world. Because it is not understood properly, the concept was never practiced. The moment you use the word detachment, people are afraid. They don't want to listen to what you are talking. They don't want to listen to what you are talking. I have seen the very word detachment or renunciation is enough. Either they get up and walk or mentally they are shut. If they don't have that much of confidence, that much of courage to get up and walk, if they have some other work, they sit, but mentally they are closed. Patanjali gives us universal solution. Understanding of this one word can create cognitive shift in us, the way in which we observe things, the way in which we think, the way in which we express our understandings in our life as action. It's a very powerful sutra. Is describing about Vairagya in 2 sutras, 15th sutra and 16th sutra. Now let's enter into today's sutra, the 16th sutra. If any of you wanted to know about the last sutras, whatever I have spoken, 15 sutras, it's available in YouTube. If you find time, please go through. It will really help you understanding about the earlier sutras. Now, I'll enter into 16th sutra, the today's sutra. I'll read the sutra, then give you the translation, then we'll enter into the commentary. Tatparam Purushakyader Guna Vaidrishinyam. Let me repeat the sutra again. Tatparam Purushakyader Guna Vaidrishinyam. There are many translations. The beauty of Sanskrit language is each word, if you break, will give you different meanings. The Sutrakaras, the Acharyas who write sutras, they play with Sanskrit. If you read as one line, it gives you one meaning. If you break it as words, it gives you different meaning. If you study word by word, it gives you different meaning. All meanings are what they mean. That's the beauty of Sanskrit. All meanings are what they mean. They have kept all the secret keys, the spiritual keys in the sutras. So whoever reads, whoever listens, whoever internalizes, they understand as according to their maturity. An initial level seeker, if he opens up this book, he will have inspiration to work on the sutra. A seeker who was working on these ideas for a few years, if he opens and rereads, he will have inspiration to go to the next level. A seeker who is almost done with everything, who is in the verge of enlightenment, if he reads, he will have that last push, that final jump. You can understand the sutra in many ways. I'll try to give the translations, 2-3 translations, and try to share what I need to share about the sutra from my own understanding and from my own experience. The translation of the sutra, it's from Swami Vivekananda, and I have 12 sutras, 12 translations. Maybe I'll read 2 samples so that you can understand the same sutra, how it can be viewed by different acharyas in different ways. Vivekananda's translation. Tatparam Purushagyade Gunavaidrishinya. This is the sutra. Vivekananda translates as, that is extreme non-attachment which gives up even the thirst for the gunas. The guna word as no English word. It's not, you can't translate the word guna as character. Guna means the moods which you carry. Sometime, suddenly you will see, for no reason, you are in low mood. Sometime, for no reason, you are in a restless mood, irritated, agitated. Sometime, for no reason, you are in that restful awareness mood. These are the 3 major gunas we live with. That dullness or depression we call in Sanskrit tamas, inertness, agitated, irritated, restless, we call that as rajas, rajoguna. Restful awareness, very peaceful and completely aware of what is happening inside and outside. This we call it as sattva guna. Swami Vivekananda says, when he translates these sutras, that is extreme non-attachment which gives up even the thirst for gunas, even the thirst for these moods, and which comes from the knowledge of the real nature of Purusha. He says, even the thirst for three gunas should be renounced, which can happen only when you understand the Supreme Self. This is the Vivekananda's translation. Here I will read Jnaneshwara's translation, Sant Jnaneshwara. Indifference to the subtlest elements, constituent principles, or qualities themselves, achieved through a knowledge of nature of pure consciousness, is called supreme non-attachment. You can see how two different masters view this sutra from different level. Now I will try to give my translation, how I am translating, and try to add whatever I want to add. Many Sanskrit words, the moment you try to translate with one English word, you will reduce the quality of that depth of that word. So I am using 4 or 5 words to translate every single word. Withdrawing from desires through the conscious visualization of one's inner space is the higher state of awareness. Tatparam purusha khyate gunavaidrishinyam. Now let's enter into the subject. The today's subject, what Patanjali wants to convey through this sutra. Understanding of this one sutra can completely change the way in which we look at the world, the way in which we experience the world, the way in which we feel our life. The whole thing can be transformed just by this one sloka. The last sutra, Patanjali spoke about the renunciation of the outer world things. In this sloka, Patanjali speaks about the vairagya related to the inner world. I can say the vairagya related to the inner world is more important, need to be understood than the vairagya related to the outer world. As I was explaining the word vairagya, it is neither attachment nor detachment beyond attachment and detachment. If I have to give you one example, say at the age of 5, you are playing with the toys, car, bus, so many different toys. And now, at the age of 40 or 50, you are not detached from the toys, you have transcended the attachment with the toys. You don't say, oh, you don't know how difficult it is to renounce these toys. It's not that you have a hangover. It's not that you constantly you are thinking about it and forcibly you renounced. No. You just transcended. And you don't need it. You are just beyond. This is what I call vairagya. Just elevating your consciousness to that level where you don't feel all those things are attached to your being, or you are detached from it. Please understand. this idea needs to be understood in a very deeper way from all the angles. I have seen people, in India I lived 9 years by walking, visiting different spiritual places and temples and staying there. Because of my travel, I have seen different swamis, sadhus, bairagis, people who renounced. When you understand the word, literally that word renunciation or vairagya in your own way, that can lead to too many complications. I have seen these people. They will leave their house, wealth, everything and escape. Go to Haridwar or Rishikesh somewhere. They will sit outside some temple for their food, begging and eating. But slowly they will get attached to the place where they are sitting. And they will not allow anybody else to sit in that place. I have seen. Means the understanding about vairagya did not happen properly. One more thing. The moment they read this kind of some of the ideas, see, usually people are attached to the outer world, the materialistic things. I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. Suddenly, somewhere, if they read or listen, this material things only gives too much of problem, then immediately they start choosing poverty. Please understand. Choosing is suffering, not what you choose. Choosing is suffering. If you choose wealth or choose poverty, choice is suffering. The ultimate lies, choicelessness is bliss, choice is suffering. Even if you choose poverty, continuously you will be forcing yourself to live in that. I have seen some of the so-called the social leaders who try to live in poverty. These guys will put up all shows that I travel only in the third class compartment, I only live like this, live like that. They put up a show, I have seen. The big problem is, these guys, to maintain their poverty, society has to spend so much money on them. Now really, these guys, they will not travel in the first class compartment, they will travel only in the third class. Because he's a big guy, the moment he wants to go into the third class compartment, the whole compartment has to be cleaned and reorganized and arranged equal to the first class. Better if he goes in the first class taking one ticket, less money for the railway department, less expense for the railway department. I have seen one Swami who drinks only milk. The big problem is, his whole battalion, including the cow, has to go with him. I think it is much better if you drink somewhere here and there. Sometimes, for poverty, too much money is spent. If you choose poverty, indirectly you choose many sufferings. Understand? Here, when Patanjali uses the word vairagya, neither choosing wealth nor choosing poverty, bringing a deep understanding about yourself. Please understand. If you come to the understanding of choicelessness, suddenly you see, you radiate so much of energy, so much of awareness. Continuously you will be attracting wealth towards you, but you will not be bound by it at all. Please understand this from my own experience, I tell you. I am working with millions of disciples around the world. So whatever truth I express, and they try to experiment and experience in their life. From my experience with them, I wanted you to understand an important fact. When you choose the choicelessness, when you are in choicelessness, suddenly the suffering, anxiety, fear, insecurity, everything disappears. When that disappears, your energy will be always in high mood. Naturally, you will be creative. you will be expressing, you will attract wealth around you. Apart from that, you will be in that peaceful, restful awareness. In the last sutra, 15th sutra, Patanjali talks about the Vairagya related to the outer world. The few ideas which I expressed now. Now, he is taking us to the deeper level of truths. Each sutra of Patanjali can create a religion. Each sutra of Patanjali can create a religion. Please understand. Many people come to me and ask, Swamiji, why do we have so many different gods, so many different paths, so many different masters, so many different techniques? I tell them, please understand, we had so much of inner world freedom. I ask them, see, in the West, so much of outer world choices you have, whether variety of car, or way of houses, or luxury, all the comforts of the outer world, you have so much choice. Because they had freedom in the outer world, they went on exploring. They went on developing, doing so much of research and development in the outer world. So when so much of research and development happens in the outer world, you have variety. Same way in the East, we had so much of freedom in the inner world. And so much of research and development happened in the inner world. Because so much of R&D happened in the inner world, we have variety. One more thing, each tradition of Hinduism is independently intelligent to lead you to enlightenment. Each master is self-sufficient. That is why I call our Hindu tradition as group of religions. We are actually group of religions. Each tradition is independently intelligent. It can lead you to ultimate enlightenment. Each master is independently intelligent, who can lead you to enlightenment. Each technique is independently intelligent. From scratch to ultimate, it can lead you. Here, each sutra of Patanjali is independently intelligent. It can lead you to enlightenment. Each sutra of Patanjali can create a religion. This sutra, Vaidrishinyam, that is the key word. I want you to understand that one word, Gunavaidrishinyam, free from the qualities. How we are caught in the qualities, how we can liberate ourselves from the qualities. If you just look little deep, all our attachment or suffering is caused not just by the objects, the quality of mood which we experience through the object. Please understand. You want some objects again and again in your life. If you believe some kind of mood is created by that object, which is good for you. If you believe that a particular object creates a mood which you don't like, which you don't want, you want it to move away from that object. For example, we want money not just for the sake of money. See, money expands your freedom. For example, without money, you have only one choice. You can lie down in your couch and worry. With money, you have choice of sufferings. Now you have more choice. You can lie down in Hawaii beach and worry. Or you can lie down in Miami beach and worry. Or you can lie down in India, Ooty or Kodaikanal and worry. You have choice. That is the reason we go behind money. See, anything, whether it is object or a person, the mood which they create in you Based on that, you decide whether you want to be around that or away from that. So ultimately everything boils down to the guna, to the quality which you experience in that. Patanjali is such a great master. All the complications, difficulties, disorders a modern man is going to go through, he has predicted 5,000 years ago and gave solution. Sometimes surprising. How could he predict what we are going to go through in the so-called developed civilization? See, all the modern day problems, he is giving a solution in this one sutra. Three things needs to be understood. First thing, the object. Object or a person, money, your home, or car, bank balance, or son, father, mother, object or person, anything which is in the outer world. Second thing, the experience which you go through because of that. If you are around object or person which creates joy in you, that emotion, that quality which you experience in your inner space, that is second thing. Third thing, the connection between these two. All these three needs to be understood. First, the object. Second, the experience. Third, the connection between the experience and the object. The connection between these two. In Vedanta, we have a word called Tripudi, means experienced, the object, experiencer, the subject, experience, what goes between these two. For example, a sweet. First, that sweet may create joy in you. So the experiencer experiences the joy. After some time, maybe after 4 or 5 sweet, the same sweet may create different experience in the same experiencer. Please understand. Here the object is also same, the person who is experiencing also same, but the experience itself will be different. Experience itself will be suddenly different. All we need to understand is the experience and the experienced are independent. They cannot be logically connected. You can see in your life, the same person, when you are in love, how you feel connected, how you always wanted to spend time around with that person. Suddenly when the love disappears, the whole thing is topsy-turvy. The whole thing is different. Now, you just want to escape from that person. Same person and same, the person who is experiencing is same, the person who gives experience is same, but suddenly the experience becomes different. Please understand. That is what Patanjali is trying to express here. All these three cannot be depended. All the three are constantly changing, but you go on believing all these three are stagnant, all these three are eternal, all these three are permanent. Please understand, the very root idea with which we are functioning and the very reality, the gap between these two is responsible for all our sufferings. that is responsible for all our sufferings in the outer world or in the spiritual practice. I can say, this sutra, if it is understood, many seekers, if you are a seeker and having lot of difficulty in your spiritual practice, everything can be cleaned. Wherever I go, whenever I meet seekers, this is one question always asked, FAQ. This is a frequently asked question. Swamiji, how can I balance between my materialistic life and spiritual practice? How can I balance between this life and this life? There is no such thing as two life, understand? There is no such thing as two life. Because we have this foolish idea that there is two life, we always think, especially Indians, they think spirituality is when you become old. Really, I have seen in my programs, youngsters, they say, oh, meditation, we can do it in the old age, leave it, it's okay. And old people, they say, all these things should have been done in the young age itself. Now it is too late. This one understanding can solve the whole problem completely. Here and now, it can solve the problem. Any problem, with this one understanding, you can solve it. You can sort it out. One story. I have a few jokes and stories for you, which I never miss. I'll read out. It's a beautiful one-liner, one story. The owner of a hardware store is dismayed when a huge new hardware store opens up next door, erecting a large sign saying best deals. He is even more horrified with another huge hardware store opens up on the other side of his store, putting up even a larger sign saying lowest prices. The shopkeeper is panicked, then his spontaneity works. He has a bright idea. He puts a large sign over his own store saying main entrance. Understand? One idea solved this whole problem. I can say this one sutra can solve your whole problem. The problem which you have with experience and the experiencer. You also have two shops next to you, constantly bugging you, constantly nagging you. Many of our problems are from the object. Object not giving the quality of experience you wanted. That's one kind of problem. Means you think money will do something for you and that is not happening through the money. You think car will do something for you, that is not happening through the car. You think house will do something for you, that is not happening through that object. Understand? Car is useful to drive. Home is useful to stay. Refrigerator is useful to keep your food. But we have a wrong idea. All these things put together can give fulfillment to us. No. You cannot have fulfillment through that. So when you have the wrong expectation, the experience is not given by that object. That's one kind of problem. It's a preliminary level, first level. Second level problem, the same object which was giving the same experience which you really enjoy, suddenly disappears. Even though you are having the same object around you. This is the second subtle level problem. Third level problem, the same object not only not giving you the same joyful experience, giving you the negative experience. That is the third level problem. Patanjali beautifully solves all these three problems with this one sutra. Internalize this one sutra, meditate on this one sutra. Change your understanding on this one, based on this one sutra. The whole thing will be solved. Let me introduce the exact process of the whole program. It is all about wealth. As the title says, money. The first question: what an enlightened master has to do with wealth? Why should he talk about wealth? He is supposed to be talking about renunciation. But he is talking about wealth. Please understand, a beautiful survey, study done by Ohio University Sociology Department. I wanted to share some of their study by Lisa Kister, Associate Professor of Sociology at Ohio State University. Religion is an important factor in wealth accumulation, a factor that has not received a lot of attention. The study suggests religious beliefs children learn in their families translate into educational attainment, adult occupations, financial literacy, social connection, and other factors that influence adult wealth ownership. One more important thing, the study says, it is not only the religious affiliation, people who attended the religious services regularly accumulated more wealth. God pays you. And some of the very interesting informations I want to share with you, so that you will understand why I ventured into this program, N-Wealth, teaching you about wealth. The study says religious beliefs are directly connected to the wealth they create and accumulate. Conservative Protestants don't accumulate too much in this life. Jews encourage pursuits that lead to wealth accumulation, high income carriers and investing. And you will be shocked to know the median net worth of a Jew is $150,000, $150,890, 3 times more than the net worth of an entire sample. And conservative Protestants, Baptists and Seventh-day Adventists and Christian Scientists, only 26,000. Please understand, Jews 150,000 and conservative Protestants are just 26,000. Half of the net worth of the entire sample. Jews are 3 times more the entire sample, and conservative Protestants are half of the entire sample. And statistics of the communities that remained asset poor, Jews are only 1% asset poor, Protestants are 15% asset poor, Catholics are 7%. Accumulations such as homes, stocks and bonds, Jews 35% have accumulated, conservative Protestants only 3%, mainline Protestants 22%, Catholics only 20%. Early life investment and high risk, high return assets such as stock and bonds to earn wealth. Jews, 1/3 of the population do this. Conservative Protestants, 0% of the population does this. Mainline Protestants, only 7%, and Catholics, only 4%. Understand, the study says religion keeps coming up in any model you run to explain wealth. It is something you can't ignore, but there has been little effort to explain the connection between religion and wealth accumulation. And finally, the study ends with a question mark. Still, they are not able to clearly pinpoint the exact faith or the mental setup responsible for the accumulation of the wealth. So that job I am going to do in these 2 days. Understand, religion and wealth are very closely associated. That is the reason I ventured into teaching you how to accumulate wealth. First statement I wanted to make, the first statement of this program: wealth is not a thing to be accumulated or managed. Wealth is you. Please understand. Wealth is not just a thing as you think to be accumulated or managed or created or celebrated. It is you. Wealth is nothing but extension of you. In Sanskrit, we have a very beautiful word. Lakshmi means intensified goal. When the Lakshya is intensified in you, it is Lakshmi. Intensified goal is Lakshmi. The right mental setup directly makes you create and celebrate wealth. I don't even want to use the word creating and sustaining. I wanted to use the word creation and celebration of wealth. The right mental setup is required to create wealth, to celebrate wealth. Only an enlightened person can teach you the mental setup, can create the right mental setup. That is the reason I took up the program on wealth. The usual question an enlightened being is supposed to teach: renunciation. Please understand, how will you renounce unless you lived? I have seen wealthy man, I have seen poor man's renunciation, I have seen wealthy man's renunciation. I have seen all these three. Please understand, I have seen poor man renouncing what he doesn't have, and wealthy man enjoying, and I have seen wealthy man renouncing. All these three mental setups I have seen. I wanted to let you know, whether you will renounce or not, that is different, but it is good to have wealth. I completely support creation and celebration of wealth. I'll explain the detailed truths and the mental setups we carry about wealth. Somehow this concept, the very word wealth, if you don't have, greed. If you have, fear. If you are in between, worry. Too much. I can say the word wealth is too mysterious than God. Even about God, you can come to a conclusion and understanding very easily. But the word wealth has become too mysterious because we did not look into it. The right mental setup is not achieved. Look a little deeply. The very word wealth creates so much of pain in everybody. Either you had too much of greed and did not have it, or too much of fear of poverty, or too much of failure ideas. The moment the word wealth is uttered, too many of your failures crops up in your system, and too many broken relationships crops up in your system. Too many broken relationships, too much of disrespect, too much of the pain and sufferings which you went through from the young age gets awakened. That is why a normal man can never think of wealth in a relaxed way. Just look in. Even if you want to think about creating wealth, secretly you sit and think. Even inside your own mind you create a secret chamber where you plan about wealth. Even your whole mind does not accept for planning about wealth. The moment one corner of your mind starts planning, the other corner wants warning you. Hey, you are planning about wealth, you are going to get into suffering. The other part is already teaching you renunciation. But you need to understand, it is not renunciation from understanding. It is renunciation based on the tendency of moving away from life, escaping from life, a wrong attitude. You carry too many chaotic ideas, too much of confusion about wealth. As I said, wealth is not a thing, wealth is you. If you are confused about wealth, you are completely confused about you. Who you are, what you are, why you are, who you are. Who you are, what you are, why you are, who you are. You are thoroughly confused about the whole thing. As the Sanskrit word Lakshmi means intensified goal is Lakshmi. Please understand. Lakshmi is not just wealth. Wealth is one idea. Lakshmi is intensified goal. When the goal is intensified in you, alive in you, awakened in you, wealth is inevitable. Wealth is not just money. The relationships, satisfaction, the power to convert dollars and rupees into the product which you wanted to have. In Sanskrit, we have 8 dimensions of wealth. In the next further sessions, I'll talk about it. We call it Dana, Danya, Virya, Vijaya. Different dimensions of wealth. It is a thing, it is not a thing, it is your very being. Only when your being becomes proper, the wealth gathers around you, wealth happens around you, and you celebrate it. And wealth can be adding to your life. without the right mental setup, even if you are inherited or grabbed. For example, legally if you are born to a rich person, you inherit, and if you inherit illegally, it is called grabbing, that's all. Without the right mental setup, even if you inherit or grab, you will not be able to celebrate wealth. I have seen people, I have seen all kinds of people who celebrate wealth without having it, who celebrate wealth without creating it, who create wealth but don't celebrate it, who create wealth but never use it, who grab wealth but does not celebrate it, who grab wealth but does not enjoy it. All kinds of mental setup I have seen. A right mental setup, a right understanding about wealth not only attracts wealth towards you, makes wealth happen in your life, it gives tremendous clarity even for your day-to-day life, normal life. Because wrong ideas about wealth becomes a self-impediment for your very growth, for your very understanding, for your very living. As I said, wealth is not a thing, it is you, different dimensions of you. When you manage different dimensions of you, just wealth happens around you. As I said, wealth is not just dollars and rupees. It is relationships, contentment, the peace and job satisfaction, everything, each one of these items, and health, each one of these items are your wealth. And the mental setup continuously to have success, all these things are different dimensions of wealth. So I think now you are very clear why I am talking on wealth. I am going to work on wealth. I am going to teach about wealth to you. First thing I wanted to do in this program is make you understand all the pains you associated with wealth. Your innate guilt about greed and the ideas put inside you in the young age, the wrong ideas put inside you in the young age about wealth. When your parents fight for wealth among themselves, not only you have wrong ideas about them, you have wrong ideas about wealth. You feel, oh, it is wealth separates people. That one engram is enough for your whole life. You will not be able to create wealth peacefully. You will not be comfortable with wealth peacefully. Just see, how many of you are comfortable when you think about wealth inside you? When you just sit in a relaxed way, remember about wealth. See how much of pain comes out. Whether the failed efforts which you took or the failed relationships because of wealth. When I say failed efforts, so many examples I can give. The efforts which you did not do properly, or which you did properly and did not work out, did not click, or somebody cheated you. Whether somebody cheated you or not, practically every person in the world feels they have been cheated. There is nobody who feels he is not cheated, he or she is not cheated. Then who is cheating? Everybody feels, whether it is a person who lives in slum or a middle class or billionaires, everybody feels they are cheated. They are cheated. How can this be? Somehow, wealth creates, the idea of wealth creates strong, painful memories and engrams in you. That is the first reason why you are not comfortable about wealth. You get into wrong pseudo-renunciation ideas. First thing I want to do in this process is make you understand all the wrong engrams you carry about wealth. Engraved memories, wrong ideas you are having about wealth in your brain, in your system. From the young age, all the wrong ideas you imbibed in your system about the wealth. Please sit and go on writing whatever you remember about money in your life. Please understand. First time, what you heard about wealth from your parents. First time, what you heard about your wealth from your friends, from your relatives, from your teachers. When you started growing up, what are the ideas you imbibed about wealth? I can remember, even now I can remember, first incident of wealth in my life, maybe around the age of 2 or 3, in Indian villages, during the festivals, the uncles and parents will give few coins to kids. So, many of my relatives gave money to my elder brother, younger brother, for me also. I got a lot of coins for my share. All of them were counting. I was sitting and looking at that, and I looked into my father and asked, what shall I do with this? He said, whatever you want you can buy. I said, I want one Ganesha to play with. You already gave it. It is there for me. I don't want anything else. Then he said, you can give it away to whomever you want. I said, oh, that's all. Okay. Then I called some of my friends. My house is filled with my cousins, and it's a giant family. I called 2, 3 of these guys and said, hey, I don't want this. Whoever wants, please take it. I thought some 4 or 5 people will come and take. Forget about it. The one guy whom I said, he just picked up the whole thing. Whole cloth on which the coins were there. I couldn't understand. Anyhow, I just left it. Okay. What I wanted is there. I don't want anything else. Leave it. This is my first memory of wealth. And still, I tell you, this memory plays a major role in how I handle wealth. It is just utility. I have not created a single relationship because of wealth. I have not broken a single relationship because of wealth. I have not created any suffering for me because of wealth. I have not created any joy for me because of wealth. I am living, wealth is living with me. Just wealth is living with me. Understand? Wealth is your personality, nothing else. I can tell you all dimensions of wealth is living with me. I have a right to talk about wealth to you. Of course, I am a wealthy guru. You can't equate my wealth to rupees or dollars. Media has tried their best. saying 1,000 crore, 100 crore. Of course, all these numbers are lies. It is not that much if you equate it to number. But one thing I want to tell all of you, you can't equate my wealth to number, because I have such beautiful, intelligent, strong, feeling connected sannyasis. Each one of them, how many $1 million you will equate them? You can't. That is one of the biggest asset I have. And it is such a wealth, even when I say it's a wealth, they don't feel it's a pride. They feel only grateful for being around me. For example, if you tell others, my wife is my wealth, naturally she will feel pride. She will say, yes, yes, I know, I am your wealth. But I am telling my sannyasis are my wealth, you won't see pride in them. Not only dollars or rupees, in every dimension, wealth is living around me. So wealth is not a thing, it is just a mental setup. It is self-management. That is what is wealth management. Creating self and celebrating self is what I call creating wealth and celebrating wealth. You need to know, if you are not having wealth, I wanted to make it very clear. I wanted to rewrite the word. Blessed are those who are rich. They live in heaven. I don't want to say they go to heaven. I don't want to use the word. Blessed are those who are poor in spirit, they shall enter into the heaven. No. Blessed are those who are rich. They live in heaven. It's a wrong understanding given about wealth. Being poor is no way connected to spirituality. I am making one more thing clear. Being poor is equally criminal like grabbing or robbing the wealth from others. Robbing the wealth, stealing the wealth, and being poor, both are equally criminal. If you are poor, please understand, it is not that you are not working, you are working in wrong direction to create poverty. Krishna says very clearly in Gita, Gahano karmano gadihi. World is action. Whether you want it or not, you are in action. If you are not creating wealth, you are in action in wrong direction. That's all. You are in action, but wrong direction. You are creating poverty. In these 2 days, all I am going to do is create a right mental setup for you so that you attract and celebrate wealth. You create and celebrate wealth. First thing, the first process I want to do is sit and go on write all the ideas you received about wealth in the young age. Let me first open you up. What you have, let us dig it out. Then we'll clear this past engrams, create the right mental setup for wealth. Then I'll explain the right mental setup necessary for wealth and the wealth management techniques and ideas from ancient, age-old Vedic tradition. Please understand, Vedic tradition is one of the richest, wealthiest tradition, not just in the inner world, even in the outer world. thousands of years before, whatever you call as outer world wealth, we are the richest tradition. Even after so many invasion for wealth, so much of swindling, still India holds so much richness, wealth. First, the invasion by different groups like Kanishkas, Kushanas, and Mauryas, then Mughals, then British, then the modern day Indian politicians. So much of invasion, all of you should know. Only one scam of modern day Indian politician has swindled more wealth from India and stashed it outside India than the whole British Empire. In 200 to 300 years, whatever British swindled from India, took it outside India, is done in just one scam. All of you know, I don't need to talk about it. Just one. So, even after so much of robbing, stealing, still we are generating, because the Vedic tradition is life affirmative. It believes in creating wealth, not grabbing, creating. I can say India is the only country which never grabbed wealth from other countries, other civilizations. Every possible civilization and groups robbed India, but India never went out to grab wealth from others. Even after giving up so much, we still have. So if you look from the right angle, I can say India is the richest country in the world even now. Because never grabbed, always gave. Never grabbed, always gave. Still we have. And the funny thing is, still only 3% of Indian man hour is used. Please understand. For example, see, in India we call it working age as 25 to 58. 25 to 58 is the working age. If a person supposed to be working 8 hours a day, 25 to 58, all the Indians into 8 hours. I am saying that Indians who are between 25 to 58 and 8 hours. If this is 100 hours, for example, I am giving you, only 3 hours productivity happens in India. I want all of you to know. Only 3 hours. But still, we are creating wealth. So I'll share the ancient secrets of creating and celebrating wealth. Of course, you can look from the other angle and say India is poor country, so much of poverty, slum and all that. I am giving you the overall idea. Now, let's enter into the process of creating the important wealth you need to create in your life, the right mental setup about wealth, right understanding about wealth. Sit now, pen down anything you remember about money. All the ideas you received about money in the young age, or any major incidents happened in your life because of money, and the ideas you carry about money. Some relationships breaking, some relationships getting created, and feeling uprooted and major drastic changes in your life because of wealth coming in or going out. Anything you remember about money, pen down. Take time, pen down, because I wanted you to understand all the wrong concepts you carry about wealth. It is like a literally surgery. I am opening your heart, taking out all the unnecessary things, engrams you have, clearing. It's like removing the blockages from the circulation flow. Please take paper and pen and start penning down all the ideas you carry about wealth. Please pen down elaborately. Please write without thinking much, so that all the original engrams will come out as it is without getting edited by your logic. You will know exactly the engrams you carry inside. Recollect first conversations you had about money in your life. Recollect first conversations you had with money in your life. How your relationship with money. Is it fight, or is it love relationship, or is it hatred relationship, Or is it feeling of loadedness? How your relationship with money started? Your conversations with money and your conversations about money. Pen everything down. Think deeply as possible. Go back to your past, your childhood. All the ideas you grabbed, imbibed from the friends and relatives about wealth. See how much of pain you carry about wealth. Down in a detailed way the different ideas you received about wealth, your own conversations about money, with money, or conversation about money. When you dig out yourself, you will understand the sick and broke mental setup you create.
please do the homework properly. Please write. Think, think, think. Unless you write, you will not catch the exact engram where you are caught. Unless you dig out, you will not understand what I am saying. The intense pain, mixed emotions you carry about wealth, the mixed feelings, conversations you had with wealth and about wealth. Hurt you felt by not having wealth interferes even while you want to create it. Please dig out. Write, write, write. Go on writing. Only then you will hit the ideas, the mental setup which you are carrying.